Chapter 151. Silent Competition. The release of Tianyi's Dark Guardian almost coincided with Fang Cheng's Dark Builder. The difference was that one came in with a bang, draped in a yellow robe, surrounded by stars that held it aloft like a child of destiny, bringing with it infinite power. A host of live streamers recommended it, with paid posters disguised as haters and iron fans inciting conflicts wherever possible, stirring the game's popularity with various topics. Dark Guardian claimed to be a pay-to-play, delete-on-exit test, and just a first test at that, but its final performance indicated that it already matched or even exceeded the level of other games' third or fourth tests. A complete game system, a self-cycling game mechanism, excellent artistic expression, and 3D capabilities made this game possess points that were highly spreadable. And its gameplay was also quite unique, with multiplayer cooperation, construction melded with a dark style, giving this game the strength to advance towards being a high-quality game. Moreover, the game supported cross-platform data, with PC, Apple, and Android data all compatible, showcasing Tianyi's ambition. The profound foundation of a large company can be terrifying like this. Sometimes, saturating the company with game development can really create a miracle. In contrast to the heavily marketed Dark Guardian, Dark Builder seemed very modest. It released quietly, without a game license, just as a free game, not even available on the Steam platform. The only official website provided a download link, but the whole site was made so cool that Fang Cheng could feel a strong sense of the future. Although Squirrel No. 1 claimed to have added many special functions to this web page, such as allowing access in various regions through Fang Cheng's Immortal spell, and accommodating 1 million people chatting online at the same time, Fang Cheng only verified the website could download, then commended Squirrel No. 1 for the good job, which made Squirrel No. 1's tail stick up with excitement. After telling Wang Say Games the game link could be released, Fang Cheng arrived at the office on time, then watered his spirit grass. Although it was winter, the air conditioning in the office was always on, and the spirit grass not only remained unaffected by the temperature but also seemed more vibrant. Content with his tender green spirit grass, Fang Cheng felt a sprinkle of water in his heart, a sense of tranquility within. Looking up, he could also see the flickering dust fire of Dark Builder, the pale red flames symbolizing cooperation and passion, and the increasingly vigorous flames indicated the players were engrossed, with no anomalies appearing for the moment. After the official release, the dust fire flickered even more vigorously. The players' experiences in the game were in high alignment with what Fang Cheng wanted to convey, giving him an immense sense of warmth. "Boss, you're smiling at the leaks again," Su Qingling said as she took off her scarf and placed it on the rack, addressing Fang Cheng. "You don't understand the goodness of spirit grass." Yet, boss, are you free on the 24th? I'll take you to experience the arcade in the mall, there are a lot of fun things there," she said. "I've beaten that Westerner before, although I don't know where he is now, but if he knew I'd been to his anniversary, he'd probably be nervous, right?" Su Qingling thought for a moment, then asked with confusion, "Boss, you've fought with a priest?" "In a way, yes." "Then, boss, you're pretty wild. Next time you fight, count me in, I'm especially good at cheering with 666. Next time for sure." After chatting with Su Qingling about the recent company situation, Fang Cheng returned to his seat after officially starting work. Monkey had finished recording his show, which was set to air after the new year. Although he kept the competition results confidential, the championship trophy on his desk made the outcome clear to everyone. Because he had been absent for almost a month, he had a lot to catch up on. During the lunch break, just as he was about to ask Huang Ping a question, he discovered that Huang Ping and Xiao Du's actions were highly synchronized. They opened the same cool website together, found the same game, Dark Builder, and decisively chose to download and start playing it. Leaning next to Huang Ping, Monkey discovered that it was actually a pixel-style game. After watching for a bit, he couldn't help scratching his chin, his face drawing closer to the screen, almost sticking to it. And Huang Ping, seemingly unaware of the need to block, tilted to watch the screen, also leaning closer and closer. After a failed defense, Huang Ping couldn't help sighing, but upon seeing he had broken through 40 waves, he immediately cheered up, began drawing magical weapons, and pondered the special effects of the 2 new magical weapons he had acquired. Tooth of Gluttony can devour shadows to boost strength, but its side effect is the random entry into a gluttony state, followed by indiscriminate eating. It'd be nice to have a hungry ghost blade, as the hunger state can turn nearby shadows into hungry ghosts, allowing for unlimited consumption. I think it works better with Desperate Grass, Xiao Duzi said, also finishing a round and casually adding, under the influence of Desperate Grass, the worse the character's state, the higher the attributes. This way, you can pair it with jumping into dark tides, and if you survive the wave, you'll eat a lot. I think it combines better with Gluttonous Insect, Fang Cheng laughed and added, the hungrier one feels, the higher the attributes, and the side effects of Gluttonous Insect and Tooth of Gluttony counteract each other. Those two are the perfect match. Chapter 152. So that's how it is, Huang Ping mused, but he quickly realized an issue and hurriedly asked, are there cravings in the game? Oh, there weren't. Fang Cheng replied. No problem, I'll add them now. Done. After adding them, Fang Cheng was ready to continue discussing the magical weapons in the game when he noticed Huang Ping staring at him in astonishment. A moment later, Huang Ping asked in confusion, Boss, what do you mean by add it just like that? It's nothing really, it's my own game, I'll add what I want. Oh, I never mentioned it before because I didn't feel it was necessary, living immortal is also me. Covering his head, Huang Ping felt his brain buzzing, and it took him a long while to come to terms with a fact he wasn't particularly prepared to accept. The two game creators he admired had suddenly merged into one. He didn't doubt that Fang Cheng was lying because there was no need to lie about such a thing. And boss? Do you secretly work overtime every day? It took him a long time to accept this fact. When he turned his head to look at Xiao Duzi, he found that she wasn't surprised at all, and was even getting ready to restart the game. Aren't you shocked? Huang Ping asked in a low voice, the boss is that living immortal. I knew it a long time ago, Xiao Duzi replied. The boss's style is so obvious, I realized it after comparing a few games. I was a bit excited when I found out, but after that, it didn't matter much to me. The subjects are completely different. You could tell that. Game tags are always a mess. That's true. After thinking about it for a while, Huang Ping found that Xiao Duzi was right. But then, he asked in confusion, then, why? Some game creators do that, too. I know there are a few who had no money and then became adult game creators. Because it's too shameful, they use pseudonyms. The use of aliases is very common. I know about that, but why did the boss do it? To validate his own ideas, I guess. Some ideas are not convenient to test under his own name, like spreading traditional culture starting from me. Such a terrifying game doesn't look like something the boss could make, it's better to experiment under an alias. Huang Ping could more or less understand the reasoning behind it, but still found it hard to believe. Yet, once he got it, it didn't bother him anymore. What the boss wanted to do in his own time was his business. There was no need for him to report everything to his employees. And no one said that a studio's boss can't publish games privately, anyway. After making sense of it all, Huang Ping decisively restarted Dark Builder and, brandishing his magical weapon, asked, Boss, which magical weapon should I use? None are of much value. Just stick with Xiao Duzi for COOP play. Alright. Afterward, a new question suddenly occurred to Huang Ping, and he asked, Boss, I won't inquire into your decision to secretly create games using an alias, but Tianyi is clearly copying your games. Aren't you going to do something about it? Upon hearing this, Su Qingling had the enthusiasm of a husky, ready to be unleashed. At a single command from Fang Cheng, she would morph into a legal advocate and drag Tianyi through every court she could. Even if they lost the case, it wouldn't matter, they could just find new reasons to sue them all over again. But Fang Cheng just shook his head, it doesn't matter. Let them continue. Su Qingling sadly bowed her head. Fang Cheng's calm demeanor completely put Huang Ping at ease. For some reason, Fang Cheng's words always had a special magic that made people feel particularly reassured. The next day, Dark Guardian officially broke through 5 million downloads across all platforms. Free to download and with its light pay-for-play setting, this game earned a great reputation. Nowadays, big company games were all about gacha, MOBAs, and Battle Royale, a homogenized product range that had left players utterly exhausted, yet the inertia of gaming compelled them to keep playing. Games from Fang Cheng Studio were all very good, but compared to the vast demand of users, their output was just too little. And now, with the finely crafted Dark Guardian arriving on the scene, those gamers had finally found a worthwhile game to invest their time in. Under Tianyi's overwhelming promotion, Dark Guardian quickly dominated the sales charts, and the substantial returns allowed Kong Kong, who had been closely monitoring the data, to breathe a sigh of relief and put the development of subsequent versions on the schedule. According to his past experience, games with numbers like Dark Guardian could be considered S-grade masterpieces in the mobile gaming world, and distribution channels would be eager to promote such a game, turning it into a golden goose. The upward trend in profits continued for 3 days. But on the 4th day, revenue suddenly halved, with the rising trend sharply interrupted, yet Kong saw no problems with the data. On the 4th day, profits rebounded by 30%, softening the blow slightly for Kong, but on the 5th day, they were halved again. He immediately had the operations team pull all the data, and Kong scrutinized it carefully, but found no issues. He had the operations team quickly conduct a user survey, only to be shocked to discover that the data had plummeted for 2 more consecutive days before entering a slower downward trend. Although it was no longer as frightening as the halving trend, the daily decline was torture in its own right. Especially for Kong, who was sure he hadn't done anything wrong, the invisible torment was all the more painful. Finally, the user survey done by the operations team arrived. Eager to see the results, Kong saw that the operations group had distributed thousands of survey questionnaires. Furthermore, the operations team had compiled information about the users, including their age, gender, whether they made in-game purchases, and whether they were still playing Dark Guardian, culminating in an objective and detailed report. The overall rating of the game could reach 86 points. Although it was from an initial test, the game's quality was stunning, and it truly deserved the 86 points. When asked about the game's shortcomings, minor pay-to-win elements were the biggest flaw, followed by an abundance of cultivation elements, giving it the feel of a PC RPG. But apart from that, the game was fine. All things considered, Dark Guardian had almost achieved the best results possible, yet it still had an extremely high player churn rate, which was quite incomprehensible. A significant number of players were leaving even after making in-game purchases. Logically, these players should be the most inclined to stay, but they were departing without looking back. As Kong looked at the survey results, he felt lost. He couldn't understand how he had done everything to perfection, yet the outcome was so absurd. Where exactly had he gone wrong? As Kong wallowed in confusion, the operations director sent over another survey. We've conducted a survey with the competing game Dark Builder as the focus. I think you might need this. Staring at the document, Kong was afraid to read it. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling that the document contained something that could shatter his Taoist heart, even make him fear creating games again. But he also knew that if he didn't look, he would never get past this obstacle. This survey also integrated feedback from about 1,000 players who had tried Dark Builder. Right from the start, he saw that this game's score was only 72 points, which could only be considered good. The players had a lot more complaints about this game. I don't really like the pixel art style, it doesn't look as comfortable as 3D. There's no background music, only ambient sounds, which are particularly scary. No tutorial for beginners, thumbs down. Not enough cultivation elements, can't spend money, thumbs down. Dying in the dark tide without an option to watch an ad to resurrect, thumbs down. They don't provide a guidebook for magical weapons, can't understand how to combine them at all. One was overwhelmingly praised, the other overwhelmingly criticized, but Kong had long known that players are creatures who lie. They can fool anyone, but not their own hearts. These people had all played Dark Guardian for a while before decisively switching to Dark Builder, and their complaints seemed less like grievances and more like advice. Kid, you didn't do well here, do better next time. A high or low rating does not reflect the real playability of a game. After all, people are easily attracted by first impressions, but what truly keeps them around is its playability. Having finished reading the report, Kong felt his Taoist heart had shattered. He knew why he couldn't produce good games at the moment. He had grown old. Chapter 153. The declining numbers for Dark Guardian had likewise sounded an alarm among the senior management at Tianyi. With the support of President Zhang Ping, a second version of the game was released during the first test phase. In this version, a new pet system was introduced where players could acquire brand new pets without spending any money, and these pets played a role within the game. The pets could be used to combat monsters in the darkness, randomly obtain materials, and even be petted and interacted with, greatly relieving the fatigue of battle and giving players a chance to relax. This feature led to a temporary recovery in user numbers for Dark Guardian, which had been in continuous decline, but soon the numbers began to fall again. In contrast to the continual data collapse of Dark Guardian, the meticulously monitored statistics for Dark Builder were on a steady rise. According to the Chengdu Index, active player participation, and average daily visits to the official website, it was found that the popularity of the two games had completely reversed. Their data curves crossed each other on the screen, as if mocking the efforts of Dark Guardian and marking them with a resounding failure. Seeing these results, Zhang Ping became confused. Everything seemed excellent in the surveys, the graphics and music crushed the competition, and the public relations on all fronts were very well managed, with outstanding critiques from both the media and players. But why were the numbers still dropping? On B Station, the UP owners, who had been crazily playing Dark Guardian during the promotion, stopped as soon as the promotion ended and immediately switched to playing a few rounds of Dark Builder. Are you all NTR enthusiasts? One streamer even titled their live broadcast, "Darkness is for livelihood, Dark Builder is true love. Surviving by day, dwelling by night, is that it?" Armed with data, Zhang Ping sought out Kong Kong's opinion, only to find that Kong Kong was not in a good state. After not seeing him for 2 or 3 days, his hair had turned white at the roots, and he looked deflated like a balloon with no air, as if all his energy had drained away, leaving nothing behind. He recalled the annual meeting last year when King's Dungeon was testing well, and Kong Kong was brimming with confidence, holding onto Zhang Ping's arm while drinking and asserting that his game was definitely going to be a big hit before taking it international to show players around the world what a mature microtransaction system looked like. But now, Kong Kong was utterly exhausted. In the game industry, success was the best tonic. Back then, Kong Kong looked like he was just over 30, but 2 failures had completely shattered his Taoist heart, leaving him almost unable to get back up. Standing by the window, Kong Kong stared blankly across at Fang Cheng's studio. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sky was beginning to darken. Everyone in the opposite building had already left work, except for a pot of chives by the window that was vibrant with life, stretching out with vigor. In stark contrast to the chives was his own reflection in the mirror. Aged, decayed. Standing behind Kong Kong, Zhang Ping opened his mouth to say something but then felt that everything seemed pointless. Swallowing his dry throat, he said, "Kong Kong, how about you take some time off?" "No need," Kong Kong shook his head, "if I rest, the blame might fall on you. Many people in the headquarters already look at Wrong City with displeasure, we can't give them a chance to attack you." Kong Kong. That's how big companies are, strong when the wind is favorable, weak when it's not. Not to mention the infighting and office politics in the company can be enough to cause a headache to death. I'm fine, let's leave it at that. I'll make one last effort to see if I can salvage something. I'm going to talk to the planners. Kong Kong left slowly, but suddenly lost his balance at the door and nearly fell on the carpet. Zhang Ping instinctively wanted to help, but Kong Kong steadied himself using the door frame and shook his head, then pushed himself up with his hands. Watching his desolate figure, Zhang Ping realized something. Kong Kong was about to leave too. Gathering all the planners, Kong Kong put out some of the game data collected by operations. He did not reveal the current index comparison but instead compared Dark Guardian and Dark Builder, and asked, "Everyone, these are the competitors' games and reviews. What do you all think?" After reading the material laid out on the table, a planner said nonchalantly, "There shouldn't be any threat, right? It's just an indie game with graphics that use a shortcut pixel style, nothing to worry about. Too few features, how could players possibly be interested in the development? The music is no good, it's just one sound effect, this game won't cut it. They actually don't charge money, is the producer a living saint or something?" This comment made the planners burst into laughter, creating a merry atmosphere in the room. Kong Kong laughed as well. It's hard to judge a planner's skills since everyone can write a planning document but few can make it shine. But Kong Kong could see that there were few truly outstanding planners here. Most planners had just muddled through projects, with resumes full of flowery words and grandiose ideas. But over the years, other than being good at flattery, their skills hadn't improved in the slightest. However, amid the jovial atmosphere, a planner with 2.5 years of experience, frowning while reading the review comments, said, "This doesn't look good." Chapter 154. The meeting room fell silent in an instant. The planners first looked nervously at Kong Kong, then dissatisfiedly at the planner named Chu Yu. "Everyone is singing praises, do you have to throw cold water on it? What kind of person is Kong Kong, don't you know?" Someone gently tugged at Chu Yu's clothes, but he didn't bother with the person behind him and continued, "Although our scores are high, I feel that part of our score should be attributed to the 3D and art enhancements. If we remove that part, our game's playability should only be around 70 points. Qiuyu, stop talking, a planner whispered. It's fine, I don't care, Qiuyu said calmly, getting back to the game. Dark Builder might have lower scores, but that's because pixel art inherently faces challenges in the art department. Yet, I've also played it extensively, and the art style is actually very impressive. What's so impressive about pixel art? A planner scoffed disdainfully. Have you seen many pixel art games take off? Qiuyu turned his head, his youthful face looked very young, but his eyes shone with a sword-like gleam. Facing the old planner's nitpicking, he said directly, Dead Cells, Terraria, under the legend I can easily name many pixel games. Have you played any of those? The old planner wanted to argue, but couldn't utter a word. In the face of these universally acclaimed masterpieces, any rebuttal seemed pointless. Standing up, Qiuyu spoke leisurely, although it's pixel art, Dark Builder pays great attention to detail, and the handling of the finer points is not weakened by the pixelation but allows players to focus more easily on the game itself. In contrast, our game may look pretty, but the high cost of art rendering has brought on a problem, which is the need to limit the number of enemies on the screen. This greatly reduces the game's exhilaration. Hearing this, Kong Kong nodded slightly. This is a problem, but why didn't you mention it before? I did, but you didn't listen. These words seemed to shift the blame, instantly sparking a defensive reaction from the old planners present. But before they could refute, Kong Kong raised his hand and said, I remember now, there was such a thing. That's my fault, continue. The other planners looked at the two in astonishment. Today's Kong Kong was obviously different. He looked exhausted, like an elderly man on his deathbed, delivering his last words. Nodding his head, Qiuyu continued, as you can see, Dark Builder's style is meant to create a sense of oppression through the environment, achieve collaboration through building structures, and ultimately gain unparalleled elation by defeating wave after wave of frenzied enemies. Here, the quantity of enemies is critical. The more there are, the stronger the tension and sense of oppression before victory, and the more thrilling the release once they're overcome. I'm not sure if Living Immortal did it intentionally or by chance, but the difficulty of his monsters wasn't particularly high, which made the hacking and slashing feel even more exhilarating. In contrast, we couldn't put too many, so we had to add a large number of elite monsters, Kong Kong added. Qiuyu was taken aback, then blurted out, you knew. Then, realizing his impoliteness, he quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He could be candid, but he couldn't be impolite, the result of his character and upbringing taking effect. It's fine, it's better to be straightforward, but don't say it in front of so many people next time. Kong Kong smiled benignly, which led to wild speculation, with some even beginning to think of Qiuyu as Kong Kong's illegitimate child. After nodding, Qiuyu continued, indeed, the appearance of elite monsters can greatly intensify the tension, but at that moment, players don't need elite monsters to provide pressure, they just want to feel more exhilarating. Alright, having explained that, let's discuss the next issue, where is the core element of Dark Builder? Farming monsters, a planner asked. It's cooperation, Qiuyu corrected with a smile, the producer has been pushing the game towards cooperative play. Personally, I think it would be more interesting if a bit of competitive element were added. Of course, just a personal thought. With this focus on cooperation, the rival has introduced many magical weapons that even newcomers can play an important role with, such as unmovable as a mountain. We also have lots of magical weapons, and newcomers can use them too, another planner retorted. And how much would that cost? Top up 128 to immediately receive it, but it's just a seed. To make this seed useful, you need to spend money on materials to upgrade, and on gemstones to inset. Only then can a newbie become useful. And as for Dark Builder, I've opened 5 or 6 accounts to test, and it takes about 2 or 3 tries to obtain a similar magical weapon, after which a newbie can join the official round and start learning the veteran's gameplay. This means that basically after a few rounds, a newbie can play the game officially. There was a pause, and something occurred to Qiuyu. He then added, speaking of magical weapons, I remembered something. We have too many leveling systems. Is that bad? Yes, bad. That is a traditional RPG approach suited for client-based games, and it's obviously not suitable for games like Dark Builder anymore. Players nowadays prefer fast gameplay and simple character development. They can live with some grinding and paying, but they can't deal with overly complex cycles. Life is already tiring as it is, so don't force them to learn content they don't enjoy. After that, Chu Yu continued to calmly discuss issues with the game for half an hour. Through his speech, it was evident that he had thoroughly researched both games and made detailed comparisons. Many nuances that can only be discerned after a lot of gaming time were starkly contrasted with the planners around him who only knew how to look at data, and some who even hadn't played their own games much. Looking at Chu Yu's free-spirited brilliance, even Kong Kong couldn't help but admire him. A planner, filled with malice, asked, "You seem very familiar with it. You must have played these two games a lot in your spare time, right?" This question was insidious. Even though it's a game company, Tianyi does not allow planners to play other games during work hours, and they try not to let planners play their own games unless it's for feature testing. For a game company, this rule indeed goes a bit too far. And the opponent's question was clearly a direct inquiry to Chu Yu, "You've been breaking the rules, have you?" But Chu Yu just smiled and said, "I play them in my free time. I only sleep 4 hours a day, and I play these two games whenever I can." You. Moreover, if I had broken any rules, HR would have come to have a chat with me. What's your intention in asking me this now? No intention. The other party stuttered, trying to end the conversation, but Chu Yu suddenly slammed the table, the loud noise causing a bunch of people to tense up instantly. Staring at the planner who asked the question, Chu Yu spoke harshly, "So what is it you really mean? The game's not good, and all you think about every day is how to make someone else take the blame. You're useless and only know how to stir the pot. Your age is increasing, but your morality is decreasing. Calling you a senior is really giving you too much credit." The planner who was berated face to face turned pale, unable to say a word. After the outburst, Chu Yu's expression softened, and he added, "As I analyzed, everything in our game is fine except that it's not fun. Dark Builder seems simple, but it's fun. Fun is the only standard to measure a game, and unfortunately, we've lost sight of the essentials." Kong Kong listened and nodded, and at this point said directly, "That's enough, meeting dismissed. Chu Yu, stay behind." As the planners filed out, the spacious meeting room was left with only the two of them. An old man and a young one, standing opposite each other, but Chu Yu was not intimidated and stood firmly, looking at Kong Kong in front of him. Looking at Chu Yu, Kong Kong saw a younger version of himself. Back then, he was just like his opponent, outspoken and daring in his actions. And then he was suppressed by others, wasting much time before he got back on track. The Kong Kong who returned became oily and slick, the ideals he once had slowly faded away, becoming adept at passing the buck, with the only remaining goal being making money. Exhaling deeply, Kong Kong felt truly old, even starting to reminisce about the past. Turning back to face Chu Yu, he asked, "Tell me, how do you understand Tianyi?" Chapter 155. After hearing Kong Kong's question, Chu Yu pondered for a while before saying, "There are quite a few problems: office politics, a culture of shifting blame, suppression from all sides. Focus on the main point." "Well, that would be you guys. To be more specific, it's you producers." Kong Kong shook his head slightly, feeling annoyed but having to admit that the other party was right. The old who do not die become thieves. Tianyi is a large gaming company, but inevitably, it also carries various historical issues. The biggest historical issue is these producers who once had successful projects. For most game producers, their golden age is before 50 years old. By 50, they start facing cognitive issues. As technology innovates and times progress, the experience they accumulated in the past will start to become ineffective or even turn into stumbling blocks, making these people continue as producers, though ensuring the lower limit of a game's quality severely caps the upper limit. Moreover, what's even scarier is that sometimes, past experiences can backfire, which is an issue every producer must face. They should follow Mr. Shen's example, dutifully impart their knowledge to the next generation, and then head home to retire and look after their hair. Nodding her head, Kong Kong asked Chu Yu, "Do you want to stay here, or find another path?" "Of course I want to stay here. I haven't made my mark yet." "All right then." Turning her head to think for a moment, Kong Kong continued, "Don't leave after work, come here every day. I'm probably going to retire at the end of the month. I'll tutor you during this time." "Why me?" "Because I like you." "Thank you. Go on." As he watched Chu Yu leave, Kong Kong leaned back in his chair, feeling emptied but somewhat comforted. He had to take full responsibility for this defeat. Retirement at the end of the year was already a certainty. Reflecting on his career, he realized he barely left anything behind in the gaming industry, with the only game he could talk about being the first online game he made when he first joined Tianyi. The game emulated a Chinese Odyssey and included features such as teaming up, capturing pets, questing, and treasure hunting. It was the kind of game that required players to log in daily and invest 4 to 5 hours. He had all the conventional settings in his game and innovated upon them while emulating others. Although it was naive, that game was his most heartfelt creation, still in operation today, with people logging in to play it every day. Thinking of this, he suddenly lost interest in Dark Guardian and wanted to play his game instead. Turning on his computer, he smoothly launched the client, logged into his account, and immediately received a message from a friend he hadn't seen in half a year. "Why have you been offline for so long? Remembered your account?" The other person didn't know he was the producer of this game, and Kong Kong hadn't revealed his identity either. Realizing the other person was still playing, Kong Kong promptly responded, "Yet. Come on then, we're just missing one more for our ghost hunting team of 4. Good thing your gear's up to par and your level's not bad. Let's go." "Okay." And so, Kong Kong neglected many of his duties and immersed himself in the old days, engaging intensely with the game. Afterward, as Kong Kong and Chu Yu had expected, the data for Dark Guardian worsened. Players said Dark Guardian was decent in every respect but just wasn't engaging enough. Spending money gave a momentary thrill but soon became dull. In contrast, the popularity of Dark Builder was steadily growing. As a free-to-play game, the spread of Dark Builder was nothing short of legendary. There was no marketing push from the promoters, and the team didn't buy traffic. The only way to download was through an official website, which was pretty cool. Yet, with a daily download volume of 200,000, it became a miracle that was passed on by word of mouth. Its mild social element meant that it could effortlessly persuade players to introduce the game to 4 friends, allowing them to form a 5-man team to play together. Collaboration was the base upon which it could grow virally, and its high quality with highly unpredictable gameplay was what facilitated its spread. Different genres made it socially vibrant, and the various earth-shattering magical weapons made players eager to continue playing after each session. The game's pace could be accelerated, the time for the last round of each session could be reduced to half an hour, making it particularly suitable for weary young people to play in a short break. Someone once joked that if the living Immortal were to charge, he'd instantly become a millionaire. But the Immortal didn't care. All he cared about was whether the players were enjoying themselves. Because of its replicable gameplay, aside from Tianyi, a myriad of game developers started to imitate it. Suddenly, a surge of Dark Builder-like games sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain, nearly one new game every day. Even overseas there were many imitators. Most of the one-to-one replicas failed. Those who survived were the ones who built new gameplay mechanics on top of the original, filling certain gaps. Although it was only a niche genre, Dark Builder created a new branch of games and helped some developers find a direction that was cost-effective yet had a high chance of success. They used early replication to acquire the capital to survive, some continued to imitate, while others embarked on original endeavors, adding some bright spots to the gaming industry. Chapter 156. However, compared with the achievements created by Dark Builder, Tianyi seemed very shabby. In order to rapidly iterate a competitive product, Tianyi's Rong City branch invested a significant amount of manpower, and afterwards, went through a frenzy of iterations, but ultimately failed to make a splash. The high-precision art seemed incompatible with this genre, at least, until there was a breakthrough in the performance of existing game consoles, the two were incompatible. Ultimately, before the arrival of the new year, Kong Kong's newly established studio disbanded once again. The once bustling office was now deserted, with seconded employees returning to their previous project teams to continue their struggle at Tianyi. President Zhang Ping originally wanted to see Kong Kong off, but Kong Kong refused. Having returned full of ambition and now leaving like a stray dog, the process seemed too disgraceful, better not to be seen by others. However, in the empty office, he still called over his last student, Chu Yu, and gave him one final lesson there. "What do you think is the most important thing for a game studio?" Kong Kong asked, looking at the gloomy sky in the distance. "Making a good game." "No, it's surviving. Making a good game is the ultimate aim of the studio, a game that can be remembered for centuries, talked about with relish even decades later, and even having people make mods for it, is every game maker's obsession. But before you achieve that goal, your most important objective is to stay alive. Seeing Chu Yu still somewhat perplexed, Kong Kong continued to explain, a good game doesn't necessarily make you money, but a bad game doesn't necessarily lose you money, either. Every game maker must learn to cut their losses in time, sever ties with sunk costs promptly, and find every opportunity to make money and keep themselves alive. Idle games become popular, you make idle games, card games are hot, you make card games, anime, let's not touch that for now, the anime scene is too competitive, we'll wait until a bunch have fallen and then hire some original artists at low cost. If the domestic environment is poor, work on overseas projects, whatever foreigners like, make that, even if they want to see dirty pictures, put them in the game for them. At this point, Chu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, that's pretty bottom line. But you can survive. For a game company, the bottom line isn't important, surviving is. Only if you survive do you have a say, do people listen to you, can you wash away your past. If you die, no matter how good the games you made were, others will only mourn your corpse. People often say I'm pragmatic, but I've managed to keep you all alive, which is why I was successful until, never mind, let's not talk about that. Anyway, survive. No need to see me out, I've driven here. Patted Chu Yu on the shoulder, Kong Kong left the pondering student behind and left the office. He had already arranged Chu Yu's fallback plan, although he was now out of favor, he still had some connections that could secure Chu Yu a job as a chief planner. Of course, it was the chief planner for a very small indie game, but he believed that with Chu Yu's abilities, he would quickly make a name for himself at Tianyi. Descending the stairs, he was about to head to the nearby parking lot to drive away when he noticed that it had started snowing. This year, Rong City had ample water, and occasionally the temperature would drop quite low, there had already been several snowfalls after the onset of winter. Pausing for a moment in the snow, he lowered his head to leave when he noticed someone else had emerged from across the way. It was Huang Ping. Since their last conflict, they had stopped communicating, but each was still able to hear about the other through some channels. Seeing Huang Ping's figure, Kong Kong knew the other must have come to wait for him, so he sneered, came to see me make a fool of myself. No, after all, we've worked together in the past, I'm not that idle. What are you planning to do next? Retire, plan to write some textbooks. A few publishers are quite interested in my past experiences, so I'm planning to go back and write. That's good. After a silence, Kong Kong suddenly asked, living immortal, that's Fang Cheng, right? Huang Ping didn't respond, but his silence had already proven a lot. Sensing Huang Ping's attitude, Kong Kong felt relieved and, patting his chest, said, I thought so, that's really great. Nowadays, Kong Kong had become very thin, his hair half white, but he seemed somehow more spirited and wise. Pointing to a nearby cafe, he said, anyways, I'm free now, and your studio doesn't work overtime at night, so, care to have a chat with me? Let's go, Huang Ping nodded with a smile. In the dim light of the cafe, they talked for a long time. They discussed the first game they collaborated on, the bizarre incidents involving former colleagues who had resigned, their slashing criticism on the prospects of the game's development, and plans for the future. Having once collaborated, then become adversaries, and now finally sitting together with past grievances thawed, the two exchanged words they had previously been unable to say due to their statuses. They talked until 11 o'clock at night, when they finally needed to go back. Donning a coat and wrapping a scarf around his neck, Kong Kong took out his car keys and asked, still living at the old place? I'll drive you. No, I bought a place nearby and moved over a long time ago. Mortgage? How much was the down payment? Paid in full. Kong Kong was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Huang Ping. The fatigue brought on by previous overtime work was no longer visible, and the originally prominent dark circles under his eyes had disappeared. The Huang Ping standing before him seemed to revert to the youth he once was, overlapping with the image of himself when he first joined Tianyi. With a slight nod, Kong Kong said softly, that's good then, you guys are doing quite well, and it was good that you left when you did. The two walked towards the parking lot, preparing to part ways at the fork there. The snow had stopped, leaving a rare layer of white on the ground. Though it would melt before long, it still gave a clean, vast whiteness to the scene. The orange glow of the streetlights lit up like torches, but as they approached the parking lot, the path suddenly diverged, creating an entirely different route. At the fork in the road, Huang Ping hesitated before saying, the reason I joined Tianyi back then was actually because of you. Me? Yet. The first game I ever played was the client game you made. At that time, I never imagined a client game could be so fun, and I set my sights on Tianyi ever since. Before I was hired, I always thought you were the best producer in the country. I even wrote to you once, including my various views on games and suggestions for improvements, as well as my admiration for you. But you probably forgot. Indeed, what do you think of me now? Hat. Alright, it's getting late, goodbye then. Goodbye. After a friendly handshake, they went their separate ways. Huang Ping followed the street lamps into the distance, slowly blending into the warm, orange glow as he walked towards his warm home. Kong Kong, on the other hand, walked through the snow into the nearly deserted parking lot. His steps slowed down, and by the time he reached his car, he was almost unable to stand. How could he possibly forget? How could he forget such a naive and passionate letter? His original passion for games finally came flooding back, his past ideals and ambitions pierced into his chest like spines, making him realize all at once that he had become the person he once despised the most. Kneeling by the side of his car, he cried silently, like a stray dog that had lost its home. The next day, the news about Dark Guardian shutting down was circulated but didn't attract much attention. There were already many games like Dark Builder. Every day, new genres of games emerged and others disappeared. Aside from a simple report by a gaming news uploader on B Station, who mentioned Kong Kong's resignation, no one else paid any attention. Unknowingly, a new year arrived. And Fang Cheng felt he could let go. Chapter 157. Having enjoyed the Earth's sunrise from the moon with his parents, Fang Cheng brought the two of them back home and then asked, how was the first ray of the New Year's sunrise? The universe is so vast, Mr. Fang murmured, and was there really a Chang'e on the moon? There was, and she had a pretty good relationship with Ho Yi. However, the couple separated due to certain reasons, and from what I know, they have been apart for several hundred years now. Then, what type of person did she like? In any case, not the type you are. 1,000 years ago, when the Moon Palace still existed, Chang'e had once invited him to drink osmanthus wine, while Ho Yi took aim at Wu Gang on the ground, making him only dare to chop down the tree. Unfortunately, now the Moon Palace has vanished without a trace, and the toad and the jade rabbit have disappeared as well, with even their traces being erased. Nothing could be seen anymore. Feeling nostalgic about how everything changes with time, Fang Cheng saw it was only 3 in the morning, so he told his parents to go to bed first. Tian Xian was also sent to bed by him, to sleep like a person does. After ensuring no one would disturb him, he stepped into the void to start preparing for his ascension. This time, the game of proving the Tao could be called perfect. The gameplay of Dark Builder was exceptionally powerful, with the large number of angel envoys gathering robust dust fire, the bright light making his Taoist heart equally hot. His understanding, highly unified with the dust fire, made Fang Cheng feel that this time it should be possible. However, the calamities still existed, and some sudden situations could still happen. But as the process of proving the Tao must be isolated from external disturbances, he could only leave it to fate. While Fang Cheng was in seclusion preparing to break through, the number of players in Dark Builder continued to climb. The forest has grown big, and all kinds of angel envoys could be found. With wave after wave of foolish angel envoys flooding in, all sorts of novel strategies emerged, creating a myriad of playing methods. If one looked from outside the planet, they could see the entire planet performing fireworks shows in every location, with a multitude of structures appearing and disappearing in an instant, various lights rising and falling, which was indeed a spectacle. And just as Fang Cheng cut off all contact with the outside world, preparing to prove the Tao, the shadows that felt the disappearance of Fang Cheng's divine sense began to stir. The things swallowed by the shadows were assimilated as part of the shadows, and at this very moment, some things that had been swallowed were regurgitated by the shadows. A large amount of heavenly Tao fragments were spat out by the shadows, and the fragments contaminated by the shadows began to condense on their own, eventually converging into the dark side of heavenly Tao. The origins of these fragments were not unified, some had transformed from the corpses of little heavenly ways, while others had been stripped from various little heavenly ways. These fragments, interconnected by the shadows, eventually transformed into a strange and incomprehensible existence. The existence that they feared had temporarily left, but the angel envoys it left behind were still there, crazily dispersing the planet's shadows and constantly eroding the energy of the shadows. Although this energy was negligible for the entity of the shadows, for the nearly immortal shadows, the situation was not to be calculated that way. They concluded that as long as these angel envoys existed, the power of the shadows would be gradually weakened. And since the adversary could not be destroyed, it too was an eternal existence. In the face of eternity, even the smallest reduction is infinite. Thus, as long as these angel envoys are not destroyed, their shadows would inevitably be cleared away. Beyond that, those bonfires also had a fatal attraction to the shadows. Every now and then, as the bonfires suddenly appeared, they would emit strange fluctuations at regular intervals, attracting the shadows to attack them. They were not living beings, but they possessed the same instinct to survive. To ensure their own continued existence, they decided to deal with these angel envoys in the same special way they dealt with those intelligent beings before. Taking into account the characteristics of these angel envoys, the conglomerate of heavenly Tao fragments began to condense and transform. A large number of fragments integrated in a special way, forming a brand new little heavenly way. Only, the little heavenly way corrupted by the shadows was an evil and chaotic existence. It possessed the same powers as other little heavenly ways, but its sole duty was to perpetuate the shadows. In local culture, such a bizarre and evil being was referred to as the evil god. The evil god was a personified entity. After its birth, this female evil god with a bewitching appearance understood the behavioral patterns of the angel envoys. She looked quite enchanting, with a shadowy evening gown enveloping her graceful figure, the stars of the sky torn down to serve as her shawl, and concentrated shadows forming her gloves. If it weren't for the shadow hands squirming below her gown and the occasional eye peeking out on her face, she would be quite an alluring lady. As the angel envoys combated the shadows recorded their actions through repeated revivals and passed all these records to the female evil god. Observing the busy angel envoys below, the female evil god revealed a wicked smile and murmured, "Warriors who never tire, who face death without a hint of fear, devoid of any desires but the intention to clear the shadows, and capable of infinite rebirth, they truly are perfect soldiers. For such warriors, the best course of corruption lay in their longing for power. Then, assimilating them as part of the shadows, record everything about them, and when convenient, spit them back out." Chapter 158. Unfortunately, something inside them prevented the shadows from corrupting them, making it impossible for the shadows to erode their being unless they resorted to special measures like contracts. Otherwise, she simply could not obtain the structure of these guys. But that's okay, corruption and the seduction of people into downfall are the specialties of the evil god. With millions of warriors here, not every warrior is a valiant hero, always some who couldn't resist temptation, then bow down to power. Among these warriors, the female evil god chose a warrior. The inner thoughts of these warriors couldn't be read, but through their actions, the female evil god could roughly understand the logic behind this warrior's behavior. Compared to those who followed the rules, this warrior seemed to be more unorthodox. He would often rush headlong into the shadows to confront monsters, just to test new divine artifacts on himself. Like others, he too could build structures, but his constructions often didn't align with other warriors' ideas, because his buildings could frequently be seen being ruthlessly torn down by others as soon as they were erected. Sometimes, other warriors couldn't help but step forward, give the guy a thorough beating, and then throw him into the shadow tide. However, he would quickly resurrect elsewhere and continue his inexplicable activities with vigorous energy. After watching for a while, the female evil god found his pattern of action quite interesting. Although it looked like mischief, his antics had a strong purpose, and in the process of fooling around, he would suddenly become fierce and unstoppable. In such a state, the shadows could hardly harm him, and he could even withstand hundreds of waves of attack, clearing all the surrounding shadows before finally falling to a greater tide of shadows. However, he wouldn't continue with the same routine but would start experimenting with other divine artifacts and return to his previous state. After observing for a long time, the female evil god felt that this guy must be the warrior among the group assigned to research. He was smart and full of yearning for power, such a guy especially susceptible to being beguiled by power, to become a pawn for the female evil god. Having formulated a plan in her mind, a mass of shadows beneath her skirt was severed and transformed into an enchanting woman as it hit the ground. This woman embodied all the beautiful fantasies of the world. Any sentient being could see the most beautiful vision of the opposite sex that conformed to their own aesthetic from her. As the target resurrected and began to jump around wildly again, this woman waited on his inevitable path and fell to the ground as he approached. With previous observations, the female evil god had mastered the language of these angel envoys. As her avatar, the woman knew it as well. As he drew near, the woman immediately reached out her hand, emitting a perfectly pitiful cry. "Oh, valiant warrior, save me!" Hearing this voice, Zeman Wadeo stopped. Holding a torch, he glanced at his headset and then at the woman in the darkness before he couldn't help but ask in the Immortal's aid group QQ group, "Who's got a new skin? Play the game like a normal person, will you?" "What's with the crazy act?" a group member replied annoyedly, and Zeman Wadeo, "I'm warning you, if you try out so-called new strategies and turn our base into a KTV again, I'll face you in a real person PK. You talk as if you could find me. I don't need to find you to PK with you. And there were no bunny girls at your KTV, was that even a KTV? You've completely missed the point. If you're unsatisfied, go cosplay it yourself. There's no costume, alright. So, you're totally missing the point." The Morals Aid group was a QQ group Zeman Wadeo joined while playing healer, and it's still very active now. However, healer has now entered a stable phase, the revolution has moved to consolidating its territory, and expelling the disease toward a peaceful stage. These healers log in daily just to fight disease beasts, purify the land, exchange merit for food, tease the nearby Mukwe, that's about it. While waiting, they'd take the chance to play Dark Builder with their buddies in the group, an activity they really enjoyed. The only downside was that Dark Builder had no VR version, which meant friends who bought VR devices could only play it on their PCs for the time being. After messing around in the group for a while, someone curiously asked, "Zeman Wadeo, what's this sudden question about new skins all about?" "Oh, I saw a female NPC appear and thought one of our companions was playing cosplay with a new skin. Is this some kind of April Fool's joke that's arrived too early? Zeman Wadeo, check this out. A mysteriously appearing female NPC.jpg. Even though it was already 11 o'clock at night, seeing such an image still blew up the chat with a ton of reactions. After carefully examining the image that Zeman Wadeo shared, they all agreed, although it's pixelated, this gal actually looks pretty good. 80% chance it's an Easter egg, I've never seen another NPC like this before. Why don't you try talking to her, see if you can get a quest or something, a player suggested. So the quest reward is her clothes. Zeman Wadeo responded. SSS. This fellow has the makings of an emperor. No, why should we play the good guys? Isn't it easier to just rob her of her clothes? This one's a heavyweight. How about this, we take the quest, pretend we're good people and try to escort her home, then rob her whole family, seize her husband, and take over her property, how's that? I have no objections to the rest, but seizing her husband? What the hell? You're getting me excited. Yet, bullying men and domineering over women is so last season. Bullying women and domineering over men, that's the current trend. Watching the nonsensical comments of his group mates, Zeman Wadeo felt like he might be too normal, too out of sync with this group. By the way, do you guys even remember what our chat group is called? Taking the majority's opinions into account, Zeman Wadeo shared his game screen, then moved up close to try to interact with the NPC as if dealing with an item. He saw the character on screen automatically asking the question he had in mind, "How can I assist you?" The game was quite advanced. The quickly growing impatient evil god avatar sighed with relief, then nervously said, "I've been separated from my clan, and I don't know where they've gone. Can you take me back to your base, and then help me find my clan together with your comrades?" "I could, but what will you give me in return?" "I have a family heirloom." "Hand it over." But you haven't even. Hand it over, and I'll protect you." After a moment of contemplation, the evil god avatar hesitantly took out a gemstone and handed it to Zeman Wadeo. Having secured the gemstone, Zeman Wadeo didn't hesitate for a second, pulling out his gold, spiritual energy crafted spear that had been upgraded 15 times with armor-piercing capabilities, then impaled the NPC with it. "What?" The evil god avatar looked at Zeman Wadeo in disbelief. "Why? When we first met, how did you know I had comrades? And with this place being so dangerous, a sudden appearance of an NPC, especially a weak woman, definitely spells trouble." As he watched the NPC dissolve into a cloud of shadows and vanish, Zeman Wadeo nodded, "I knew something was off." "Hold on, Zeman Wadeo, even if there was something fishy, didn't you think twice before acting? Why should I hesitate? I've seen you treat Mukwe 1234 quite well, I thought you were the kind to cherish fragility and beauty. You just said it's Mukwe 1234. I'm obviously going to treat her differently from other NPCs. Oh, I see. But you weren't wrong, there was indeed something off about that one. And that gemstone you got, what is it? I don't know. Staring at the gemstone in his backpack, Zeman Wadeo also couldn't figure out what it was for. But it seemed the game was becoming more interesting. Chapter 159. The red gemstone was the size of a fist, and the red within it didn't look normal, but rather like blood that had coagulated into form. In the center, fluffy red vessels surrounded a core of dark red flesh, which also pulsated rhythmically. In the game, there were only 5 types of spiritual energy, so this peculiar gemstone that had suddenly appeared was clearly different from other materials, making Zeman Wadeo feel that this object was no simple matter. Bringing it back to the campfire, Zeman Wadeo had just started to further study the object when he saw the gemstone fly out of his backpack on its own, heading straight for the campfire at the center of the camp. Floating above the campfire, a vast amount of blood mist poured out from the gemstone, merging with the fire and casting an eerie red glow over the flames. The other companions, who were preparing to resist the dark tide, gathered around and asked in puzzlement while looking at the still bleeding gemstone, Zeman Wadeo, what are you up to now? Don't you read the group chat? They were all members of the same group chat and had gotten to know each other while playing healers. They had then happily joined Dark Builder together and embarked on a journey of mutual sabotage. In response to Zeman Wadeo's question, one player said, I read it all right, but I didn't expect it to be true. I thought you had used Photoshop to fool us. Who would do such a boring thing, using Photoshop to deceive others? Oh, right, it's me. No problem then. Glossing over the issue lightly, the 5 players just squatted by the fire, neither stepping forward to stop it nor thinking of what to do, simply staring blankly as the gemstone spewed out an enormous volume of blood that completely dyed the campfire red. It was fortunate that this was a pixel art game, otherwise, Zeman Wadeo was sure the scene just now would have gotten the game banned. After the struggle to turn it red, the female evil god lurking in the shadows could barely maintain her stance. Before now, she had no opportunity to get close to such a campfire. But just moments ago, thanks to Zeman Wadeo's intervention, she had finally succeeded. However, she had not expected that the force contained within a single campfire would be so formidable that even as an evil god, she would need to expend a great deal of her power to taint it. Most of the planet's shadow energy had dissipated just to corrupt this one campfire, but fortunately, the abundance of shadows in this region meant that there were enough to call upon from other places. However, considering the many campfires that could appear or disappear at any moment, she temporarily abandoned the idea of corrupting the others, deciding to start with the person known as Zeman Wadeo. From what she could see, these adventurers might well be the angel envoys of a powerful outer god, whose abilities were definitely associated with light, or else such powerful campfires could not have been created. A red light flew out. In an instant, Zeman Wadeo's 4 companions were slain, leaving only Zeman Wadeo alone. She had wanted to entrap these warriors' souls, but she discovered that their bodies shattered without releasing any souls, a realization that deepened her understanding of the terrifying nature of that outer god. While attempting to comprehend the power left by this outer god, she manipulated the flesh and blood gem over the campfire and issued a command to the stunned warrior before her, kneel, and submit to me. The voice rang in Zeman Wadeo's ears, seductive like the sound of heaven itself, carrying an arrogance that viewed all living beings as mere ants. However, Zeman Wadeo paid it no heed and asked in confusion, why should I? I am a god. I'm your great-uncle too. The NPCs in this game are kind of rude, demanding people kneel straight away. The evil god was baffled by the warrior's disregard. As a deity, even as an evil god, she held an exceptional allure over any intelligent life form. Even a mere image, a tone of voice, or a single sigh could ensnare intelligent beings, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Yet, the warrior before her was not beguiled by her, leading her to question whether he was truly an intelligent life. However, no matter how much she doubted, it couldn't change the fact that he was unmoved by her temptations. Ordering the nearby dark tide to halt its assault, she decided to use these warriors' hands to achieve her goal of tainting the other campfires. Thus, she shifted her tone, speaking with a voice full of seduction, let's make a deal then. I will give you supreme power, wealth to rival nations, formidable weapons, and you only need to do a few small favors for me. Just some minor tasks, and then you can receive the rewards I offer. Such as, I will make you immune to the shadow's assaults, and as long as you bring me a few of your kind and sacrifice them to me, I will grant you certain powers permanently. The more you sacrifice, the more I will bestow upon you. This gift won't be evident to your companions, meaning you can turn them into your downline. When your companions make sacrifices, you too will receive some blessings. The female evil god believed that these warriors' resurrection was not without a price but depended on the power of an outer god. If they used the shadows to kill these warriors, each warrior's death would take away a significant amount of shadow energy, eventually weakening the shadows continuously. But if the warriors killed each other, it would greatly reduce the consumption of shadows and continually erode the power of the outer god. Chapter 160. Seizing the opportunity while the outer god was absent, the female evil god prepared to quickly expel it and continue indulging in this world. Zeman Wadeo, having relayed the female evil god's words verbatim in the QQ group, asked, "Gentlemen, what's your take on this? This Easter egg is just so-so. Yeah, individual strength isn't important in this game, what matters more is the combination of defensive structures and magical weapons. This Easter egg is completely unoriginal, I suggest we just stab that guy to death." Stab what to death? Didn't you see that thing kill 4 players instantly as soon as it entered the battlefield? Such a creature is clearly mechanistic in nature, it can't be defeated. No, it can be defeated, said Zeman Wadeo, the magical weapon I carry can see health bars, and this guy has a health bar, so it can be defeated. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill it. Exactly, never mind whatever terms it proposes. The rewards from killing it will clearly be greater. But it can kill us instantly. Then let's just agree to its demands for now, gradually milk it for benefits, accumulate enough, and then kill it. I'll go call people. I'll bring over a bunch of gaming experts soon. We agree to all its demands for now, and when the time is right, we can take it down together. Members of the Morals Aid group spread the word, and news of the new Easter egg spread instantly on the official game website. Less than half an hour later, almost all players were aware of this, the appearance of a new boss. And it had a health bar. Although they didn't know what loot this ultimate boss would drop, players unanimously decided, guided by the principle if it has a health bar, even a god will be slaughtered for all to see. This Easter egg, we're taking it. Number 1 Squirrel's previously built website started handling immense data exchange, its excellent design capable of accommodating up to 1 million players chatting at the same time. Not only that, but Number 1 Squirrel's previous settings were also coming into effect. Alpha also started to manage the website, analyzing the players' chat content, filtering out useful information, then categorizing it automatically to facilitate retrospective review. Various modules were automatically generated, and the intellectual achievements of the players were collected here, subsequently becoming an aid to defeat the boss. A temporary command group was formed, with Zeman Wadeo, the discoverer of the Easter egg, being selected as the group leader to commence the battle against the boss. A number of highly skilled players were selected, each of them had the strength to pass through 200 waves, and the slots for their magical weapons had reached 10. And after much grinding over time, their combination of magical weapons was nothing short of perfect, each one of them was akin to a god of war, capable of making hordes of monsters cry just by standing still. Having selected the right people, Zeman Wadeo directly led these players to the site of the Flesh and Blood Gem, where they received the gemstone's blessing. After the blessing was complete, blood-red patterns appeared on the players, which would automatically record the number of their kin they harmed, and in an equivalent exchange, grant them immense power. Beyond that, they would be immune to shadow attacks, able to see in the dark, and move freely within it. Having received the blessing, the 10 players, ecstatic, passed through the darkness. Guided by a map-type magical weapon, they located another bonfire, and after confirming the other party's willingness to cooperate, Zeman Wadeo promptly executed them. The death of 5 players converged into power, flowing into Zeman Wadeo through his mark, and providing feedback. Speed +1. Feeling excited for a moment, Zeman Wadeo's smile gradually solidified. 5 people were worth 1 point of speed, which roughly meant his speed increased from 10 meters per second to 11 meters per second. It was faster, sure, but only by a little bit. When the unnamed players revived, he tried again and obtained a new reward. Metabolism +1. At this attribute, Zeman Wadeo was even more speechless. A game character, showing off metabolism to whom, exactly? After experimenting for a while, Zeman Wadeo discovered that killing 5 players would grant him 1 point of random attribute, but the random attributes were incredibly unpredictable, ranging from lousy ones like hair +1 to decent ones like strength +1. However, the whole process was too slow. Even if the 10 players chosen as boss killers spread out to different bonfires and the players at the bonfire fully cooperated, the process of slaughtering players and gaining attributes still took half a minute. Moreover, according to a detailed investigation by a player, the boss's attributes at the bonfire were outrageously high, and it would require boosting every attribute to over 10,000 for there to be a chance of defeating the opponent. For safety's sake, the higher the attributes, the better, so 20,000 would be considered a safe value. Taking into account randomness and attribute types, the total time needed was estimated to be about 1,000,000 minutes. All told, 694 days without sleep would suffice. Looking at the calculated figures, even the players most eager to defeat this boss felt a hint of despair. Why would any game developer be so crazy as to expect players to spend almost 2 years on a single Easter egg? No, that's not right, Zeman Wadeo said after thinking it over. I have a feeling living Immortal wouldn't make it that simple. There must be an easier way to complete this Easter egg. What? Go back and kneel down to let the boss kill itself. That's the last strategy, consider it when we have no other options. Let's go and experiment together. Zeman Wadeo went to a bonfire, killed the 5 very willing cooperative players, and then started to observe their respawn point. The 5 players respawned at a position 1 meter away from the bonfire, but it was impossible to place any buildings at that location. Attempting to build structures 1 meter outside someone else's bonfire, Zeman Wadeo found that it was successful. Building a trap worked. Pushing other players into the traps and testing whether they would be killed by their own traps worked. Letting other players jump into a trap he had built and testing whether the kill count would be attributed to himself also worked. After a series of experiments, Zeman Wadeo concluded, I can build traps around someone else's bonfire, and as long as the bonfire doesn't go out, the kills of players due to the traps would count for me. With this conclusion, Zeman Wadeo's fully automatic attribute farming machine was born. Setting up traps 1 meter away from other players' bonfires, those players just had to jump into the traps immediately after respawning, allowing Zeman Wadeo and other players to gain attributes. Still, it seemed a bit slow. The slowness was partly due to the need to run to each bonfire, build traps there, and then have players cooperate to farm attributes. Even with player cooperation, it required non-stop farming for about 30 days. How could they make the process more efficient? Zeman Wadeo started brainstorming, and other players began looking for faster and more efficient ways to kill themselves, changing the flavor of a game that was supposed to be about cooperative defense in an instant. With the help of group brainstorming, automatic attribute farming 2.0 was introduced. The new machine required a magical weapon, a wind orb, to start, which would create a wind sphere and propel players out of it. At the spot where they were flung, just a dozen branches grouped together could easily kill the players, thus serving the purpose of farming attributes. This design reduced the time to 15 days, but it was still somewhat slow. Sensing there was still room for improvement, the players continued to ponder, and before long, automatic attribute farming 3.0, 4.0, 5.0 were developed. Before they knew it, iterations had reached version 12.0. And this was the final version. Through the coordination of multiple magical weapons, the chosen players needed only an initial burst of effort and could then reap the rewards. Other players didn't need to do anything, just keep the game on and go to sleep, and they would happily farm attributes for the chosen players. After sleeping through the night, Zeman Wadeo woke up the next day and saw his attributes had soared to a number he previously couldn't even dream of. Satisfied, he nodded and said in the group, "Let's go, it's time to kill that boss." Chapter 161. In the shadows, near the crimson bonfire. The flesh and blood gem still floated above the corrupted bonfire, and within the shadows it dragged forth, the graceful figure of the female evil god lurked, continuously emitting titters of sinister laughter. Carnage crazily continued, with death arriving efficiently and swiftly, making her even willing to believe that an evil god presiding over death had descended upon this place and had begun the frenzied slaughter of those warriors. Without the warriors' protection, the bonfire was quickly extinguishing, the power of the outer gods was weakening, and soon she would be able to steal the authority of the outer gods and snatch the light's power from their hands. At that time, the power of the shadows would grow stronger once more and spread toward the central regions of the world, filled with humans, until it completely devoured them. As the female evil god fantasized about the splendid future, she heard footsteps. 10 warriors appeared, their bodies glowing red that had turned to purple. Although she didn't know how they did it, each of them had somehow wrought carnage in the millions in just one night, an efficiency beyond belief. According to the records of the shadows, not even the most brutal evil god had achieved this. These fellows had elevated death to an art form, causing even the female evil god to marvel. The flesh and blood gem extended tentacles, wanting to caress these brutally inhumane warriors, but Ximenwei slapped them away. Seeing this, she didn't mind but instead said with a laugh, "Congratulations, brave warriors. You have obtained unimaginable power. How are you feeling now?" "I regret it," Ximenwei said. "You don't like power. The condition is to be human." He was now covered in hair, each strand thick and large, making him resemble a giant kelp creature. 200,000 strands of kelp grew wildly on him, swaying with the wind, envied by Mr. Shen to the point of tears. His attributes partly distributed to his hair were still okay, but the player beside him was a bit more bizarre. These special attributes seemed to vary from person to person. He randomly received attributes like hair +1, hair hardness +1, hair width +1, while his companion got number of arms +0.01, arm length +0.01, and so on. Hence, this companion transformed into 1,000-armed Guanyin, with each arm ridiculously long, allowing him to control arms from the sky to wield weapons and bring down retribution. The others had also become bizarre and odd in shape, some had numerous legs, others had thick shells on their backs, and still others had an absurd number of eyes. None of them looked like a normal person anymore. The power of the evil gods was full of weirdness and disorder. Dealings with evil gods always risked the warping of wishes, or receiving things one didn't desire. Seeing these fighters, who no longer looked human, the flesh and blood gem again let out an evil laugh and then said, "I don't see any problem, you all look very spirited, quite cute in fact." "Cute my foot, is there something wrong with your taste?" Ximenwei said, helpless. Being strong was the player's pursuit, but looking good was equally important. The game's PvP wasn't strong, and with such appearances, they'd first discuss themselves and then their companions. If it wasn't for the Easter eggs, he would have deleted his account and started over. The flames began to flicker, and the eyes within the flesh and blood gem closed slightly, the voice losing its previous charm and flattery. Scratching her head with a tentacle, she said discontentedly, "It seems I need to remind you to be mindful of whom you're speaking to. You who have slaughtered your kin over 1,000,000 times can no longer turn back, your only way out is to serve me. So, kneel down. Attack." Ximenwei commanded harshly. The 1,000-armed Guanyin's assault rained down from above, each arm holding a weapon forged with the help of players, thousands of strikes nearly simultaneously hammering down upon the flesh and blood gem in front of them. Electricity surged, flames burned, and the five-element spiritual energy along with its advanced forms instantly enveloped the female evil god, the resulting white light nearly frying the graphics cards of the players watching the live stream. After the first wave of attacks, half of the flesh and blood gem in the sky was blown apart, dark red blood overflowed from the crystal walls, and the flesh within tumbled out along with it. "Lucky this game has pixel graphics, otherwise it really wouldn't pass review," someone remarked. From within the partially shattered flesh and blood gem, a beautiful eye coldly observed the surrounding people, then let out a disdainful sneer. "Is this your objective? To use my power to attack me? I admire your courage and determination, but..." Again, the commander Ximenwei shouted. The ground began to shake, someone was approaching. With every step he took, the earth quaked as if it was shaking. A giant player, towering a kilometer tall, arrived, with each joint being 10 meters long, and the viewers watching the live stream couldn't even see his entire form. No weapon was big enough for his use, so his method of attack was simple, to grasp the flesh and blood gem and the ground beneath it, and then smash it fiercely to the ground. The impact, comparable to a meteorite strike, the combination of strength, speed, and technique, caused the flesh and blood gem and the soil to rapidly heat together. Unlike his colossal body, the kilometer giant moved surprisingly fast, repeatedly forging the flesh and blood gem and the soil into a pool of magma. Chapter 162. Indeed, the voice of the female evil god rose again from the lava, "But is that all you've got?" A swordsman stepped to the edge of the molten lava. Unlike the other players who underwent mutations, his attributes were somewhat monotonous each time he gained power. Sword damage +1 and sword speed +1. The players beside him couldn't see the speed of his sword swings, only those who could see the health bar noticed that the flesh and blood gem's health was rapidly dwindling. Feeling the waning of its life, the flesh and blood gem struggled to stretch out its tentacles, pleading urgently, "Don't. I beg you, spare me." Just kidding. Evil laughter echoed, and as the flesh and blood gem was finally ground to dust, the figure of the female evil god emerged from within. The flesh and blood gem was a division of her flesh and blood, which she used to probe the strength of the angel and voice. Now, she felt it was about time for her to appear. Seizing the moment of her appearance, the swordsman player disregarded any martial code and went into a frenzy, pummeling her with attacks. But her health bar seemed as if it was welded shut, showing no sign of change. Instead, it grew considerably longer. When her complete form appeared, gasps echoed through the live stream, followed by a frenzy of recording and taking screenshots. The gorgeous female evil god had a charm so captivating that, despite being rendered in pixel art, it left the players watching the live stream feeling a shock from the pixelated magnificence. Moreover, she was colossal, reducing the players to the size of children in her presence. Many had thought the living immortal dabbling with pixel art was foolhardy, yet even his pixel art turned out to be strikingly beautiful. And proportionate to her entrancing appearance was her terrifying power. The moment she appeared, the once gigantic giant was crushed into a mist of blood by her, enveloping the entire world in a haze of red. The next second, the swordsman burst apart instantly, a multitude of shadows sprouting from his body, forming a black throne for the female evil god to royally perch upon. With her legs crossed, the female evil god bit into the little finger of her right hand, her slender finger punctured by her own teeth, blood trickling down her chin, casting an extremely bizarre expression on her face. You actually managed to draw out my true form, you deserve some praise for that. So, do you have any more entertaining acts to show me? Seeing the female evil god in her complete form, Zeman Wadeo felt a bit surprised, but still within the realm of control he could handle. Raising his right hand high, Zeman Wadeo commanded, "Meteors." A player nodded and then sprang into action. His special attribute was manipulation of matter +1, and a great deal of matter would move under his control, further amplified by the strength of his own body. Asteroids floating in outer space were under his command, beginning to fall, rubbing against the atmosphere. They turned into fiery meteors and then crashed down heavily upon the female evil god seated on the shadow throne. Facing an apocalyptic assault, the female evil god simply flicked her hand, deflecting the ferocious fire meteors away, emerging entirely unscathed. Division. At Zeman Wadeo's command, another player sprang forth. His special ability was number of individuals +0.01. After repeatedly enhancing his attributes, he had reached a count of over 1,000 individuals, each possessing the same abilities as him. Over 1,000 bald brutes, each bearing divine weaponry, swarmed toward the female evil god. Just as they drew close, a mist of blood spread out, and the onslaught of copies melted away like snow in sunshine, dissipating into the bloody haze. Failures piling up, high-status players eradicated, the ranks of warriors thinned until only Zeman Wadeo remained. Looking at Zeman Wadeo, the team leader, the female evil god spoke with a smile, "How interesting, it was you who brought me back, and now you're the only one left. To think you humans dared challenge the gods with your mortal strength, should I admire your courage or ridicule your recklessness? It doesn't matter to me. And besides, why do you think I didn't make a move while you slaughtered my companions? You got a lot of hair. No, it's because I have another special attribute, revenge." The death of his companions at that moment became Zeman Wadeo's driving force for revenge, the flames of vengeance burning within him, a surge of power beginning to gather inside his body. The strengths of his fallen comrades emerged within him, causing his physical body to shatter, his soul's power dramatically enhanced by revenge, eventually transforming into a colossal being ablaze with dark flames. Not only that, but the force of revenge was still expanding. Every player who had ever had their heads harvested now became fuel for vengeance, causing Zeman Wadeo's soul to turn into a pitch-black existence, akin to a black hole. Facing the revenge spirit forged by hundreds of millions of deaths, the composure on the female evil god's face finally disappeared. She realized she had completely underestimated these warriors' determination and courage, to think they would create their ultimate weapon in this way. Revenge will always be one of humanity's most powerful weapons. It grants humans the courage and determination to ignore everything and gives birth to a power that even the gods fear. In the face of such a dark soul, the female evil god finally felt fear. She turned to run, but the spirit of revenge had already turned into chains, binding her tightly and dragging her into the pitch-black abyss. Each chain burned with black flames, the flames of vengeance scorched her body, and together they erupted into a blazing inferno. In Zeman Wadeo's view, the female evil god's health bar began to plummet dramatically, finally incinerating along with his game character. The world finally returned to darkness. After exerting its final tremendous power, the vengeful spirit, along with the female evil god, burned out, leaving behind only a pitch-black, ice-cold planet. But no matter, the bonfire would soon be lit. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, the players involved in this action burst into a series of cheers. Slaying this kind of world boss that requires teamwork easily ignites the players' sense of team spirit and immerses them in the satisfaction of the final kill. Can't even, I'm so thrilled. Zeman Wadeo, you're amazing. Although it's a mutual destruction, the final tactic was the right one. The joy from killing this boss makes the previous elimination of shadows seem like nothing. Working together like this feels so awesome. Strange, I remember the discontinued Dark Guardian had a similar setting too, why wasn't it as thrilling? Must be the novelty. Bosses like that in Dark Guardian became too common, they lost their novelty once encountered. But here, the boss is unique, so it's exhilarating to kill it. Agreed, and activities where all players need to participate to kill a boss really add to the sense of immersion, as if I were fighting on the field myself. Exactly, and now that the revenge style has proven lethal, I wonder if other styles could work too. What are we waiting for then? Go hunt for Easter eggs and summon the boss. Maybe this game has more than one Easter egg, and more than one boss we can slay. Let's do it together. Having slain the female evil god, Zeman Wadeo felt exhausted. But his heart was extremely exhilarated. He hadn't slept all night, but he still opened the healer and found his Mukwe 1234, excitedly saying, "You have no idea what I just did." "Ahoy, you're great," Mukwe 1234 replied indifferently. Pouring a glass of water for Zeman Wadeo herself, she dropped a mint leaf into it with her merit, then sat across from Zeman Wadeo and asked, "Tell me, what did you do?" "We just killed an evil god. I was the commander-in-chief. We did it together." While different players were dissipating their excitement in various ways, within the shadows, the figure of the female evil god began to reconstitute. All her information was recorded in the shadows, as long as the shadows did not extinguish, she would not perish. Although a large amount of shadow power was lost, she etched the power of the bonfire deep into her heart. The humans at the center of the world were doomed. Chuckling softly to herself, she was just about to use this newfound power against the humans when a detached voice sounded close beside her. "What did you do earlier?" The female evil god was shocked. She had no idea when or how the other had come, the shadows hadn't even reacted to them, indicating their power was so formidable that not even the shadows could respond. Which outer god could it be? The thought of the female evil god was cut off as her recently reformed body dispersed into nothingness, and along with it, the records about her within the shadows vanished without a trace. Having dealt with the female evil god decisively, Fang Cheng looked down at the planet below and sighed. Did he fail again? Chapter 163. Above the sea of consciousness, Fang Cheng was seated above his sea of consciousness, beginning to retrieve his thoughts from within it. Soon enough, a chibi version of Fang Cheng was scooped up by him and sat next to the original Fang Cheng above the sea of consciousness, then began to stroke his chin and started. Finding that this thought was still struggling, Fang Cheng reached in again for another thought. A new thought emerged and likewise began its contemplative hum. After a dozen or so thoughts, the space above the sea of consciousness was filled with little Fang Chengs, each one tangled in indecision. Realizing that nearly all of his thoughts were mired in indecision, Fang Cheng clapped his hands to disperse these thoughts, then knew that this attempt was likely a failure as well. He had been well prepared, but then dust fire threw everything into chaos, a sign that something had gone slightly awry. Since arriving here, he had casually resolved the unexpected matters, but the players' attitudes had markedly changed. On the official game website home of the game, a group of people were leaving comments under Dark Builder. "When will the world boss be open again? We can hardly wait." "That's right, hurry up and bring it on. I'm going to die without a world boss. The third hour without the world boss, I miss it." The cooperative tone of the game hadn't changed, but the building tone had completely skewed into another form. A massive number of players were no longer discussing how to resist the shadows but instead began discussing how to construct traps to efficiently eradicate players, ultimately aiming for rapid attribute leveling. Others discussed strategies beyond the revenge build, incorporating magical weapons into the process to further consider how to maximize efficiency and strengthen their efforts, making the player's demise all the more efficient. Covering his head, Fang Cheng wondered if he had had too easy a life in his previous incarnation to deserve such torment by the players in this one. Why must his opportunity for the great day be in a video game and rely on this chaotic group of players for help? A mere evil god, just a shadow aspect of little heavenly way, could shift your goals. Couldn't you all just stick to one gameplay and continue down that path? Eager to realign the players' gaming objectives, Fang Cheng extrapolated the current situation and discovered there was no going back. For the players, slaying the world boss was far more enjoyable, leading them to focus merely on how to steamroll bosses, while the basic gameplay took a back seat. Realizing this, Fang Cheng felt that his approach to taking down the female evil god might have been a bit hasty. She should have been made to suffer a fate worse than death. Extracting the memory of the female evil god, Fang Cheng painstakingly went through it and then learned about her origin and grew curious about the shadows. This sort of thing that could devour heavenly Tao fragments and reassemble them had existed before, albeit with not as many traits and not in such vast numbers. But now, many areas of the mirror universe were filled with shadows, making the world extremely dangerous. The origins of the shadows must also be related to the mystery of the Immortal's departure. Directly eradicating all the shadows wasn't impossible, but the affected region had already integrated with the shadows at the foundational level. To remove them, the heavenly Tao network connected with the shadows would need to be destroyed as well. Yet, employing more gentle methods would require a lot of time and be rather troublesome to carry out. He needed to locate individual nodes and deploy Immortal spell at these critical points to block the invasion of the shadows, a time-consuming, effort-intensive, and utterly tedious process. But if he neglected it, there was an 80% chance that more oddities would arise from within and interfere with his pursuit of the Dao, so he had to find a solution. With a sigh, Fang Cheng had hoped to let players enjoy the pleasure of constructing their dwellings here after his successful ascension to immortality. It seemed that this privilege would have to be temporarily withheld. He wanted to leave directly, but seeing the growing calls on the website forum for the return of the world boss, he could only shrug his shoulders and bring Tian Xian over. Pointing at the dark planet filled with bonfires, Fang Cheng purified all the heavenly Tao fragments obtained from the female evil god and turned them into little cookies, placing them into Tian Xian's pocket. These little snacks are for you to eat. And since you wanted to repay the players, these players highly overlap with those from the healer planet, so you can repay them. As for how to repay them, I suggest you just create a few more world bosses for them, and give them whatever they wish for as you see fit. Feeling the origin of the little treats, Tian Xian carefully stored them away and then nodded vigorously. You begin constructing the heavenly Tao network here. I feel that the little heavenly ways here should have some information. Later on, we'll search together. Tian Xian nodded again. After sending Fang Cheng away, Tian Xian carefully took out a piece of the little treats and started to nibble on it cautiously. Being a personification of little heavenly way, these heavenly Tao fragments were like rare tonics to her, not only delicious but also greatly beneficial to her growth. The devoured heavenly Tao fragments began to repair her body, which remained riddled with holes even after expelling her afflictions, but these fragments started mending her gaps, slowly making her whole. After eating one, she licked her lips, wanting to have another piece, but ultimately refrained. Eating too much at once could satisfy the concept of gastronomic desire, but it wouldn't aid much in healing herself and would instead waste these precious heavenly Tao fragments. Chapter 164. Forcing her attention away from the fragments, Tian Xian began to address the demands of the players. At a glance, she saw that most of the active players carried virtue related to her, and indeed satisfying them could fulfill her desire to repay her debt of virtue. But before that, she needed to construct key points here to extend her influence into this area, forming her own heavenly Tao network to better demonstrate her power as little heavenly way. With a clap of her hands, her angel envoys, a group of Miuquai, arrived. Pointing around, the Miuquai who had received her orders nodded slightly and began to help Tian Xian construct her heavenly Tao network here. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng, following the records of the female evil god, started to move through places dense with shadow energy. According to these records, he found that most of the surrounding space was occupied by shadow energy. This energy would devour everything it came into contact with, yet, curiously, an infinitesimal point was not occupied by the shadows and stubbornly resisted the shadows' incursion. Having confirmed the coordinates of this small point through the records, Fang Cheng soon found its location amidst the thick shadows. This point was almost minuscule in size, but its interior was filled with matter, bringing it to the brink of collapsing into a black hole. However, it was fortified by a certain wondrous force, preserving its spatial structure and preventing collapse. Probing with his divine sense, Fang Cheng was thrilled to discover that this force was mana. In this region, all forces came as gifts from Little Heavenly Way. This mana was unique here and likely left behind by some cultivator. Discovering this novelty, Fang Cheng's previous despondency due to failure instantly vanished, prompting him to utter, "Interesting." Finding the mana veins on the small point, Fang Cheng channeled his own mana into them, resonating with the internal mana, and then activated the teleportation array within the small point, before stepping directly into it and arriving inside. Here, he did indeed find a hidden realm. A vast continent floated midair, with the sun, moon, and stars orbiting the land, creating day and night for the continent. The sun's distance from the ground varied, orbiting in a fixed pattern and giving rise to the illusion of seasons. Clouds steamed up, forming white clouds in the sky, followed by mana naturally appearing to adjust them, turning them into rain or snow before returning to the ground. Such intricate designs made the continent like a large ecological garden, perpetually cycling with the support of mana. The continent also had mountains, lakes, seas, and at the other end of the sea, more land, with teleportation arrays transferring water from one side to the other. Apart from the clever natural environment, there were even towns on the continent, with buildings of ancient charm and orderly streets, as if traveling back 1,000 years. And within each town, there were even pedestrians bustling about. However, although these pedestrians looked full of vitality, they were actually mana puppets, not flesh and blood. Attempting to destroy a wild dog seeking shade, Fang Cheng saw it shatter into a cluster of mana, while the surrounding pedestrians panicked as if they had seen blood. But soon, they returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. After a short while, the shattered mana reformed, and the wild dog continued to enjoy the shade, seemingly unaffected. All of these designs gave Fang Cheng a strong sense of intricate design. Paying close attention, Fang Cheng realized this world was like a beautifully crafted treasure box. Everything on the outside was a lock, and hidden inside were secrets unknown to others. Although forced destruction could reveal what lay inside, it would also require demolishing all these intricate designs, which Fang Cheng, who had recently taken a liking to constructing garden boxes, found unbearable. It would be a pity to destroy such a delicate creation. But to probe into the contents following the creator's method would be very troublesome. The prohibitions constructed on this treasure box by its builder were numerous, totaling tens of thousands. These prohibitions were named the Supreme One, requiring challengers to compete with these humanoid puppets for first place in various industries and records without using more mana than allowed. Each achievement of a first place would unlock a prohibition, and when all firsts were achieved, all prohibitions would be lifted, and the true face of what's hidden inside the box would be revealed. After figuring out the setup here, Fang Cheng pondered a bit and felt that the setting sounded quite interesting. And especially suitable for players. Every player loves achievements, leaderboards, and competition, so letting them continuously compete for various titles in this open world seemed pretty fun. Although individual player progress couldn't be shared, he could use immortal spells to disguise players as the same person, thereby tricking the restrictions in place. Let the players reach the goal of being first under heaven through legitimate means, allowing them to achieve one target after another through competition. The entire process, filled with effort, sweat, and self-challenge, seemed quite fun. Nodding, Fang Cheng knew his second amusement park, theme park, was born. This would be a millennium-old theme park, vast enough to satisfy players with various play styles and imaginations. He believed that even the most outrageous players wouldn't be too excessive. After all, their ultimate goal was to compete for first place. He needed to construct new bodies for the players. These bodies didn't need to have too powerful mana, mostly requiring the players to improve themselves through the means provided here. He needed to datify various attributes, present the rankings, register all NPC names on the leaderboard, and let players start competing with these NPCs. Beyond that, NPCs also needed to be more lifelike. Their ability to resurrect needed to be preserved, but they could also record player actions, thereby reacting more genuinely. Conservatively estimated, players would need a year's time to achieve all the achievements, and during this period, he could absolutely use this to verify his success before coming back to check what was in the treasure chest. After confirming his strategy, Fang Cheng started to take action. A host of immortal spells were added into the underlying logic of this world, as an extra logic incorporated in, finally blending in inseparably. Even though the world was already there, adding rules to an already sophisticated model wasn't easy, and it took Fang Cheng a full week to complete the task. When he reappeared in his studio, his staff were speechless. Looking helplessly at Fang Cheng, who had been working overtime alone for a week, Su Qingling finally said after half a day, "Boss. I know, I'll take time off later. But I've made a new game, Huangping, you're in charge of optimizing it." "No, what I'm saying is, according to the studio's latest policy, the boss doesn't make up for overtime." Fang Cheng, puzzled, looked at Su Qingling, who then added, "We all agreed to it." "When?" "On the third day you were gone. We feel this rule helps the studio run smoothly, so we all agreed." "But having the boss away has a fatal impact on the studio's operations. Although we're not very supportive, we could only agree in the end. So, please go to your own desk and then start working." And just like that, Fang Cheng inexplicably gained the freedom to work overtime. From now on, he could work overtime whenever he wanted, and until whatever time he pleased. In response, the other planners felt quite envious but were helpless to change their situation. Afterward, Xiao Duzi washed her hands 3 times then, with a pilgrim's devotion, downloaded Fang Cheng's new game and entered the world of the Supreme One. According to Fang Cheng's introduction, this was an open world filled with random events where players could play the roles they wanted and compete for the titles of First Under Heaven. Its world was vast, with countless events. Achieving First Under Heaven would forever leave a player's name in the world, and their actions would have a unique impact on the world. After roughly understanding the gameplay and specific settings of the game, Wang Xiaoying was beyond excited. A game this free truly suited her taste. Various operational plans surged to her mind, making her gaze at the 3 planners with bright eyes, only one thought in her mind. "You guys have to be fast." Chapter 165. After receiving the game, Huangping immediately began testing, and soon felt the pressure coming at him. The completeness was as high as always, the gameplay was so full it seemed to seep through the screen, and the inkwash art style perfectly presented an ancient world in front of them, making Huangping feel as if it were a living world across from him. The game was exquisite, but it also brought with it an extraordinary amount of pressure for Huangping. In Huangping's view, Fang Cheng's games must involve various reuse. Fang Cheng definitely went home to work overtime right after office hours, sleeping only 4 hours a day, and spent the rest of the time organizing materials so they could be ready to use at any moment. It was especially the application of filters that stood out. Each filter could perfectly showcase different styles, and did so with such flawless polish. Just thinking about having to optimize such a refined work made Huangping's hands shake. He didn't know if it was from excitement or nervousness. Xiao Duzi had already started to adjust various parameters according to Fang Cheng's requirements, and Monkey had begun to test various gameplay elements, then tried to optimize each one. Their fearless spirit was unmistakable, and it reminded Huangping that he was starting to show his age. Getting older as a planner means becoming a bit slick, seeking stability in all things, rather than innovation. But here, playing it safe was not an option. The gentle Fang Cheng was like a mountain, weighing down on them from behind, forcing them to grow with each outstanding game. Every game was a trial, pushing them to unleash their full potential, then to improve wildly. He moved his fingers to loosen them up and brewed himself a pot of tea, immersing himself in work, continuously recording items that could be optimized, and then making changes as best as he could. It wasn't until the lunch break that Huangping stopped, and he let out a satisfied sigh. Back when he was at Tianyi, he would look forward to every break longing for the lunch break, the end of the workday, for overtime to be over, for Kong Kong to roll out sooner. Oh, Kong Kong did leave, but I left too, so no worries. However, at Fang Cheng Studio, going to work had become a pleasurable experience instead, with all kinds of benefits maxed out. All he had to do was concentrate on making good games. In Huangping's opinion, there couldn't be a better environment than this. After quickly finishing his meal, he looked at the game list with some concern, not knowing whether he should play a game for a bit or continue working. Before he knew it, he saw Tian Xian standing in front of her workstation, at a loss as she looked at the comments on the screen. According to Fang Cheng, Tian Xian was his distant relative who had just turned 16 this year and wanted to enter the gaming industry, so she was brought here. But everyone felt, this kid didn't seem like she was 16. However, it was understood that if it's not brought up by the people, it won't be pursued by the officials. As long as everyone knew, they could bluff their way through any inspections by saying she was just there to play. That should be good enough. If not, there was always Su Qingling as a backstop. Now, she stared at the screen, flipping through one comment after another, her brow growing more furrowed. Leaning over, Huangping discovered that Tian Xian was looking at the game website Game In, which belonged to a living immortal. All of Living Immortal's games were on there, including the horror-themed spreading traditional culture starting from me, plant grass that goes from farming to warfare, the narrative game Nameless, and the recently popular Dark Builder. Unknowingly, the boss's alternate account had amassed so many games, a truly impressive feat. And what Tian Xian was looking at were the comments related to Dark Builder. After the last World Boss event ended, players were still raving about it, demanding that Living Immortal hurry up and bring on the next World Boss. Some players argued that there should be some reward after killing the World Boss, preferably a groundbreaking award. Other players said that one World Boss was not enough, they wanted to fight 10. They desired a hearty and grand-scale boss battle. Even more extreme players wished to become the World Boss themselves, beating up any player they encountered, one by one or in pairs, to provide a sufficient shock of love to the players. Confronted with so many player demands, the young girl was a bit overwhelmed. She had just finished setting up her network in the shadow area of Heavenly Tao. As she was surrounded by shadows, these shadows would constantly erode her network, but under Fang Cheng's mana, it wasn't a problem. Yet satisfying the players had become her biggest challenge. Although Fang Cheng said she could do whatever she wanted, she owed these players gratitude, and being too casual about it didn't seem right, it would leave her feeling guilty. But satisfying every single demand didn't feel quite right either, as if doing so would somehow make them even more uncomfortable. As she was torn over what to do, Huang Ping came over and looking at the comments, asked, "Did the boss assign you to optimize Dark Builder?" Tian Xian turned her head and looked at Huang Ping with her big watery eyes, then nodded vigorously. "How luxurious, at any other studio this game would be a cash cow, but the boss handed it to you for practice. Wait, could it be that the supreme one he gave us is also for practice?" This thought made Huang Ping uneasy, wishing he could go back to work immediately, but fortunately, he restrained himself. Chapter 166. After carefully looking at the comments for a while, Huang Ping said to Tian Xian, "Player feedback can be referenced, but should not be followed blindly. Everyone has the right to make suggestions, and we need to respect that. The overtly frivolous insults can be deleted outright, the website admin will take care of it. But what needs more attention are the silent majority." Tian Xian looked at Huang Ping, her eyes seemingly able to speak, directly conveying her confusion. Most players don't speak out when they play games. They simply immerse themselves in the game world, occasionally complaining about one or two cumbersome operations. And then there are those who do give feedback, but that may just be the occasional complaint. Copying those wholesale would actually damage the integrity of the game. Tian Xian thought for a moment, then pointed to a blank space on the website while looking at Huang Ping, as if asking, "Then how do I satisfy the majority?" "You're getting to the heart of the matter. A best-selling game, at its core, is one that satisfies the majority of players. Many people are pursuing this, but some infer what players want through data, while others actually communicate with players, understanding what they want in different scenarios each time to great benefit." As a former lead strategist for Tianyi, Huang Ping had a wealth of experience and continued to improve within Fang Cheng Studio. He hadn't realized it himself, but he had reached the level of an excellent producer, his wide-ranging gaming experience flowing smoothly, causing Tian Xian to nod repeatedly. Seeing that the break time was almost over, Huang Ping let out a breath, then said to Tian Xian, "That's enough for today. You can go play the game, and interact more with the actual players to see their thoughts." Tian Xian nodded again, and then her lips moved silently, forming the words "thank you." "No need to thank me, we're colleagues, after all it's what we do." Back at his desk, Huang Ping remembered Tian Xian's youthful but serious demeanor and suddenly felt an urge to get married and have a daughter soon. He shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how terrifying the human parenting instinct is to want to make anything cute into a daughter. Meanwhile, Tian Xian took Huang Ping's advice, preparing to play the game with players to discover why they liked it and what features they hoped would be added. But she alone was a bit slow, so she directly summoned hundreds of Muquais that had the best relationships with players, having them seek out their corresponding players and the healers and play the game with them to help her find the true essence of the game. When Muquai 1234 was summoned by Tian Xian, she was resting in her room. The world of the healers was approaching stability, with disease-free zones expanding. Plus, Little Heavenly Wei Tian Xian's strength had also recovered and grown recently, allowing the world to slowly heal and get back on the right track. Thanks to Little Heavenly Wei, thanks to Great Heavenly Lord, Muquai 1234, reaping the merits of Zeman Weidao, genuinely sighed in gratitude. The Muquays were messengers of heavenly Tao. Before becoming messengers, they were sacrificial offerings that the Demon Lord Temple raised to offer to the diseased Demon Lord. In life, they were cultivated until 16, then sacrificed to the diseased Demon Lord amid a multitude of illnesses, and tormented by disease even after death. The previous little heavenly Wei Tianxian had been too weak, but she did her utmost to save a group of tortured souls. And after great heavenly Lord Fang Cheng arrived, he transformed them into Muquays to act as Tianxian's will and begin walking the world. Muquay 1234 reflected on her life before and compared it to her current leisure, thanking Tianxian and Fang Cheng again, and incidentally, also offered a slight thanks to Zeman Weidao, who provided her with so much merit. After all, regardless of character, that guy had been pretty good to her. While Muquay 1234 was reflecting, Tianxian's will emerged in her heart, instantly making her understand Tianxian's thoughts, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't that? I am grateful to that guy, but you want me to go to another world and cooperate with him? That seems a bit off, doesn't it? I was resting so comfortably in this world, and suddenly you want me to go find that annoying guy in another world. How could that be? I want to go? Don't be ridiculous. Alright, I'll go. After communicating with Tianxian in her mind, Muquay 1234 began to pack her belongings. The thought of having to meet that bothersome Zeman Weidao at this time made her feel particularly irked. But this was a request from Heavenly Tao, she would not and did not want to disobey Tianxian's request. Before leaving, she looked at herself in the mirror and adjusted her attire. Reflected in the mirror was her dressed in a black cloak, creating a mysterious aura completely different from that of the world of the healers. After putting on her hood, she saw in the mirror that her appearance had completely changed, cloaked in an aura of mystery and ancientness, except for the corners of her mouth, which betrayed an unstoppable smile. What am I laughing for? She rubbed the corners of her mouth fiercely, trying to return to normal, then heeded Tianxian's summoning and went to another world. The world full of shadows made her feel very uncomfortable, these shadows made her think of sickness, and there was a certain degree of similarity between the two. However, the bonfire before her gave her a strong sense of security. The range of the bonfire was not large, but it was enough to illuminate the surroundings, warming her body and soul, providing the greatest comfort in this place. Thank you, Great Heavenly Lord. After thanking the Great Heavenly Lord, Muquay 1234 sat by the bonfire, waiting silently. Before long, a player emerged from the void, with more than a dozen magical weapons floating around him, radiating treasure energy that made him stand majestic like a mountain. Although the player's face was expressionless, Muquay 1234 still sensed a hint of cheapness from him. Especially the ID above his head, who knows what's up with this guy, using the same name in every game. Alright, today I'll try out a new tactic by myself, another NPC. Seeing Muquay 1234 at the bonfire, Zeman Weidao was overjoyed and rushed to ask, Madam, how may I assist you? I must say up front, I give out the rewards before doing the task. And then you'll stab me in the back. Muquay 1234 raised a mocking half-smile at the corner of her mouth. What are you talking about? Why would I use a knife? Zeman Weidao replied immediately, I always use a gun. Now, hand over the reward. I don't have the patience to loot corpses. I'm a friendly NPC. That's what every villain says. Last time, that NPC also pretended to be pitiful, but in the end, she sent us a boss. Luckily, I anticipated it and shot her dead right away. I mean, what kind of games do you usually play? Games where I match wits with the planners. Wait, why do I feel so familiar talking to you? Even though it's pixel art, why does your plump figure look so familiar? Especially that mouth of yours, always slightly mocking, it keeps reminding me of someone. Muquay 1234. How do you know that? Who on earth are you? Looking at Zeman Weidao, who was outwardly expressionless but clearly shaken inside, Muquay 1234 felt a surge of pleasure. You too have a day when you're scared. Her mouth curled into a gentle curve, her bright smile glistening under the bonfire's glow, the black sound intertwining with the light, accentuating the peculiar aura about her even further. As she pressed her right index finger to her lips, she whispered softly, What do you think? You are Muquay 1234, aren't you? You really are Muquay 1234, right? What do you think? That day, Over 100 players nearly simultaneously discovered that a mysterious NPC was sitting by the bonfire. Their figures were graceful, their voices enchanting, they carried a bewildering sense of familiarity, and they had an alluring quality about them. Some had already guessed that it was probably Mukwei and almost immediately formed an idea in their minds. That was, Fang Cheng must have some connection to the living immortal. But let's set aside that question for the moment, it's now time to joyfully protect the bonfire with the Easter egg NPC. Teammates? What's that? We're not familiar. Chapter 167. The employees at Fang Cheng Studio started working in sync, striving together. Fang Cheng began to make adjustments in accordance with Huang Ping's needs, Xiao Duzi started actively setting the values, Monkey began to test the gameplay, and Wang Xiaoying started to conceive the game's operational plan based on the existing content. After spending some time in the Supreme One, Wang Xiaoying realized that this game was truly to her liking. It was a completely free world where players could travel everywhere like merchants, enter the courts to serve their country and people, join the military to expand the territory, or wander the world upholding justice and righteousness. Wang Xiaoying tried to study the era within the game but soon discovered it was a fabricated period, with a logically rich but mixed history, and certain details showed an especially distinct touch of ingenuity. Especially the game's title and the specific gameplay embodied Fang Cheng's unique way of thinking. It was clear that Fang Cheng aimed to create a multiplayer online open-world game, but in this world, individual strength was not the sole pursuit, players could achieve different goals through different paths to become their ideal first under heaven. For instance, Wang Xiaoying's desired first under heaven was to become the first person to travel throughout this world, a goal that might just be an achievement in other games but could certainly be a long-term goal in this one. To traverse the world, one would need silver coin, otherwise, what about food on the journey? Necessary skills were essential, otherwise, what to do when encountering strong foes on the road? A map was needed as well, without it, one wouldn't know anything about the seas, let alone the lands beyond them. A single goal was enough to link most of the gameplay in the game, forming an organic whole. Moreover, this driving force was spontaneously generated by the players, which deepened their emotional connection to the game and their motivation to continue playing. Beyond that, this world was not an ordinary one. After chatting with some NPCs, Wang Xiaoying easily discovered that there seemed to be unusual things existing at night. Above the temples, there were masters of various factions showcasing extraordinary martial arts, and it wasn't easy to seize the title of First Under Heaven from them. Every ordinary person also had their own version of First Under Heaven. An endearing beggar had First Under Heaven beggar, a constable had First Under Heaven constable, a thief had First Under Heaven thief. Everyone could find their First Under Heaven here. The game's numerical system was relatively simple, with everyone having their own base attributes like strength, bravery, physique, and soul, but the most important were the skill attributes. The skills included basic ones like walking and breathing and advanced ones like blacksmithing and martial arts. Both attributes and skill levels affected how the skills performed, and honing skills could, in turn, enhance attributes, achieving a complementary effect. After playing for a while, Wang Xiaoying felt as if she had been thrust into some fictitious ancient dynasty, as if she had traveled back in time, beginning to experience a different kind of life. The boss's game is still so amazing, she said. After playing for some time, Wang Xiaoying started to genuinely admire Fang Cheng's ideas and then began to think about how to promote this game. However, promoting this game was quite straightforward. By piecing together the stories of a few key NPCs, one could create some compelling videos. Chewing on the end of her pen, Wang Xiaoying pondered for a while, then opened her document and began her marketing plan. A week later, the first promotional video was completed and uploaded to the Fang Cheng Studio official account on Bilibili. This video arrived quietly, only seen by some followers, but that didn't hinder it from shooting to the front page within an hour, rapidly climbing to the top to become the day's must-watch across the whole site. As a die-hard fan of Fang Cheng Studio, Tang Mo saw the update immediately and began to watch it right away. The video's title was quite grandiose, conveying the unique arrogance of youth right from the start. First Under Heaven. The name exuded confidence and seemed boastful, but Tang Mo felt that Fang Cheng Studio had the clout to back it up. He thought that a studio capable of creating a game like The Nameless could truly claim to be First Under Heaven without exaggeration. Not to mention the strong reputation of their other games among domestic gamers, which could even outshine the older established companies. Yet, Tang Mo also felt it was a pity, if they were willing to produce versions in several foreign languages, their fame would surely be even greater. Subsequently, Tang Mo felt fortunate to be living in an era where he could witness the rise of a strong domestic game studio and hoped it could go even further. To help Fang Cheng's studio reach further, he even bought 30 copies of The Nameless with his own manuscript fees, occasionally using them for giveaways in his fan group to further promote The Nameless. After his musings, Tang Mo saw that the game video had finished loading. The screen was pitch black, with only the innocent voice of a child ringing out, "Master, who is the true first under heaven? Is it Ye Qingguo?" Before Tang Mo could understand who Ye Qingguo was, he noticed the darkness on the screen dissipating like sand, as multiple palm prints flew towards him. Even through the screen, Tang Mo could feel the strength of those mountain-splitting palms, as if they were about to break through the monitor and land directly on him. Chapter 168. Soon after, a handsome man in his early 40s appeared, each of his palms carrying a relentless force. In front of him, ordinary people could not withstand a single palm strike from him, and the crowd of skilled martial artists that swarmed toward him were like clay Buddhas entering the water, disintegrating into soft mud at a touch. What an impressive palm strength! No, it should be said, what a performance! Although Tang Mo didn't know about Ye Qingguo's life story, the display on the screen alone made it clear to him that this man had to be at least a martial arts alliance hierarch. He thought the video would revolve around Ye Qingguo, but as the elder's voice rang with a "not necessarily," everything fell silent once more. Then, a childish voice sounded again, "Is that Yui?" The image changed, and on the dark screen, the woman's smiling face appeared. Even through a layer of veil, one could feel her myriad charms. The rhythmic drumming began, and she too started showcasing her extraordinary dance moves. Enveloped in a mystical and profound aura, her captivating dance made her seem like a celestial being descending from the heavens. However, what drew the most attention was the smile beneath her veil. That smile, pure and innocent, slightly flamboyant, was like a flame full of vitality, brimming with a passion for dance. It made Tang Mo feel that she truly loved dancing. Not necessarily, the old master continued. The splendid dance vanished, but its aftertaste remained, leaving Tang Mo feeling lost, and at the same time, curious. If neither of them is first under heaven, then who is? It wasn't long before the third person appeared. Above the temple hall, the atmosphere was solemn. On the throne of the emperor, there was a 5-year-old child, now looking forward in fear. Beside him, a tall eunuch with a hooked nose was staring emotionlessly at the courtiers below. Those under his gaze were like frogs spotted by a snake, trembling and unable to do anything else. Without any dialogue, without any other action, Tang Mo understood that this person must undoubtedly be the first under heaven in terms of power. With the young emperor on the throne, the late emperor's favored servant had become the real master of the palace but was also inevitably the enemy of all the civil and military officials in the court. Faced with the scared courtiers below, who wished nothing more than for him to die quickly, the eunuch laughed. In that laugh, countless conspiracies and slaughters were laid bare, startling Tang Mo but also stirring great interest in him for this person. This person's life must be incredibly fascinating. Suddenly, a great variety of first under heaven was showcased. The first under heaven culinary master, whose simple egg fried rice could make one's mouth water and forget all other foods. The first under heaven detective, whose nose was like a dog's and could distinguish different scents to apprehend criminals. The 20-minute video showed Tang Mo a myriad of first under heaven, but the question posed by the childish voice in the video remained unanswered. After all, who is the first under heaven? Tang Mo vaguely felt that the question should be the player is the first under heaven, but until the end, the question was not answered. He felt like he had become that little child, constantly wanting to know what the first under heaven was, but the riddle-like old master adamantly refused to give an answer. Until the end, the answer to that question never appeared. Instead, an official advertisement popped up at the conclusion. On January 21st, the Supreme One Early Access version goes on sale. Let's see who is the first under heaven. Watching this expressionlessly, Tang Mo unfollowed with a flick of his hand. Playing hard to get with me? I'll show you that I'm not a man to be trifled with. Returning to the beginning, Tang Mo watched the video again and then followed the Fang Cheng Studio official account once more. It's been 20 minutes since I unfollowed, I hope you've learned your lesson. So, don't play coy tomorrow, just release the video properly. Also, I want to meet who the first under heaven novelist is, remember to arrange that for tomorrow, thank you. At Tianyi, Chu Yu was also watching the video. He repeatedly watched the video many times and then discovered through many details that only a small part of the video was made with software, but the majority of it was an actual showcase of the game graphics. Open world, hey. The previous few games from Fang Cheng Studio all have elements of an open world, but they also have a clear main storyline in them. Players can choose not to follow the main storyline, but if they do, they will find more interesting developments, so most players choose to follow the main storyline. But the Supreme one is different. From this promotional video, Chu Yu felt that this game would probably not set a clear main storyline. The goal of the players is to chase after the title of First Under Heaven, but which one to chase is the player's own choice. Fang Cheng just set the targets there, but how to choose is up to the players themselves. Without a main storyline, letting players set their own goals, while chasing these goals they also compete with other players and need to surpass the current First Under Heaven. Without a substantial amount of gameplay support, this game could easily collapse. Most open-world games are actually just a pile of side quests, or artificially created barriers through stats, forcing players to grind monsters or gather materials, turning time into power, to eventually reach subsequent content. This is because the planner's capabilities are limited while players' capabilities are unlimited. What the planners design in half a month, players may clear in just a few days, which forces the planners to design various barriers to prolong the consumption rate of the game content. If it were a common game, then Chu Yu felt the other party might have used some gimmicks and then wouldn't take long to fall back into old patterns. But that's Fang Cheng. Chu Yu seriously suspected that there might be a secret team of over 100 people supporting Fang Cheng, otherwise, how could they produce so many good games? As Chu Yu pondered the reasons and deduced the gameplay, a balding programmer suddenly appeared at the door, cautiously calling out, "Chu Yu." Without lifting his head, Chu Yu said, "I've already sent the document to you." "Sorry, I just went out for a smoke and didn't see it. I'll go take a look right now." The person immediately left with an amiable attitude. It had been almost a month since Chu Yu was transferred to this small game planning group. This planning group mainly focuses on WeChat mini programs, serving as an experimental division within Tianyi. There were a dozen planners here, each equipped with a corresponding programmer, and their daily work was to conceive instant play mini games. Since the games were very small, they only needed one core gameplay mechanic. No need for art. Tianyi's internal art resource library had a plethora of art assets, and planners just needed to drag these resources over to the programmers. Because of these conveniences, as long as there was an idea, the planners here could come up with a mini-game in 2 or 3 days, and then pass it to the operations department to distribute traffic for testing. If it was suitable, they would push for promotion, and consider monetization when it gained a certain level. If not, they just let it be to live or die on its own. Although the pace was fast, this place was adept at cultivating planners' insight into gameplay construction and was one of Tianyi's incubators for nurturing newcomers. Most planners took about 2 months to come up with a decent hit, but it only took 3 days for Chu Yu to create a viral mini-game. The game was actually quite boring, with a gameplay that was the common matching game, but he had made a transformation. That was the difficulty. The difficulty level of this game was frustrating. The first level already had a difficulty of level 5, and the second level shot up to level 10, which was a level that most matching game experts would balk at. The third level then was at level 20, a difficulty that one could hardly pass unless blessed with incredible luck and skill. Although there were only 3 levels, the difficulty of the third game and its rapid restart speed quickly became a hot topic, turning it into a hit among WeChat mini-games and causing many people to give it a try or two on the subway. This game earned Chu Yu a special bonus of 50,000, and significantly increased his clout in the mini-game group. Even carefree slack-offs like this were not a problem. And Chu Yu did not let everyone down, as the 3 mini-games he followed up with, although all adaptations of existing gameplay, had his own ability to turn trash into treasure, making the games become popular. However, even someone like Chu Yu frowned after watching the video. Because he felt that the Supreme One was definitely going to be incredibly fun. So fun that he wanted to run over right now, then slap the desk of the other party and shout, "Hand over the demo." Glancing at the calendar, he leaned back in his chair and mumbled to himself, 10 more days, hey. How is he going to endure this time? Chapter 169. Had you asked a few days ago what a bad guy looked like, you surely would have received a myriad of answers. However, now, 90% of the fans following Fang Cheng Studio's official account would proudly display their following list and point to that one name, him. Ever since the decision to start promoting, the account has been posting actual gameplay videos at irregular times each day and began a countdown. This meant that players had to check daily, and every time they did, they realized how many more days were left until the game's official release, which left them in a state of eager frustration. Of course, some people were not frustrated at all but rather thrilled. Kirin Industry on the first floor had already obtained the authorization. The Supreme 1 VR version was going to be released simultaneously, with cross-platform data integration. This news triggered another sales frenzy for Kirin Industries' VR integration machines, securing their sales volume for the first quarter. Expectations for the game had become a hot topic recently, with other game developers even choosing to stay clear of that day to avoid a head-on clash with the wildly popular The Supreme 1, which could diminish their own game sales. There were those who sourly commented that the higher the pedestal, the harder the fall, advising everyone to play games rationally and not to deify any particular studio. A variety of voices began to converge, with every opinion represented, as a massive crowd started to speak up about The Supreme 1 across different platforms, expressing their viewpoints. As dust fire, the red passion associated with The Supreme 1, continued to surge and burn, the flames mixed with assorted colors. But Fang Cheng believed it wouldn't be long before it all merged into one pure hue. Finally, January 21st arrived. The severe winter had just passed, and it was still cold, yet many game enthusiasts were burning with anticipation for the game's release. Once the game was released at 8 in the morning, the download numbers skyrocketed, causing a slight lag and leading to some players only getting their turn with the game by noon that day. After finishing the character customization, players would first see this immense world, admiring its vastness and grandeur from afar. Then, they would be thrown directly into this world, each spawning at different locations, ready to integrate into this world and become a part of it. Tang Mo was one of them. Despite his utmost confidence in Fang Cheng's studio, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous as the game's release date was drawing near. His new book had sold well, earning enough money for him to justify purchasing a VR machine in the name of research and enter this world with the latest VR equipment to appreciate the supreme elegance of this world firsthand. And when he officially entered, walking in the small towns of South Watertown, all his previous doubts vanished, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction. It was exactly the same. The surrounding style was identical to the one shown in the trailers, the quaint scenery seemed like someone had materialized everything from his dreams, making him finally relax and start enjoying everything around him. Opening the in-game guide, he walked while reading through its contents. The Supreme 1 was a buy-to-play game, still updating its content, and while the likelihood of encountering a bug was very low, it was still possible. The main goal for the players was to choose their field of development and strive to reach the status of being first under heaven. And for the players who did achieve the title of first under heaven, their statue would be placed atop the world's summit, their visage forever immortalized for future players to behold. Successors wouldn't be without their own challenges. When they successfully challenged the previous title holders, their images too would be etched at the summit, becoming the new first under heaven. Therefore, players, please take care with your character's appearance. Although it's possible to create a body fit for ancient gods, consider the feelings of other players. Reading this tip, some players began to regret not having created a body of an ancient deity for themselves. Using the initial copper coins in his pocket to buy steamed meat buns from a roadside stand, Tang Mo saw that they were made lifelike, and upon tearing one open, he could see the meat filling inside. Even though he couldn't smell them, just the sight of the glistening buns was enough to whet Tang Mo's appetite. While eating and walking, Tang Mo schemed over all the tips, understanding the purposes of attributes and skills, and then he started looking at the first under heaven list. Tens of thousands of entries appeared before him, causing him to gasp in astonishment. So many! The copywriters for this game must be exhausted. Sympathizing with these kindred spirits for a moment, Tang Mo continued his exploration. Each subcategory detailed the methods to achieve its goals, with each category listing who currently held that title, whether NPC or player. Tang Mo wasn't into fighting and killing, he was eager to see how the game let players become the top novelist. In reality, he had always hoped his novels would top the charts, become bestsellers, and make him a star in the literary world, basking in the glory at the summit. Yet, he had also realized his talents were limited, and some aspects were lacking, which left him feeling discontented. This yearning had gradually turned into torment, making his daily writing somewhat painful. If he could achieve this goal in the game, maybe he'd feel a lot happier. The search bar appeared in the air, positioned just in front of him at a convenient height, allowing him to directly interact with it with his fingertips, which was very handy. Chapter 170. When he entered his search terms into the search bar, Tang Mo instantly found that there were several storytellers related to novelists. Novelists, one of the many philosophers and scholars, traditionally recorded public opinion and reported it to their superiors, somewhat akin to a combination of a public opinion inspector and a journalist. The meaning of novelist has changed nowadays, but Tang Mo still wanted to give this profession a try and see which path it would lead him down. In The Supreme One, the game encompassed both its original and current meanings, even considering storytellers as a similar profession, which piqued Tang Mo's curiosity even more. Discovering that the top-ranked storyteller was nearby, he decided not to look for other schools of thought and turned towards a nearby restaurant, where he saw the system recognized, number 1 storyteller. The sight was truly stunning. Although he was acclaimed as the number 1 storyteller, he was not pretentious at all. Those who came to listen could support the performance with money if they could afford it, or just with their presence if they couldn't. Despite wearing only a simple robe, his demeanor was extraordinary and approachable, making people feel fondness and affinity towards him. Just by purchasing a pot of tea, one could sit in the restaurant for an hour. It was up to the listeners whether they wanted to tip or not, the storyteller did not rely on it for a living. But when he spoke, Tang Mo was astounded. His voice was moderate and calm, yet when it came to crucial moments, it fluctuated with emotion and emphasis. A simple matter was rendered passionately while unprecedented events were described with apparent ease, leaving listeners contemplative for a long time afterwards. His voice, his expressions, the audience's reactions. Every detail was expertly managed. Just listening for a while could lift one's spirits immensely. What was more astonishing was that this storyteller seemed to be an extraordinary being, and the audience around him appeared to find his presence quite normal. With each segment, one could see the air around him stir, as the colored sand by his side danced with the wind, conjuring images of clashing armors and romantic figures. Then, as the colored sand swirled, the beauty of the previous moment turned into bones in a grave. The words and the colored sand echoed each other, multiplying the story's emotional impact 100-fold. Tang Mo had thought that the NPCs here couldn't be all that impressive, but with just one look, he realized how NAVE he had been. The man was truly first under heaven. Even with limited experience, refined skills, passion for the craft, incomparable talent and extraordinary power could still lead one to the pinnacle of their profession, making them the best in their field. After listening to one segment, Tang Mo was deep in thought. He used all his money to tip generously, respectfully gave a bow, and then exited. Behind him, the number 1 storyteller looked curiously at Tang Mo's retreating figure, then smiled softly and began the next chapter. Players who entered the game thinking this is going to be easy were all taught a lesson on the first day. The extraordinary world was indeed not that simple. Some casual gamers soon decided to back off, finding contentment in living a carefree life, learning some extraordinary skills, and doing what they wanted. Some players, however, were filled with a competitive spirit, yearning to become like the esteemed number 1 in various fields they admired and began to work hard to achieve it. That very night, Tang Mo, who had forgotten to take a break, stepped out of the VR capsule, reflecting on how truly interesting the game was. The game had so many engaging aspects, including the numerous landscapes he saw later, but his greatest realization was freedom. With no main storyline, players could ignore everything, find a spot to retreat and farm if they desired. They could actively explore various clues, attain extraordinary powers, and uncover the secrets of the world. You can work hard, but no one dictates that you must because there's no set way to play the game, moving forward according to one's own thoughts suffices. Following guides might make it easier, but not following them is alright too, just go with the flow and enjoy the freedom. Without goals, there's no failure, even if one road leads nowhere, everything learned along the way becomes skills and attributes, making success in other areas that much easier. As the echoes of the emotions and freedom he gained in the game resonated, Tang Mo began to reflect on how long it had been since he last felt such liberty. Life is much like this game, there may be various goals, but there is really no need to force oneself to pursue them. Do I really need to compete for the title of the Supreme One among novelists? Do I truly need to dwell on so many things? Recalling that supreme storyteller, how dashing he looked when telling stories, the gleam in his eyes showing his genuine love for storytelling, for creating his stories with colored sand, and displaying them before an audience. Passion, that is his greatest weapon. Closing his eyes, Tang Mo felt an inner peace, all the entanglements and frustrations about writing seemed to vanish at that moment, leaving only his original love for words. The experiences in the game had also provided some solace to his real life, seemingly easing the internal struggles he faced. Standing by the window, Tang Mo took a deep breath and then returned to his computer to catch up on the content he hadn't updated that day. When Tang Mo left, Chu Yu logged on. The small game project team wasn't busy, but he still habitually organized everything before preparing to enter the game. He didn't have a girlfriend and wasn't that old, so sleeping at the company every day was no big deal, and there was no need to go home on weekends, which also saved on electricity bills and travel costs. Moreover, playing games in the quiet company with a VR headset gave an enjoyable sense of immorality from not separating work from leisure. Upon fully entering the game, he started considering everything around him from a planner's perspective and soon found that everything perfectly lined up with his vision. This is exactly the flavor I was looking for. The day and night changes in the game mirrored reality, and it was now deep into the night, with the city's curfew already in effect. I had assumed the curfew was just for show since I'd never heard of a game that required players to stay put at home at night. But no sooner had I started moving around than I was arrested. The charge, of course, was for violating the curfew. Even as he was locked up in the prison, Chu Yu couldn't believe that he had been arrested right after logging in, only to then see more and more players being thrown into jail around him. A group of us stared at each other until someone went online to look up information and came back to say, "You can't leave your house during curfew, but you can move around in places like inns. In the countryside, you can try playing mahjong, and in the wilderness, you can rob bandits or be robbed by them." "So what do we do now?" someone asked. "Just squat in jail or start a rebellion, it's one or the other. Can we choose something else?" "No, we want the latter." Seeing that this group of players was up to no good, the prison guard immediately turned around and left to report, leaving behind a group of players whose spirits were rising. They excitedly broke through the wooden jail door, prepared to rush out and take the county magistrate hostage for a revolt, only to find a thin man guarding the door, blocking the way out with his foot, while holding half a roasted chicken and a bowl of leftover wine in his hands. The man looked like a sickly figure, with a bit of a rosy complexion from the alcohol, but still giving off the vibe of someone who was just recovering from a serious illness. Nonetheless, upon the man's sudden appearance, some felt that things weren't looking good, so they tried to investigate his background, and then said, "That's First Under Heaven Prison Guard." The title comes with his description. With a body looking as sickly as cured meat, how could he possibly be First Under Heaven Prison Guard? Even if he is, if we all charge at once, he might not be able to fend us off, arg. The players here had just logged on and were utterly unaware of the significance of NPCs with titles like First Under Heaven. One player had barely approached when the prison guard kicked him to the ground with one foot. The guard then slowly put the wine aside, staggered forward and in a blink of an eye, dislocated the troublemaker's joints and neatly folded him up like a blanket. Pleased with himself, the tipsy guard belched and said, "Don't worry, Burp, you won't die. I won't make it hard for you all, I'll let you out during the daytime. So, could you do me a favor and go back to your cells?" "Of course, Big Brother. You've worked hard, Big Brother, please rest early." With utmost respect, a line of us nodded, smiles on our faces as we returned and obediently squatted in our cells. And just like that, Chu Yu's first day passed in a jail cell. Chapter 171. This crappy game destroyed my youth, making me carry a criminal record prematurely. I won't even be able to apply for a civil servant job now. "No worries," I asked the prison guard. The prison guard said it won't go on the record. But I'm not sure about this info because the prison guard also asked me what a record is. "Has anyone else managed to escape from prison successfully?" "Nope, the prison guards are too strong. I'd estimate it will take a decent amount of gameplay to pull off a successful escape." "Alright, then I'll work hard at the game and strive to escape from prison as soon as possible. Do you think, just maybe, there's a chance that by the time you do, you won't be locked up anymore? Then I'll be the #1 escapist in the world." In the game's chat group, Chu Yu vented about today's events and complained about the game with others who had shared experiences, then returned to the game to think about how to play next. "Refunds are out of the question, never in this lifetime will I get a refund, especially since the game is so good and realistic. They even welcomed me with a big prison package." Chu Yu couldn't think of any reasons to ask for a refund. But being locked up in a cell is too boring, after all, it seemed all he could do there was increase his boredom level, which only made him more boring. I mean, why on earth is boredom a basic skill? Basic skills in the game are ones you have from the beginning, like breathing, walking, running, and so forth. Advanced skills, on the other hand, are skills you have to learn, such as blacksmithing, sword forging, swordsmanship, etc. Watching his boredom level slowly rise, Chu Yu started to think about competing for the title of the #1 bored person in the world. But after seeing the description of the title and the characters related to it, he realized that even this title was quite competitive. After thinking for a while, he felt he couldn't go on being so bored. He had work during the day, he couldn't waste such good time at night in a cell, he had to find an opportunity to get out and about. Stepping out of the cell through a hole in the door, he saw the #1 prison guard at the entrance drunk as a skunk, lying across a plank bed in deep sleep, snoring away. He tapped the ground with his left foot and lifted his right foot high against the door frame. The sleeping poses looked terrible, but Chu Yu had the feeling that the guard's actions might have some deeper meaning. Since it doesn't hurt to try things in the game, he imitated the guard and twisted his body into a strange pose. "What are you doing?" Turning his head, Chu Yu saw First Under Heaven looking at him with confusion. "Nothing, just can't sleep, so I came over to imitate you," he replied. "And what did you achieve with that imitation?" "Absolutely nothing." "I thought so. You can't get much from imitating my bad sleeping posture. However, I see you've got some nerve, so I'll give you a job. If you do it well, I might teach you something. Please go on, big brother." First Under Heaven came closer and whispered, "I have a brother who did something not so nice, and he's going to be beheaded tomorrow. But he's a filial son and wants to go home tonight to care for his mother. If you stand in for him tonight, he'll definitely come back and replace you tomorrow. Then I'll owe you a favor, and whichever martial arts you want to learn, I'll teach you. But you're a prison guard. So what? Prison guards can't have social interactions. Prison guards can't break the law? Besides, he'll definitely come back, round up, and it's like nothing happened." Chu Yu thought for a moment, then asked seriously, "What did your brother do?" "I won't lie to you, he butchered a few thugs who were harassing his mother. It was a crime of passion. Righteous fellow. But how did he get caught? One of those thugs was the illegitimate son of a local wealthy merchant. He would hang out with riffraff when bored, and after he was killed, my brother got caught. Just bad luck all around. The merchant paid some silver coins, and the cops brought him back, and that's that." Chu Yu looked at First Under Heaven, feeling his brother's business outside was definitely not as simple as visiting their mother. Perhaps there was something else he had to do. But then he thought again and said to the prison guard, "To be honest, your brother's case seems rather honorable, and I'm willing to stand in for him on the execution grounds." "Young man, you mustn't. When you end up in the underworld and people ask how you died, if you say you violated curfew and got beheaded, what will they think of us?" "No problem, I know the art of reincarnation. After my head is chopped off, once my neck starts itching, it will naturally grow back, so don't worry about it." First Under Heaven looked at Chu Yu, not sure if he was mad or if his own ears were faulty, to hear such bizarre words. In the end, though, he was persuaded by Chu Yu, who led him to the neighboring cell to see the man locked inside. Undoing the man's shackles, First Under Heaven said to him, "Get going, this brother thinks highly of your righteousness and has decided to take your place in death." The man flew into a rage upon hearing this and asked the prison guard, "How could you agree to something like this?" The guard didn't waste words. He stepped forward, kicked the man down, dislocated his joints, and assembled them into a large square. He then bowed to Chu Yu and said, "Thanks, young brother. If you really can revive from death, come find me in the cell. I'll teach you any martial arts I know and can even volunteer to be your sparring partner. If you don't, I'll try to find your body tonight and ensure you get a proper corpse." Chapter 172. You're welcome. Watching the First Under Heaven prison guard leave with the man on his back, Chu Yu directly exited the game, and then slept for a while in the office. The next morning, he woke up and took the day off, but he didn't go home. Instead, he climbed into the VR gaming pod right in front of everyone and started playing again. The project supervisor had never seen anyone play like this, dumbstruck by Chu Yu's astonishing moves, and then began flipping through the company handbook to check whether this constituted a violation of the rules. Back in the gaming pod, Chu Yu saw that his game character had been killed. If a save point wasn't found, logging off in the game wasn't safe. Their bodies would remain in place, making it easy for others to pilfer their silver coin, and players vying for the title of the game's top thief didn't mind practicing their thieving skills on these players. As he got up, Chu Yu found out he had been dumped at Chaotic Grave Mound. Pulling up the game log, he discovered that he had been whacked just a moment ago. However, now his head had come back, the wounds on his neck were gone, but the initial copper coins in his pocket had also disappeared. It was just 50 copper pieces, and since his backpack had nothing in it, dying wasn't too painful. Compared to 50 copper coins, Chu Yu was truly looking forward to the benefits that might come afterward. Now, the time had arrived to witness a miracle. Walking into the cell, Chu Yu saw the cell door open. Players who had violated the curfew the night before had already gone, leaving only a few players who had logged off sitting vacantly inside. The sickly-looking first under heaven prison guard was still drinking, but upon seeing Chu Yu resurrected from death, he widened his eyes, his bowl of wine slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. "Are you a person or a ghost?" exclaimed the first under heaven in surprise. "I'm human." "All right, prison guard, it's time to keep your promise." The first under heaven prison guard looked at Chu Yu's shadow and felt around with his hand, confirming that the other person's body was indeed alive. He could only marvel at how big the world was and the variety of strange characters it contained. Straightening his posture, he bowed respectfully to Chu Yu, and then said, "Thank you kindly for your great grace and mercy, sir. I will thank you on behalf of my brothers. What would you like to learn?" "That thing you did yesterday, where you folded a man into a Tetris shape without killing him, what's it called?" "Are you referring to the bone-diverting hand?" "It's not easy to learn." "I can teach you, of course, but whether you can learn it will be a matter of fate." While Chu Yu was still contemplating how difficult it could be to learn, a dialogue box appeared before him. "The first under heaven prison guard wants to teach you the bone-diverting hand, do you want to learn?" He decisively clicked learn, and Chu Yu saw a new advanced skill added to his skill list. He couldn't help but drag it to the quick skill slot and started to execute it in front of the prison guard. The prison guard, watching Chu Yu's clumsy movements, looked at his own hands. Although it was unrefined, the movements were indeed those of the bone-diverting hand. "But, I haven't taught him yet. Am I that amazing lately that I can teach martial arts to someone with just a thought?" Despite this, Chu Yu had finally taken a first under heaven as a master. Now he could learn the others' superior martial arts and had stepped into the top tier. The thought of others still considering their own paths while he had already advanced to the front made Chu Yu let out a chuckling ha. Meanwhile, outside, members of the Little Game Project team watched the VR pod emitting strange noises and began to ponder whether they should suggest to HR adding a new rule to the company policies. That rule would be that employees who had taken leave must leave the company immediately. What was the meaning of taking leave yet playing games in the company? "We want to play too." However, implementing a new regulation would take a month, and for now, they could only watch Chu Yu chuckle ha helplessly. Unbeknownst to them, a week had passed. After 7 days of gameplay, the players had finished the initial phase of confusion and started to further integrate into this world. The quick skill learning system allowed players to rapidly acquire various advanced skills, but to catch up with those at the top, first under heaven, they still had a long way to go. During these days, the planners were continuously adjusting the game content, while Wang Xiaoying was consistently gathering game data. Following Fang Cheng's request, she compiled information on players who had chosen different paths in the game, which could intuitively show the competition for different titles and calculate the likelihood of attaining them. Looking at this intelligence, Fang Cheng noticed that some titles received almost no attention, even those who noticed them did not seek to complete them. It wasn't because the titles were too peculiar, it was simply that no one knew how to go about achieving them. Even with a specific completion path provided, they were still unclear. For example, the world's best fortune teller, a profession that required players to have an extremely deep understanding of the I Ching, 8 trigrams, and Tao Te Ching, something Fang Cheng himself wouldn't claim to be proficient in, let alone other players. Separating these near impossible titles, Fang Cheng decided to slowly achieve them himself to unlock the hidden treasure chests in the small world. This process would also allow him to observe the players closely, understand what they wanted, and prepare for the next game development. He didn't believe he would fail this time. However, planning for a way out was always a good habit, which ensured that even in case of failure he would gain a lot of experience. Realizing it was almost time to finish work, Fang Cheng clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Monkey has returned, and it's time for us to have our reunion dinner, give Tian Xian some team building, and then distribute the previous project bonuses and the year-end dividends." Though it sounded like a lot, it all boiled down to eating, distributing money, and then taking a holiday, returning to work in February. But today, the surprise Fang Cheng had for them was far from small. Looking at everybody, he continued, "Our studio mandates a yearly vacation every month, but you've never taken it, so let's all take it together at the end of the year. Today is the 29th, and by adding in the annual leave and compensatory time off, it coincides with the Spring Festival. We'll continue through to the Lantern Festival, so after dinner today, come back on the 26th of next month." Huang Ping, who had been ready for the worst, was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed. In other companies launching new games, which studio wasn't on standby 24 hours, almost wishing their employees stayed in the company to fix bugs immediately. If a game didn't make money, that was one thing, but if it did, they'd immediately work on DLC, trying to squeeze every last copper coin out of the players' pockets. But their boss was busy giving them a holiday and distributing money. How confident he must be in his own game. He had thought about asking Su Qingling to persuade the boss, but seeing her equally gloomy face, he knew she probably had tried already. The boss's will was nearly immovable, so they could only choke back tears and accept this month-long vacation. With dissatisfaction towards Fang Cheng, the group ate their dinner tastelessly, then prepared to start a long winter break. After dinner, everyone parted ways. Fang Cheng took Tian Xian around the street corner, and the next second they appeared at his hometown. Lying on her own bed, Tian Xian held the card Fang Cheng had arranged for her, and the balance emerged on the card in digital form. Looking at the 7-figure balance, Tian Xian looked at Fang Cheng in confusion, not understanding the purpose of these numbers. "This is currency, think of it as a form of merit among humans," he said. Hearing that this was akin to merit, Tian Xian wasn't very pleased. Little Heavenly Wei liked to accumulate merit, but did not like it piling up in her hands. She preferred it to circulate quickly, a notion that happened to align with Fang Cheng's. Looking at the digits almost reaching 8 figures and feeling the merit owed regarding the players, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and roughly knew what to do. Under her will, every Miuquai received her request. "Ask those players what they like. I want to give them gifts." Chapter 173. In the world of Dark Builder, Miuquai 1234 propped her chin with both hands, helplessly watching the Zeman Weidao by the campfire. Although Heavenly Tao Tianxian had instructed them to ask players what they wanted, Miuquai 1234 felt that this question was truly too difficult. Just bluntly asking like that made it seem like she was very eager to give a gift to the other party. But she wanted to do something for Heavenly Tao, so in the end, she could only gaze into the distance and mumbled under her breath, "Number Yuan number at Yuan number." The Zeman Weidao, who was contemplating new ideas with a magical weapon on the side, looked up and asked with confusion, "What did you say?" "Nothing." "Oh, I thought you were asking what gift I wanted." "You heard it clearly. There were subtitles, and how did you know my birthday is coming up?" "Big data. Don't pressure me." Rubbing her aching forehead gently, Miuquai 1234 stepped forward and lightly kicked the Zeman Weidao before asking, "So, what gift do you want?" The Zeman Weidao wanted to say you, but it somehow felt weird saying such things to a virtual character. He wasn't some sort of real-life winner but did reasonably well in reality and wasn't lacking suitable girls around him, yet he found Miuquai 1234 to be exceptionally interesting. In the past, he always thought how could players possibly invest too much emotion in an NPC, but now it seemed he was the shallow one all along. Now that Miuquai was asking this way, he assumed it was part of a game management survey follow-up, just unsure how seriously they would take players' suggestions. He thought about it for a long while, deciding to take advantage of the secret connection between Fang Cheng and the living Immortal, and said directly, "I'm planning to play the Supreme One later, and if possible, I hope to see you in that game." Miuquai 1234 looked at the Zeman Weidao with a playful gaze. For some reason, she felt her mood was exceptionally good right now. Nodding slightly, she said, "Okay, I will pass on your feedback. Now, I'm leaving." "Ah, where are you going? What do you think?" The Zeman Weidao watched as Miuquai 1234 turned away and vanished into the light of the campfire. Afterward, he suddenly realized something and immediately opened the already downloaded The Supreme One, creating a character that quickly appeared in a small town of the South Water Town. Looking around, he didn't see the person he wanted to see, feeling somewhat melancholic. However, soon after, someone patted his shoulder, and a female hero wearing a veil appeared beside him, dressed identically to Miuquai 1234's attire in Dr. Young Hero, the Jianghu is treacherous. Would you like to join me? Mukwei 1234 asked with a smile. Let's go. The arrival of the Mukweis made this world more interesting and also gave Tianxian a way to repay her karmic debts. Beyond that, some players' suggestions were good too, creating in-game merchandise to gift to players. These gifts weren't very expensive, but they represented some of her considerations. However, she wasn't very familiar with such matters. Who should she ask for help? After thinking for a long time, Tianxian took out the cell phone that Fang Cheng had bought for her, stared at the only contact, Su Qingling, and after a while, awkwardly initiated a text message. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng had also downloaded the game and began his journey in the Supreme One. He had a VR game pod at home, but for Fang Cheng, there wasn't much difference in using it. Even at home, his divine sense could still connect to his character across the way, controlling it to play the game. After familiarizing himself with the basic controls, Fang Cheng pulled up his list of objectives, drawing out several goals he aimed to achieve. First up was the world's best fortune teller. This divination was extremely difficult, nearly impossible for players to complete, so he had to do it himself. However, his divination skills were still lacking. He could manage basic predictions and avoid blatant misfortune, but attempting to peek into the future was a challenge. He wondered if the fortune tellers here had any true abilities to help him fill in the gaps. Following the directions from his objective hints, he entered the town's teleportation array and arrived at the Imperial City. He had personally added the teleportation array, which greatly facilitated players' movement between cities and made trading a lot easier for them. However, the teleportation array was only set up domestically. To go to further destinations, a group of players needed to learn how to create formations and buy expensive materials to slowly establish the arrays. This also involved the completion paths for the First Under Heaven Traveler and the First Under Heaven Array Master, which were equally challenging goals. As soon as he stepped into the Imperial City, Fang Cheng felt the air grow dense. The world's best fortune teller was a divination master employed by the palace and served the head eunuch Zhao Qin. According to the objective description, this person was greedy, lecherous, loved alcohol and was insatiable. After befriending Zhao Qin, they immediately colluded and worked together. One supplied the other with ample luxuries for enjoyment, and the other provided fortune-telling services to convert misfortune into luck, creating whispers of malice that left the Liang dynasty teetering on the edge of peril. In between, many sought to rid the world of these two scoundrels, but apart from being the first under heaven eunuch, Zhao Qin held several other titles. The first under heaven debater, the first under heaven villain. Chapter 174. Aside from that, he also held numerous titles of being the second best in the world, such as the second greatest martial artist and so on. With all these titles, coupled with being a divination master, Zhao Qin was an overlord here, with hardly anyone daring to defy him. However, as soon as Fang Cheng entered Capital City, the divination master sensed it. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, a 300-pound behemoth suddenly awoke from his bed made of golden phoebe wood. A life of luxury and indulgence made him obese, with servants at his beck and call causing his weight to increase day by day, which was precisely what Zhao Qin wished to see. In this way, the divination master would not leave the house, and he could inquire whatever he wanted without worrying about other matters. Gazing towards the city gate, he immediately realized that someone was approaching. This person's strength was insignificant, yet he carried a profound sense of oppression. Even separated by tens of thousands of meters, the aura exuded by the stranger felt as imposing as mountains and as inexorable as a prison. From afar, he almost saw towering peaks reaching into the clouds, and at the same time mountains and rivers under the sun and moon, a mixture of insignificance and grandeur. This duality caused such turmoil in his chest that he felt as if he was about to vomit blood. After regaining control of his breathing, he took his craft seriously for the first time in a long while and sat cross-legged. The battles of divination masters are invisible. They need to capture the initiative, predict and triumph over the enemy, discerning the opponent's true intentions from the faint signs of the future before setting traps to disrupt the enemy's divination efforts. The entire process is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness can lead to a backlash from the future, causing one's brain to be scalded as if in a hot pot, leaving them senseless, like an idiot. The portly man was the first to attack, laying out traps in the future one by one, but they were time and again dismantled. After hundreds of exchanges, he finally laughed triumphantly. Is that all there is to it? The opponent seemed not to be using full strength, but the portly man felt that the overall strength of his adversary was indeed weaker than his own, someone he could defeat. In the way of divination, it's nearly impossible to hide one's capabilities, a slight probe reveals the levels of each other's powers. Now it was time for him to demonstrate his skill. Suddenly boosting his calculating power, traps spread out like a carpet bomb toward Fang Cheng at the city gate, swamping him like a tidal wave, intent on burying him beneath the traps of the future. To his astonishment, however, the opponent resisted. The fatty had foreseen a future impenetrable with traps, but amidst the layers of lethal intent, the opponent casually found an alternative exit from the original trap. How is this possible? Cold sweat rolled down the chubby cheeks, and the warm room felt as chilling as a cave of ice. Biting his lip, when he glared with eyes wide, veins popping on his temples and eyes bloodshot, his calculating power reached its limit. More traps appeared, more lethal moves laid out. Any one of these traps could have terrible consequences in the future, but the opponent casually neutralized each one, disarming them in an unprecedented manner. It seemed as though the opponent was consistently keeping a stable performance, always displaying a slight edge over him. No matter how hard he tried to push, the opponent always maintained a slight upper hand. But the portly man couldn't stop now. The terrifying vortex had formed, their divination of the future finally provoked divine punishment. A black vortex enveloped them both, turning this war with the future into one where only one could emerge alive. Putting aside all else, he bellowed, "Bring me sugar water, as much as you can, and bring it now." Hearing the portly man's command, the eunuchs and maids here did not dare to delay, immediately fetching buckets and sugar, dissolving it in water before presenting it to him. Diving head first, he drained the water from the bucket. Sugar turned into energy flooding his brain, while the water rapidly evaporated, filling the room with steam. A single glance sent his way, he glared fiercely at the attendants and continued to demand, "Don't stop, bring me water, bring me sugar. And don't forget the salt." Re-energized, a new round of exchanges kicked off. The black vortex whirled beside them, and he could feel that detestable curse which cursed them, those who dared to peek into the future. The inky vortex seemed like the hands of black and white impermanence, like the brush of a death judge, while Yama's gaze lingered playfully over them both, as if choosing who to take away. Even with the constant supply of sugary water, the portly man's body visibly withered away. Excess skin hung from his body like dough, and the insane calculations made his cheeks hollow to the point of gauntness. The black vortex clung to both men, preventing any chance of escape. Knowing that his death was inevitable, the world's best fortune teller actually laughed. Looking at his opponent, he saw that the other was also stuck to the vortex, and their fight was bound to end mutually destructive, which at least gave him a sense of revengeful pleasure. However, his smile had barely appeared when it vanished immediately. The opponent stepped out of the vortex with ease, as if it were not a vortex but a small pebble on the side of the road. Such an extraordinary act shattered all of the fat man's beliefs, tearing apart all the common knowledge he had known before. The black vortex was a curse from the future. Even someone as strong as his own master had suffered excruciatingly after being slightly contaminated, struggling to live but unable to die, until passing away in agony. But this person! Just before he was dragged into the black vortex, he reached out his hand towards the other side, and screamed with all his might, "Who are you? Who in the world are you?" Fang Cheng didn't respond. He just left the place, leaving behind a former fat man who was screaming incessantly. Although the whole process seemed thrilling, well, that was that. The creator of this world had clearly put some thought into the fat man, whose soul was stronger, his personal consciousness more intense, and his divination skills were probably a manifestation of the creator, but it was clear that the opponent was not an expert in this respect, not even as good as himself. He didn't even know how to avoid the black vortex. The black vortex was a chaotic future created after a divination skirmish between fortune tellers, containing massive amounts of cause and effect. However, with proper technique, or if one's power was strong enough, a palm thunder could extinguish all cause and effect. Such chaos was trivial and not worth mentioning. Sighing, Fang Cheng heard the notification sound in his ear. Not only him, but the surrounding players also heard this voice. Player Fang Cheng X has successfully challenged the world's best fortune teller. Congratulations! After the simple notification sound, thunder rumbled atop the high mountains, and the statue of Fang Cheng rose from the ground, appearing in front of the players with the title of the world's best fortune teller. Holy cow, that's awesome! The first goal has been achieved. And it's the world's best fortune teller. I had no idea how to complete this goal. I can't believe someone actually did it. I looked at the goal description. The first step is to read I Ching, which is okay. The second step is to find out the world's best fortune teller's location and then defeat him. The leap in difficulty is just too much. How is this different from learning that 1 + 1 = 2 and then going to prove the Goldbach conjecture? Incredible. Who is this person? Judging from the name, he must be a fan of Fang Cheng. Today I saw weird IDs like True Fang Cheng, Fang Cheng's alt, none of which were real. Hearing the players' discussions, Fang Cheng also felt a bit helpless. Who would have thought that he couldn't use his own name? Huang Ping probably didn't want others to do evil deeds under his name, hence IDs containing the words Fang Cheng were not allowed to be registered, and as a result, the creator himself was blocked. After sighing, he was about to go and complete the next goal when he saw a squad of cavalry racing towards him. The leading officer stopped his horse in front of Fang Cheng, looked at him for a while, and then said straightforwardly, "Sir, please come with us." Fang Cheng was unfazed by this, mounted the horse, and after being jostled on horseback, lost half his health, and was then forced to learn the advanced skill of horse riding. Looking at his health bar now reduced to half, Fang Cheng felt that the game being too realistic might not be all that great. Soon, he met the person who had invited him. The world's best eunuch, Zhao Qin. Chapter 175. As the guards entered the Golden Throne Hall, Fang Cheng saw Zhao Qin, towering at 2 meters tall, seated upon the throne. He lay sideways atop it, his clothes coarse and full of patches, with one large foot placed directly upon the dragon throne. He looked like an old farmer who had returned from tilling the fields and was resting at home, not at all like a eunuch with power over the entire imperial court. A 5-year-old little emperor sat on his lap, his face pale and his whole body trembling, yet he didn't even have the strength to cry. The guards who brought Fang Cheng and then took their leave, and Fang Cheng curiously surveyed his surroundings before noticing an object hanging from the ceiling. The thing could barely be recognized as human, its body was as black as charcoal and dangled from the ceiling, continuously trembling slightly and emitting a cicada-like moan. That was the once the world's best fortune teller, who, due to a mistake when clashing with Fang Cheng, had been backfired upon and turned into this unrecognizable form, neither human nor ghost. "That was my former fortune teller," said Zhao Qin while caressing the young emperor's head, as if playing with a kitten. "He once told me that the way of divination is extremely dangerous. If he were to fail and transform, he should be killed immediately to prevent calamity. What do you think?" Unlike a typical eunuch's voice, Zhao Qin's voice had a magnetic quality. If one listened with their eyes closed, it would seem as though a learned scholar was giving a lecture, possessing a uniquely refined charm. Looking at him, Fang Cheng felt that the creator of the world also showed favoritism towards Zhao Qin. Every first under heaven was a favorite child of the world's creator. They possessed more spirituality than ordinary people and seemed more alive. And Zhao Qin, with his many titles, was undoubtedly a puppet carefully crafted by the creator, which made him appear even more vivid. After hearing Zhao Qin's question, Fang Cheng replied directly, "It's no big deal, just that it might bring about some karma, nothing serious." "What kind of karma?" Zhao Qin asked with a smile. "If it were you, probably the annihilation of your entire clan." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's answer, the young emperor in Zhao Qin's arms immediately burst into tears, desperately signaling Fang Cheng with his eyes not to talk recklessly and attract trouble. The floor of the great hall, where they stood, was stained with blood. Some belonged to those who held different opinions from Zhao Qin, while others were assassins summoned by various powers. Although he was very young, the little emperor had already witnessed too much bloodshed. The dying gazes of those people remained etched in his heart, unforgettable. Gently wiping away the tears of the little emperor, Zhao Qin drank the tears and said cheerfully, "I'm speaking with my guest. Why are you crying? Afraid I'll kill someone? Don't worry, this man is even more formidable than that fortune teller. I have yet to invite him to serve me, so why would I be willing to kill him?" Squeezing the little emperor's chin, Zhao Qin spread his arms and embraced the emperor like a ghostly figure, then looked down at Fang Cheng and said, "Alien, I like your answer, you're very honest." That fatty knew his end was coming, so he constantly thought about how to release himself. Unfortunately, how could I not know his thoughts? Let him enjoy that karma slowly by himself. The object on the ceiling started shaking violently, the wretched buzzing filled the hall, but then abruptly stopped. A copper coin pierced through his throat, and in a flicker of clarity before dying, the once the world's best fortune teller regained his senses and uttered a difficult thank you before passing on. Seeing this, Zhao Qin's smiling face slowly became solemn, and he asked, "Why?" "I wanted to do it, so I did it." "There's no why. That karma, never mind, if you dare to do it, you must be someone who disregards karma. Then let me ask you, do you want to work with me?" "Not interested." "What a pity." With a heavy sigh, Zhao Qin lamented for a moment, then he said, "Then, sir, please leave. I won't see you out. I shall take my leave." Fang Cheng turned and left. Now that he had seen Zhao Qin, he became even more interested in the structure of the world and even more curious about the secrets hidden beneath it. Zhao Qin, meanwhile, watched Fang Cheng's retreating figure, deep in thought. For a moment, he had considered killing him. The title of the world's best fortune teller was such a resounding one. The ability to divine the future was endlessly tempting. If he could have such a person's assistance, sure enough, he, Zhao Qin, would be able to firmly sit upon the throne of power until death. But if he couldn't have him, he must destroy him, to prevent the fortune teller from falling into others' hands and becoming a dire threat to himself. But he was scared. Even though he was above 10,000 people and the emperor had become his puppet, and all the realm was in his grasp, he still felt boundless fear. The man didn't seem human, but rather some unfathomable, unpredictable entity. These aliens, they're really strange indeed. Alien was the term they used for outsiders. They were numerous, seemed to have inexplicable powers, and enthusiastically sought to challenge each of the first under heaven. Zhao Qin didn't know the true purpose of these aliens, but as long as they didn't interfere with his realm, he didn't care. Gently stroking the head of the little emperor, he closed his eyes and said softly, "Emperor, your servant is tired. Sing a little song for me, let your servant rest a while." Immense humiliation surged in the small emperor's heart, but fear of the old man made him obediently open his mouth and begin to sing the popular court song slowly. The wind blows the fairy sleeves up high, as if it's the dance of the rainbow feathered dress. Chapter 176. Louder. When the wind flutters my immortal robes high, I seem to dance like a goddess in rainbow feathers. Good. Satisfied, the old man patted the little emperor's head and, like a fierce tiger, closed his eyes, leaned against the throne, and fell into a deep sleep. Yet, even as he slept, the emperor's chanting still echoed in the vast hall, filled with a haunting sorrow. Before falling asleep, Zhao Qin had issued an order that no one was to obstruct Fang Cheng's actions. Having left the palace, Fang Cheng pulled up his list of targets and started selecting his next one, first under heaven Taoist. This target was also quite troublesome, mostly because one had to traverse the world's Taoist academies, discuss the insights of cultivation with each Taoist temple's master, and garner their approval and willing handover of their seals. Only with all the seals could one meet the current first under heaven Taoist, converse with them, and persuade or overpower them to gain the title. However, it was almost impossible for a player to practice the Dao, and even if one did, it was unlikely they could outtalk those masters, and should the masters refuse to give their seals, the players could also not defeat them, making the task quite complicated. But Fang Cheng didn't mind and was even a little excited. After all, since his rebirth, he hadn't had the opportunity to engage with any fellow cultivators. Now, he was looking for a proper exchange to reminisce over the good old days. Since he was already in capital city, he would start with the city's largest Taoist temple and move on from there. With a clear plan in mind, Fang Cheng walked toward the Taoist temple. But just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a man and a woman getting thrown out of the temple. The man hit the ground hard, and upon getting up, he turned around and shouted angrily, "I donated money. What's wrong with eating your 2 bowls of rice?" "Donor," said the young Taoist dressed in Daoist robes, "you donated only 5 copper coins, yet stayed in our temple for 7 days, eating plenty and even asking for food to go. We feel quite merciful for not having hit you. Why must you outsiders be so petty? We may be outsiders, but we're not fools. Donor, here's a suggestion, take a right turn outside, and the Buddhist holy land is that way. Go trouble them. They referred us here. Please, don't come back." While the man was speaking, the woman by his side kept her distance, clearly wanting nothing to do with him. Once the male player had vented, he noticed Fang Cheng nearby and immediately spoke up, "Hey, bro, you looking to enter and try your luck at an advanced skill? I suggest you avoid this place, they're too stingy. By the way, I'm Zeman Weidao, I feel like we're destined to meet. Do you also like Fang Cheng?" Fang Cheng looked at Zeman Weidao and nodded, I know you. Really? I feel like I have some renown. That lady over there is Muque 1234, we're good partners. You know Muque, right? She's a special Easter egg for the healer. Aren't you envious of me? Join our Morals Aid group, and let's uncover the secrets of this game together. Noticing that Fang Cheng was getting entangled with Zeman Weidao, she couldn't help but sigh and then approached, saying, Player, I'll kill him in a moment, and you can just take the chance to leave. This guy's not right in the head, and it's best not to get involved with him. Wait! Great Heavenly Lord! Muque 1234's eyes widened as she stared at Fang Cheng. His familiar divine sense immediately made her recognize his identity. Fang Cheng had no intention of hiding himself and simply nodded at Muque 1234, then turned his attention back to Zeman Weidao. Fate, truly ineffable. The player before him, Zeman Weidao, served as half a nemesis of his own. Once in the healer, the red fire ignited by him had raised the stakes for the healers and in turn caused his own great endeavor of Dao confirmation to fail. The second time was in Dark Builder, where the player's moves completely turned the game's objectives on their head, and cut off his own path to enlightenment right in front of him. Afterward, he found that this player's thought process was incredibly unorthodox and his methods far exceeded common sense, and critically, the player also had great fortune which frequently led to success. Although it was not entirely his fault, every time Fang Cheng thought about his rival in enlightenment right in front of him, he felt the urge to throw him out and fill a riverbed. But then, on second thought, he felt this was a good opportunity. Observing such an eccentric player, understanding their way of gaming, and getting familiar with how they managed the game could greatly enhance his own understanding of the game and substantially increase his resilience to oddball players. So, gaming with the other party might be a good chance to understand them better. While Fang Cheng was pondering, Muque 1234 was also thinking about what to do. In her heart, little heavenly Wei Tianxian was her lifesaver and had given her a second chance in life, which was extremely admirable. And Fang Cheng, the lifesaver of little heavenly Wei Tianxian, who had effortlessly annihilated disease demon lord and then allowed players to come and mend the world, possessed such great mana and compassion that he was 1,000 times more remarkable. Such a towering figure now stood before her, causing her to become so nervous that she was at a loss for words. Then, she began to ponder Fang Cheng's intentions, trying to figure out his thoughts, attempting to understand what great heavenly lord wanted to do, and finally reached a conclusion. Not a clue. Absolutely no idea. In her eyes, such a person could recreate heaven and earth at a whim, so his everyday thoughts must involve the profound principles of the universe, far beyond what a small heavenly Taoist like her could fathom. Having sorted out the cause and effect, she immediately grabbed Zeman Weidao and said, this player must have his own issues, we shouldn't bother him. Come with me. But. No buts, come with me. You can make me wear whatever you want, maid outfit, swimsuit, or whatever, let's go. The more you say that, the more I want to invite him. While Zeman Weidao was still conflicted about whether to satisfy his curiosity, Fang Cheng beside them spoke up. Please wait a moment, Fang Cheng called out to them and then said warmly, I was actually thinking of teaming up too, so let's form a group for the time being. My good sir, you've got a keen eye, let's now consider how to break into this Taoist temple and then go inside. Muque 1234 looked at Zeman Weidao in despair, praying silently that he wouldn't create a scandal that would disgust both gods and men, causing great heavenly lord to notice that the person she was assisting was an amoral clown and thereby also lowering her own standing. Fang Cheng paid no attention to Muque 1234's emotions but looked at Zeman Weidao and asked, why are you so fixated on this Taoist temple? The old Taoist here is said to be skilled in the ancient qi refining method, and a genuine cultivator. I reckon he must have some advanced skills, so I wanted to learn a few. Unfortunately, that old Taoist is very protective of his possessions, and I can't get a glimpse no matter what. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng became somewhat interested and asked, you're learning the qi refinement methods to become a Taoist. Who would want to become a Taoist? I'm all about boosting my strength. According to our Q group's research, qi refinement should be one of the fastest ways to increase attributes. Having high attributes also makes learning other skills significantly faster, it's theoretically one of the quickest ways to increase one's strength. Knowing that the other party did not wish to become a Taoist, Fang Cheng heaved a slight sigh and continued to ask, so, what's your goal? To become the number one evil person under the heavens, of course. But committing evil deeds requires sufficient strength, at least enough to beat the first under heaven god catcher, and then I can calmly commit every crime there is. When I first started playing, I found that this title was tailor-made for me, and I would never rest in peace if I didn't get it. Such lofty ideals made Fang Cheng sense the unfathomable depths of Zeman Weidao's lack of morals and his determination to find amusement at any cost, even if it meant ruining his reputation. Beside him, Muque 1234 had already covered her face, completely at a loss for the right expression at this moment. Chapter 177. Number 1 evil person under the heavens needed to commit various kinds of crimes, many of which were unforgivable and heinous. Of course, there was no need to do all the bad things, just select over 70% and successfully complete them. In addition, one must commit an evil deed daily and constantly consider doing bad things as their philosophy and pursuit, thus becoming the incarnation of sin itself. Unwilling to do good, never wanting to stop doing bad, this was the kind of person they were talking about. Watching Zeman Weidao delight in becoming a great villain, Fang Cheng reflected that the other party was truly worthy of being his nemesis, with such unimaginably bizarre ideals. Still, he kindly reminded his adversary that this path was not an easy one. Please be fully prepared to be abandoned by everyone. For instance, one item on your list of bad deeds to do was to stab your companions twice. Now that you only have 2 companions, who do you plan to stab? Zeman Weidao glanced at Muque 1234 beside him and shook his head with difficulty. After all, they were an Easter egg, and who knew if they would come back to life if they died, he could not bear to do it. So, he turned his gaze to Fang Cheng and asked earnestly, Fang Cheng X, may I ask you? Don't even think about it. Just twice. Don't even think about it. Zeman Weidao still wanted to use his gift of the gab to persuade Fang Cheng to agree, then he saw Muque 1234 firmly clutching him, shaking her head frantically. Sighing in resignation, Zeman Weidao could only say forget it, when the time comes we can just find a scapegoat to do the stabbing. Looking at the Taoist temple before them, Zeman Weidao said, our target now should be to sneak in first. I'm confident this time, I can definitely snatch an appropriate advanced skill from the old temple master. Once we infiltrate, you guys help me guard the entrance, I'll go seduce him and complete my great villain goal. Stop talking, can you? Muque 1234 said with a sobbing voice. Wasn't this your idea? Zeman Weidao said in confusion, back then, you told me I was somewhat attractive and that seducing the old temple master would definitely work. I didn't. You can't lie in front of our new teammate now. I was being sarcastic. How much truth is spoken in jest, though? Looking at Fang Cheng's calm face, Muque 1234 really wanted to cry. In front of this person, I really don't dare to lie anymore. Clenching her fists, she fell silent, tearing up without wanting to say another word. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng looked at Muque 1234, contemplating the frightening influence of a player, even tainting Muque. He decided to suggest to Tianxian that they work on team building, establish the right direction, and not let the bad influences spread within the team. Speaking of bad influences, he always felt that someone in the team had been working overtime in disguise recently, and that had to be corrected, to prevent them from going down the wrong path. Clapping his hands to quiet the two, Fang Cheng curiously asked, so how do you think we should get in? You seem to have already made the blacklist. I've decided to set a fire, then extinguish it, that way I can complete the small goal of arson and pose as a firefighting hero to blend in. Just thinking about how people will thank me for doing something bad gets me so pumped. Muque 1234, why aren't you critiquing me this time? Muque 1234, her spirit crushed, responded with a deadpan voice, do whatever you want, I'm not serving you anymore. To die sooner or later makes no difference to me now. But you. Shut up, listen to the teammate. But I. Grabbing Zeman Weidao by the neck, Muque 1234 said fiercely, I don't care what you want to say or do, all your actions and thoughts have nothing to do with me, I just want to work peacefully with you. My biggest regret now is coming over so cheerfully to meet you. If you still have a shred of conscience, just act like a good person to achieve your goals, and then get lost when you're done. Muque 1234's voice echoed far and wide, even the closed doors of the Taoist temple couldn't help but reveal curious Taoists, gossiping about the young couple. Zeman Weidao was also dumbstruck. After some thought, he felt that Mukwe 1234's request was rather amusing. Being good the entire time, yet still completing all evil deeds and achieving the title of number one evil person under the heavens, this playstyle was much more fun than just obtaining a mere title. Plus, with Mukwe rarely this agitated, he had to listen to her demands. So, he nodded earnestly and then said to Mukwe 1234, "Understood, I promise you. Be a good person. Yet. No messing around. I'll try. Give up your goals. That's impossible." After a long struggle, Mukwe 1234 turned to look at Fang Cheng and found him still with an indifferent face, completely unreadable as to what the great heavenly lord was really thinking. However, this was the best promise she could extract from Zeman Weidao. Reluctantly letting go, she straightened the folds on his clothing for him, then pointed at the Taoist temple and asked, "So how do you plan to get in there? Start a fire? You promised a damn hammer." Finding the pair still entangled and unresponsive, Fang Cheng felt a little bored and decided to go in and take care of business. Knocking on the door of the Taoist temple, Fang Cheng didn't say much, just pointed to the statue of the world's best fortune teller at the top of the distant mountain, then pointed at himself. Chapter 178. Pair by pair in comparison, the Taoist boy at the door immediately turned pale with shock and hastily led Fang Cheng inside. Noticing that the Zeman Weidao still wanted to follow, the Taoist boy spat fiercely on the ground and then slammed the door shut with force. Watching the gate being closed in front of him, the Zeman Weidao grumbled dissatisfiedly, "This NPC is really impolite. You had it coming. Mukwe 1234, you're pretty impolite too. You had it coming." Once led into the Taoist temple, Fang Cheng looked around the environment and found that the temple was almost an exact replica of his memory, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him and led to a deep sense of emotion. When dealing with this world, most circumstances needed to be managed on a macro scale, with many details only briefly touched upon. Now, merging in as a player, he could appreciate the intricacy and details here, which he found quite satisfying. He was led to sit down on a meditation cushion, and a pot of fragrant tea was brought over. Through the steam rising from his cup, Fang Cheng heard the soft sounds of a qin nearby, the essence of Taoism spreading out with it, filling the room with a profound and mysterious ambience. Seeing this scene, Fang Cheng thought it would be a good idea to have a similar room where he could meditate and drink tea during his leisure time, which would be quite delightful. Recording his current emotions, Fang Cheng continued to enjoy the tranquility of the moment, and before he knew it, a quarter of an hour had passed. Only then did he hear a hearty voice say, "Fellow Taoist, your meditation skills are truly remarkable." Turning his head, he saw a middle-aged man walking leisurely toward him, his ample Daoist robe moving with the breeze, his sleeves fluttering, making him look quite carefree and natural. In this world, there were extraordinary cultivators, but their levels of cultivation were average because the upper limit of this world was locked, preventing cultivators from breaking through it, no matter how much they comprehended the heavenly heart. Of course, there were not many who could even reach this limit. After entering, the Daoist sat cross-legged in front of Fang Cheng and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist seems like someone with destiny. I am the eldest disciple of this Taoist temple. Are you seeking Taoism or magic? I've come for a seal impression." "I see." After sizing up Fang Cheng, the eldest disciple said with a smile, "You are very courageous, fellow Daoist. Then, I shall have a contest with you to see whether you are worthy of meeting the temple master. What would you like to contest in?" "Whatever you want." "Good, then let's compete in divination. Not to brag, but among the disciples, I'm pretty strong in that." It took less than 5 minutes for this distinguished eldest disciple to leave with a covered face, streaming with tears. Then an old Daoist came in and sat in the eldest disciple's original spot, saying gently, "Fellow Daoist. Whatever you want. Let's stick with divination, then." It took less than 5 minutes for this venerable Daoist with the appearance of a young child to leave with a covered face, streaming with tears. Finally, the temple master made an appearance. This person was clearly of high cultivation, a significant figure in the imperial city, with an inscrutable level of cultivation, truly worthy of the status of temple master. Sitting on the meditation cushion, the temple master fixed his phoenix-like eyes on Fang Cheng without moving, his gaze already flowing with a divine charm, quite extraordinary. It took less than 5 minutes for this silent temple master to leave with a covered face, streaming with tears. In an hour's time, Fang Cheng walked out with the token of the Taoist temple and also acquired an advanced skill, Taoism. After battling and defeating 3 enemies in the Taoist temple, his Taoism skill level rose to 15. A level 15 Taoism allowed Fang Cheng's character to use some derivative spells, such as Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder, although it included the word thunder, could actually shoot out anything from the palm. For example, mastering fire could unleash palm fire, mastering gang wind allowed the release of palm wind. Fang Cheng had also seen someone adept at sunlight able to emit rainbow lights from their hands, always asked to come and liven up the atmosphere at sect gatherings. Looking back now, the life of cultivation was actually quite colorful and varied. And another item, a token, was an even more amusing thing. This Taoist temple belonged to a sect called the All-Heart sect, and possessing the token essentially made you the sect leader, all other disciples had to obey you. Apart from that, it was also a small magical weapon that, when mana was infused into it, could summon a mist of blood, which was quite nice for cooling off in the summer. Seeing Fang Cheng walk out, Zeman Weidao, who had been waiting at the door and was so bored his boredom level had increased, cheered and ran over to ask, "Good brother, you finally came out. Did you manage to handle it?" "Yet. Then have you learned the way of cultivation? Can you teach me?" "Yet, definitely next time. People who say that often don't have a next time." Zeman Weidao was about to retort when he was slapped to the ground by Muque 1234. Watching these two, Fang Cheng felt it was quite alright to occasionally join the players for some fun. After making plans to meet next time with Zeman Weidao, Fang Cheng logged off and then began to browse through the players' comments. The first thing he saw was a report from a well-known media journalist, an avid fan of Muque, and a famous Fang Cheng studio devotee, Comrade Chen Rang. This report was brief but fully showcased the reporter's somewhat abnormal mental state and a desperate need for assistance. The reporter paid out of pocket for a spot in their own network media and used enlarged, bold, and darkened font to write one sentence. "Fang Cheng Studio, I adore you." Fang Cheng couldn't comprehend what the reporter was thinking until he saw the screenshot of him with his Muque in the comments section, and then he realized why the other party was so excited. Because of this report, the discussions among players about the Supreme One became somewhat sidetracked, with many speculating whether Fang Cheng Studio was planning a crossover event. If there really was to be a crossover, then would their equipment from Princess Dungeon be transferable? And could the little animal and plant spirits from one's own botanic garden also be brought over to this game? Many people became happier and more excited as they entertained this idea, eventually sparking a vote on which game they most hoped the Supreme One would do a crossover with. Ultimately, Healers won by a large margin. After all, every player who had played Healers hoped their in-game spouses could appear in the new game, joining them in the quest to become first under heaven. In addition to this, the report almost became a gathering spot for fans of the Supreme One, with a large number of fans sharing their gaming experiences and lavishing praise on the game. "I tried farming, my crops grew incredibly well and the village chief's daughter would send me longing looks every day and bring me meals, but I just found her annoying. I just want to farm in peace, please don't disturb me." Being a butcher, slaughtering pigs, then laying down the cleaver to immediately find enlightenment and becoming a monk to earn karma. Moving from one temple to another every time, until my karma was so high I would get chosen as the abbot right away. I love this bug, and I love this game. Steal something then give it to a companion, turn yourself in, and vehemently request to be beheaded. After revival, the item is still there, although it's easy to bring one's reputation to a negative value. The NPCs in this game are dumb, but playing it is truly a blast. 10 points. A free world leads to free gameplay. Fang Cheng didn't impose any restrictions, because he believed in the player's ability to cause mischief, and once they had amassed attributes and skill levels, they would certainly start pursuing more ambitious goals. For now, this was their free time. Later on, they would discover that playing the game with motivation and purpose was an even more interesting and goal-driven endeavor. Besides this report, comments from other prominent media outlets were also being released. Fang Cheng Studio had now been promoted to a first-class developer, and many media outlets had begun to review its games. Different media had different focuses, with some gaming outlets having strict reviewers whose opinions tended to be more stringent and critical, ready to point out a multitude of issues even in well-known games. The freshly launched The Supreme One was also a key focus for these reviewers, and their evaluations were offering the game's final verdict. Truly fun. Not buying it would be a loss. Chapter 179. Our reviews are known for being verbose, but today, our verdict is pretty straightforward. Aside from being fun, there's nothing much to say. I advise against playing this game, contrary to what most people suggest, because it really eats up too much time. Ever since some lunatic in the office discovered that holding one's breath could level up the breathing skill, the number one cause of death in the game has been drowning. Kudos to the game's realism. I love petting cats, but I'm allergic to cat fur. However, in the game, I can enjoy raising cats without worrying about going to the hospital, so cheers for the virtual kitties. By the way, this is my in-game cat, isn't it cute? Even if it's cute, I won't share it with you. I suggest buying the official version because you won't find a pirated one. I'm really curious about their anti-piracy technology. I'm willing to sacrifice 10 years of my colleague's life for that secret. This game was only worth a perfect score out of 10, but because of its interconnectivity, I've decided to give it 1,000,000 points. I highly suggest that players download and play other games from Fang Cheng Studio before playing this one, because you never know what will come first, the linkage or the Easter eggs. After reading the game media's reviews, Fang Cheng felt quite satisfied. Even though he didn't think the Supreme One was as fun as they made it out to be, the tone of the game they reflected was exactly what he wanted players to experience. A gameplay full of freedom indeed triggered lots of positive feedback from players, which showed that he had made great strides recently and had generally figured out what players wanted. However, the current state of Dustfire was still too chaotic. Players were still in the early stages of exploration, with most of their attributes and skills at relatively low levels. They were still learning the rules of this world, trying to enhance their attributes and touch upon the extraordinary, using their immortality to uncover the secrets of various places. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Fang Cheng was physically present in the Supreme One world the next second, observing it with a detached perspective. Millions of players gathered here, and the number of players online during the daytime could reach 1,000,000, indicating that many were so engrossed in the game they no longer wanted to go to work, choosing to play and entertain themselves each day instead. Standing here, he saw areas where player-built cities had begun to rise, with rudimentary shops and huts sprouting up and progressing towards grander cities. It wouldn't be long before the city lord of First Under Heaven would emerge, making the peak of the high mountain even more bustling. Wang Xiaoying's character was also present. The freedom-loving and exploratory girl had begun to actively learn wilderness exploration skills, preparing to fulfill the desires that reality couldn't satisfy in the game. Monkey was no exception. With nothing better to do lately, he came into the game and started seeking out Sword Immortal's whereabouts, aiming to become the First Under Heaven Sword Immortal. Su Qingling was also in the game, started buying and selling goods, and was on her way to being known as the world's wealthiest merchant. Besides his own title of the world's best fortune teller, more players had successively achieved other First Under Heaven titles. The difficulty level for these titles wasn't high, and subsequently, many players competed for them. Some titles even became speedrunning contests, which made Fang Cheng reflect: players have limited gaming time, but their imaginations are boundless. The fervor continued until February, when things started to slow down. Because it was the new year. Though the festive spirit has been waning, the Spring Festival remained one of the most important holidays, a time when rarely seen aunts and uncles would show up, eagerly asking Fang Cheng if he had a girlfriend yet, as there was a bunch of girls AOAOing for him. Each time, Fang Cheng would reply with a consistent answer: "I don't need that, and please, keep it down, I need to watch the New Year's Gala." The New Year's Gala was an annual must-watch for Fang Cheng, and not just watching it live, he would also record it and carefully study it afterward. Since the show aired every year and consistently had high viewership, he reasoned there must be something particularly captivating within it, so he wanted to study and maybe apply those elements in video games, making them more beloved by players. Every year at this time, Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang would seem to be on the verge of speaking, yet holding back, and vice versa. This year in particular, other than Fang Cheng, Tian Xian also dragged her little stool over to sit next to him, attentively watching the screen with the New Year's Gala, occasionally nibbling on a small biscuit. Seeing both children like this, Mr. and Mrs. Fang really didn't know what to say anymore. Beyond the real-world New Year's Gala, there was another special one this year: the New Year's Gala in the Supreme One. As Fang Cheng had synced the game world's time to align roughly with reality, NPCs would automatically enter the New Year's mode and start celebrating, even if players like Wang Xiaoying didn't initiate any event. The young emperor of Daliang began to grant amnesty across the land, and heaps of firecrackers appeared free of charge, filling the game with explosive sounds and the scent of gunpowder that the outside world lacked. With firecrackers in unlimited supply, numerous players started exploiting this opportunity to bug out titles like The Supreme Destructor and The First Firecracker Fanatic, infusing the game with a jovial atmosphere. That day, all resources were freely provided, but the following day all settings and items were restored to their original state, preventing players from using bugs to gain an unfair advantage. Chapter 180. Some targets that fell in the crime category could be completed on this day, considering all NPCs and items would reset by tomorrow, which led the player who aspired to be the number one evil person under the heavens, riding the steed named Mukwe 1234, to run wildly. The rampage they went on was continuous, resembling an unleashed wild dog that acted recklessly. Others chose to leisurely drift down rivers, singing songs with wine cups in hand, enjoying the lanterns hung high alongside the myriad of household lights, savoring the unique flavor of the new year. In the final countdown, Fang, Cheng, and Tianxian entered the game and arrived at the lakeside, where they saw tens of thousands of players gathered, each holding a sky lantern in their hands. After getting a free one from an NPC, the two joined in the surrounding countdown silently in their hearts. 5. 4. 3. Just as it was about to reach 2, a familiar voice rang out, "Fang Cheng, Tianxian, it's you. What a coincidence." Turning their heads, Fang Cheng saw Su Qingling's character appear beside them, also holding a sky lantern she had just received. Just in time, the countdown ended, and the sky lanterns took flight, filling the sky with red lanterns that, with the help of the wind, formed a sea of lights drifting into the distance. Against the backdrop of a spectacle rarely seen in reality, Su Qingling looked at the two and said with a smile, "Fang Cheng, Happy New Year." "Yeah, Su Qingling, Happy New Year." Cheering erupted at that moment, and the scent of the new year arrived along with the sound of firecrackers, making Fang Cheng feel that the new year here was somewhat more interesting. Apart from them, many players spent this special spring festival in the game. Tang Mo, buried in reading ancient books within the game, smiled and nodded as he watched the fireworks burst forth in succession outside. The monkey, dueling with a swordsman, was unexpectedly beheaded in one swift strike. Upon waking, he couldn't help but laugh on the snow-covered hillside. Chu Yu and the number 1 prison guard were practicing in their cell. There was no curfew today, ideal for a sneaky breakthrough that would astound everyone. With different expectations and emotions, the past year ended, and the new one arrived. The first day of the new year. Mr. Fang, who slept until he naturally woke up, crawled out to make brunch only to find Fang Cheng and Tianxian, one big and one small, seated in front of the TV, rewatching the New Year's gala. They sped up the video of the gala to 64 times the normal pace, allowing them to watch it in less than 4 minutes, and they plan to keep watching it on repeat. Heaven knows how many times they replayed it. And are immortals all so imperious? Watching shows at abnormal speeds means you're watching without soul. Fang Cheng was somewhat scary during this time in previous years, and now with Tianxian added to the scene, it made them seem even more eerie. Especially because both of them sat motionless, not even blinking, their focused expressions were akin to the atmosphere of a horror film, causing Mr. Fang's heart to race. He had to repeatedly remind himself that it was his son and foster daughter to calm down. Even after over 20 years, this annual event was still a bit too much for him to handle. Yawning, he realized it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Heading towards the kitchen, he was about to reheat last night's New Year's Eve dinner to use as lunch when he heard Fang Cheng pick up a phone call and respond with a nod, "Yeah, Happy New Year. All right, continue to work hard in the new year. You can just enjoy yourself in the dimensional for some time now. Yeah, see you after the holidays." After chatting for a few more moments, Fang Cheng put down his phone, ready to continue watching the gala, only to notice Mr. Fang staring at him in disbelief as if he had just seen something inconceivable. "What's wrong?" Fang Cheng asked, puzzled. "Did someone just call to wish you a Happy New Year?" "Yeah, a colleague from the studio, a lively one who's not very old." "You actually talked a bit more. I remember you never wanted to say more than necessary on the phone, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. Because it usually takes them half a day to say half a word, which makes the conversation boring. Besides, they are our own people, so it's okay to chat a little more." Mr. Fang stared at Fang Cheng with wide eyes, feeling his eldest son had changed quite a bit over the past 6 months. He wanted to ask if immortals could get sick, or if Fang Cheng might be ill, when Fang Cheng's phone lit up again with an incoming call. Asking Mr. Fang to hold his questions, Fang Cheng answered the phone and said, "Yeah, Happy New Year. There's no need to wash your hands before calling, just dial normally." "Okay, yeah, I understand." After chatting casually for a few more sentences, Fang Cheng ceased chatting with Xiao Duzi and then realized Mr. Fang's expression had become even more astonished. "You actually took 2 phone calls?" "Yeah, is there a problem? You actually know people? And they dare to call you? Are you being sarcastic?" Mr. Fang was full of doubts. After all, Fang Cheng seemed approachable, but most people didn't dare to get close to him. Perhaps it was an instinctive feeling that they were on different levels, just encountering each other was a matter of fate, and they wouldn't ask for more. So, seeing Fang Cheng take calls one after another, Mr. Fang felt his eldest son really was different. But what surprised Mr. Fang the most was yet to come. After a round of phone calls, Fang Cheng looked at his phone and actually took the initiative to dial a number. He actually took the initiative to call someone else. Once the call connected instantly, even from 2 meters away, Mr. Fang could feel the nervousness of that girl on the other end of the phone. "Yes, you dialed correctly, Happy New Year. The cat can do backflips now? I see, I'll visit when I have the time. The past year was hard work. Tian Xian's matter? She hasn't spoken to me." "Ah, merchandise for the healthcare profession. Yes, I understand, I know some channels for subcontracting, I'll take care of that. The sales issue is yours to handle. Thanks a lot, Su Qingling." After hanging up, Fang Cheng flicked Tian Xian's forehead, and she winced slightly and raised her head, then looked at Fang Cheng with tearful eyes. "Don't disturb your colleagues outside of work hours, apply and resolve matters during work hours. You're saying she's not a colleague but a friend?" Fang Cheng began to ponder the definition of colleague versus friend, but when he turned around, he saw another confused person had been added to the scene. Standing side by side with a toothbrush in her mouth, Mrs. Fang's expression synchronized perfectly with Mr. Fang's, both wearing a look of complete bewilderment. "Hold on, son, did you actually just call a girl? Colleague? Colleague? But I've never seen you take the initiative to call one. Explain more about this person. Are they human, or not some ancient deity, alien, or supernatural being, monster or ghost cultivator? Never mind, it doesn't matter, your parents are very open-minded, as long as it moves it's fine." Looking at his parents starting their morning this way, Fang Cheng probably understood Huang Ping's thoughts. Sometimes, working overtime really is a good sanctuary to avoid family issues. And so, he really did go to work overtime. With Tian Xian in tow, they stepped directly into the mirror universe, the planting grass planet. The players here had already handled Harvester number 2, which was the latest model for the satellite factory here, and to overwhelm the players now, they would need to do so with sheer numbers. However, the energy of the satellite factory was limited, making it challenging to crush the players through spawning more fighters. But the online player count had also dropped, so a dynamic equilibrium was currently maintained. Walking into the satellite factory, Fang Cheng found it close to shutting down. The harvester could no longer harvest spirit grass, and everything in the factory began to grind to a halt, leaving the vast satellite factory temporarily in a state with no grass available, making everything even quieter. After taking a stroll around, Fang Cheng and Tian Xian were quite satisfied with the place. The factory was massive and capable of processing various kinds of spirit grass. Although it was initially set up for pet snacks, it could actually produce different products based on the unique properties of each spirit grass. Of course, at the core, they were still snacks, just snacks with special functions. For example, some spirit grass with charging and discharging functions could be processed into edible batteries and then be used in various small toys. Since these products are derivatives of spirit grass, a continuous supply of its source was needed, so players would have to help produce different functional kinds of spirit grass. Moreover, the factory would need to relocate its entrance to its own planet, camouflage it appropriately, and set up immortal spells, among other things. Calculating the workload, Fang Cheng realized it was quite substantial. However, he felt it was worth it if it meant being able to promote spirit grass. Come on, it's time to start working overtime. Chapter 181. The satellite factory had been abandoned by its original managers. After all, the stars here had once died out and it was only rekindled by Fang Cheng himself that activated this satellite factory. Previously, Fang Cheng was not very interested in this place, but after a thorough inspection, he found that there were still quite a few well-preserved things here. The harvester used for collecting, solar panels with an energy conversion rate as high as 95%, a versatile processing factory. All sorts of black tech indicated that the people here once possessed a rather high level of technology. Although immortals don't seem to mesh well with technology, if you simply think of these technologies as various spells, then understanding them isn't difficult at all. For example, the spacecraft harvester is actually a machine puppet, the solar panels are actually a sun capturing array, and the universal processing factory is actually a refining furnace, and so on. Once you understand their uses and basic principles, the paths of cultivation and technology converge. Being just different observations of the world, cultivation simply errs on the side of idealism more, but idealism also has its own rules and logic. Once he had cleared up the working logic of the satellite factory, Tian Qian entered the scene. Her powers would be significantly lessened in the main universe, but since the satellite factory was located in the mirror universe, she could easily summon her angel envoy Miuquei over. However, as there was no need to interact with players, she didn't need to summon the humanoid Miuquei, just the useful ones would suffice. As a result, two-headed Miuquei were summoned, each only about half a meter tall, but as strong as a normal male adult, and they worked very efficiently. Since the Miuquei were souls Tian Qian had saved from torture, although some were so deeply traumatized that their intelligence had decreased significantly and they were almost incapable of doing most jobs, working at the satellite factory turned out to be quite suitable for them. Moreover, working here could help Tian Qian create gifts for players as a way to repay the merits she owed, so these little Miuquei also enjoyed this work. After enhancing the spacecraft harvester a bit, all the factory's worker and space issues were resolved, and next came the gifting. Fang Cheng didn't plan to sell these products but intended to give them away directly, because the starting point for manufacturing them was to enable Tian Qian to repay her debts, so there was no need to sell them. He wasn't sure about the current sales volume of the healer, but it should be around 4 million, so he decided to produce 4 million units first and then send them out as commemorative gifts. Later on, these products could also be gifted to players as game merchandise rewards, to thank them for their support and encouragement of his game. Happy with his arrangements, Fang Cheng went home alone, while Tian Qian began to operate the factory at full throttle, preparing to produce a batch of suitable game merchandise. 5 days later, the first batch of goods arrived. Fang Cheng specially drew a door on a wall in his home, and once the door was completed, the other side opened to the satellite factory. The little Miuquei lined up in a row, carrying small spirit grass dolls through from the other side of the door, quickly piling them up like a mountain in the room. Mr. and Mrs. Fang, watching TV in the living room, watched this scene in disbelief before finally hesitantly asking, "Son, what are you doing?" "I made some game merchandise. I thought when you made things, it was just a grand gesture and then automatically done." "That's me, not Tian Qian. And even when I make things, it takes time, it's not as easy as you think." Mr. Fang was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling once more that being an immortal was truly incredible. Picking up a small spirit grass doll, Mr. Fang noticed the solid craftsmanship, the fine touch, and each one had a fresh, pleasant scent of herbs, a natural aroma that made one feel as if they were in the midst of nature, the pure natural essence calming one's mind. But the appearance, well. In his hand was a fierce and evil-looking wolf, with a row of eyes on its head, the red eyes emitting a ferocious glow as if ready to prey upon someone. These spirit grass dolls came in various sizes, and this hungry wolf was almost life-sized, making it look particularly ferocious. Especially since the wolf looked so lifelike, positioned there as though it could pounce and crush one's throat at any moment, contrasting starkly with its refreshing scent. Looking at the thing, Mr. Fang felt it would be perfect for guarding the house. A burglar would be scared off at first sight, but so would the family members. Each spirit grass doll was of a different type, some were monsters like the hungry wolf, others were lovely girls as cute as flowers, and each of these girls had a number on their back. Though they looked identical, the craftsmanship of these dolls was truly remarkable. By using expressions, postures, and clothing, they managed to convey different personality traits. Marveling at these dolls, Mr. Fang asked with curiosity, "Why are there so many scary dolls?" "We don't know which dolls will be popular, so we decided to make all the characters from the healer and then send out real photos for players to choose their gifts." "You don't even need to choose, obviously, it's the little girls who will be popular. Although I don't play games much, I know too well what the players like." "That's not necessarily the case. All these spirit grasses are so cute, and the finished products are so adorable, I can't even make a choice myself. Looking at Fang Cheng, the spirit grass enthusiast, Mr. Fang felt there was no saving his son. Chapter 182. If he wasn't an immortal, he definitely couldn't have been this successful. Otherwise, he would only be left with his handsome but useless face to break into the entertainment industry. After posting actual photos of these gifts online, they quickly received feedback from players on the website. Although it was the Lunar New Year, everyone was quite idle in the days following the holiday, and they were naturally very excited to see the Supreme One release merchandise, so the comments were particularly plentiful. When Mr. Fang discovered that the most popular item wasn't Mukway but Li's plague chicken, he was completely stunned. What's so good looking about this chicken? However, upon opening the picture, Mr. Fang suddenly felt that there might be some reason to it. This plague chicken was riddled with disease, but it didn't look particularly unpleasant, and instead had a sense of fortitude despite its physical frailties. Especially the way it lay motionless on the ground, it was like it had been completely crushed by fate and resigned itself, a true reflection of a laborer worn down by life. Its gaze was indifferent, its eyes dull and lifeless, staring off into the distance as if it had lost all will to live. But even though it was lying down, having given up on everything, it was still slowly chewing on a strand of grass, seemingly determined to keep living stubbornly until the sun rose again. It was hard to imagine that a plague chicken could provoke such profound philosophical thoughts, reminding Mr. Fang of his own days at work, where every day he seemed to be just like this chicken, silently chewing, existing in a state neither alive nor dead. If even he, who had retired early, could have such deep reflections, then surely others must feel the same. Upon reading the comments, Mr. Fang found that many people shared his feelings. Although I'm a die-hard Mukway fan, I have to say, when I saw this plague chicken, I actually felt a connection to it. You and I are not plague chickens, yet you and I are all plague chickens in a way. The pressure of life looms over us like a lingering illness, and all we can do is passively accept our fates. Strange, it kind of looks like a dog, and that dog somewhat resembles me. I couldn't help but laugh the moment I saw this plague chicken, but as I laughed, I started to cry. I wonder if this chicken is still alive. Reply, it's alive. The constable didn't have time to eat it, it's still in the base, sickly as ever and waiting for death on the ground. That's good, as long as it's alive. Thus, the first batch of player benefits was decided to be plague chickens. Afterwards, Mr. Fang took over all the other issues. For some reason, he felt that he saw his own life in the plague chicken, developing a comradeship with it as if they were of the same class, which led him to decide to promote plague chicken culture. After dealing with various miscellaneous things, purchasing an abandoned factory outside of town, and planting spirit grass on the back mountain, a part of the satellite factory was moved here by Fang Cheng to serve as an outlet for products, making it convenient for Mr. Fang to release a large number of dolls at any time. It wasn't long before the plague chicken dolls were finally produced. The appearance of this doll set off a small cultural craze, its confused eyes and stubborn eating antics creating stark contrast, and with its abstract cultural core, it became a hot topic online. Although the first batch of plague chickens was only sent to players, the burgeoning demand drove Mr. Fang to go full throttle in releasing a second batch, and its unique fragrance acted like an anti-counterfeiting mark, deterring factories that considered forging it. At the same time, players of other games also raised their voices, excited by the merchandise of the Supreme One and expressing their desire for their own merch. They wanted the little spirit dolls of animals and plants from the Botanic Garden, thousands of them, identical, to buy them all up. Characters from Quiet Cultivation had to be life-sized, especially the female characters. Both the original skin and the premium skins were required. The various armors from the Nameless were also in demand, with many players having long coveted the Mingguang armor, yearning to wear it in real life just once. Temporarily ignoring these demands, Fang Cheng wrapped up things at his old home and then re-entered the game, beginning his journey in the Supreme One once more. Having not logged on for 7 days, the game environment had changed again. As expected, players had moved beyond the new player stages and started the next phase of gameplay. The early players were like headless flies, they knew the game was fun and were willing to invest time and energy into it. But because everything needed to be slowly discovered, their strength grew slowly, and imprisonment and death were the norm. However, now, thanks to the developed network and the uncompensated sharing of various bugs and tactics by the players, the game finally entered its second phase. That was the official competition for the title of First Under Heaven. Notable powerhouses had already emerged, and the more straightforward First Under Heaven titles had been conquered. Aside from a few titles with a racing element, those already completed First Under Heaven had lost all their allure. Although there were still players genuinely pursuing this honor, players' focus had shifted to various more difficult and topical titles. Many guilds with the goal of First Under Heaven were formed, their sole objective being to assist the big shots in the guild to achieve the goal together. A portion of gaming experts was even hired by guilds for money, providing additional income for the gaming elite. The live streaming industry related to the Supreme One also took off, its popularity even surpassing quiet cultivation and becoming a favorite among streamers. When Fang Cheng logged into the game, he found himself already brought onto a ship, accompanied by his teammate Immortal, as well as some other players. Although he had logged off, the game had a very good party system. As long as a player was in a party, their spawn point would automatically follow the party leader and appear next to the leader when they logged on again. Of course, this feature could be turned off to avoid being tricked by a bad party leader. Now it seemed that Fang Cheng had been brought onto the ship by his teammate, and then he faced the terrifying waves ahead. Huge waves several meters high were coming head-on, the ocean lifted by nature's overwhelming power and then smashing down on the ship like the wrath of the Dragon King. The heart-stopping visuals made many players scream in panic, as though they would be buried at the bottom of the sea in the next second. But the colossal sailing ship was incredibly stable, and the sailors on board remained unfazed by the giant waves, skillfully navigating the ship through them. Turning his head, Fang Cheng saw the captain of this large ship not far away. The storm drenched the captain, but he stood erect amidst the wind and rain, his back straight as a spear, completely disregarding the terror around him. He was like a lighthouse, as long as he didn't shrink away, even the fiercest of storms would be cleaved in two by him. He was Zheng Xuan, the First Under Heaven captain. This captain had been a government official in his early years, but unable to tolerate Zhao Qin's tyranny, he decided to fund his own fleet and set sail to avoid disaster. Unexpectedly, what was supposed to be a simple excursion awakened his talent for navigation. In just a year's time, he had grown from a newbie with a rudimentary understanding of sailing to a towering captain. Now, with a mere glance at the starry sky, he could determine the current time, position, and even occasionally harness the power of the stars to perform extraordinary feats. Immortal lay on the deck, heaving violently. It took a while for the sea to calm a bit before he could grab a rope and struggle to his feet, saying with difficulty, "This is the first time I've gotten seasick in a game. And does the game have to be this realistic, sensing even my seasickness?" "This game is that realistic," Fang Cheng said. "And why did you go to sea? To rob ships? Who would let you do that?" Fang Cheng pointed at Zheng Xuan through the storm. Immortal chuckled, then heaved again before saying, "He's willing. I have my reasons." Just then, Zheng Xuan noticed them and walked over unhurriedly. When he reached Fang Cheng's side, he asked softly, "The world's best fortune teller? Indeed. Are you really his friend? I thought he was tricking me before. I was careless at the time." "I thought so too." Zheng Xuan patted Immortal's shoulder and then looked at Fang Cheng earnestly, "Then I request Sir to divine for me. Please speak." Pointing at the tumultuous sea in front of them, he asked solemnly, "Will the ghost ship truly appear here?" Chapter 183. The ghost ship was a local legend among fishermen, rumored to be manned by the souls of sailors who had died unjustly, navigating a vessel that should have sunk, drifting endlessly at sea. It would only appear amid ferocious winds and terrifying waves, and its emergence was always accompanied by death and disaster. No one who saw it would live to tell the tale. Previously, there was a bug in this legend: if everyone who saw it died, then who passed on the story? But ever since players came into the picture, that bug was no longer an issue. After doing a simple divination for Zheng Xuan, Fang Cheng said, "No. So, there's nothing in these waters? All right, let's move on and search the next sea area." No sooner had the order been issued and the sailboat started to turn, did the group of people witness something appearing in the distance. It was a massive sailboat, its surface covered with mottled marks and barnacles clinging to the wooden hull, giving the vessel an air of weather-beaten antiquity. Even as the surrounding seas roiled with wind and waves that could shake even the rocks, the boat sailed right past Zheng Quan's front, ignoring the storm and vanishing into the distance. In the darkness, the hull of the ship emitted a faint luminescence. You could vaguely see pale-faced sailors adjusting the sails, passing by without a care. Pointing at the ship, Zheng Xuan asked incredulously, "What is that?" "It's definitely not a ghost ship," replied Fang Cheng. But a normal ship shouldn't look like that. Whether it's normal or not, I don't know, but it's definitely not a ghost ship. Zeman Wadeo, on the other hand, was suddenly intrigued. He wiped his mouth and then grabbed Mukwe 1234 beside him, excitedly saying, Mukwe 1234, it's time to cash in on some merit. As an Easter egg from a collaboration, Mukwe 1234 could use all functions from the healer, including exchanging merit for various materials. And ironically, Zeman Wadeo, who aspired to be the #1 evil person under the heavens, had a considerable amount of merit. He had instigated a revolution in the healer and spurred the people's resistance, which won him the favor of Heavenly Tao and a significant amount of merit. Despite Mukwe 1234 consuming it day and night, there was still a massive amount left, causing Tian Xian to worry daily about how to make him spend this merit quickly. Following Zeman Wadeo's instructions, Mukwe 1234 took action. A white glow emerged, and the silvery merit at this moment solidified into a long bridge, allowing Zeman Wadeo to dash along it, speeding toward the other side and the ghost ship. Although Mukwe 1234 complained about Zeman Wadeo daily, their coordination was incredibly in tune, almost to the point where one glance was enough to understand each other's thoughts. Yet, just as he was about to jump aboard, he immediately turned back and leaped, returning to the ship before the wooden plank beneath his feet vanished. After landing, he shook the rain off his face and said with lingering fear, "It's not the legendary ghost ship at all." "What did you see?" asked Zhang Chuan, curious. "The moment I got on, I saw a bunch of barnacles on the ship. The entire deck opened its mouth as soon as it felt my presence, trying to swallow me whole. Lucky for me, I reacted quickly and ran back. Otherwise, I'd be dead." I realized then that it wasn't a ship at all, but a monster disguised as one. "I see," said Zhang Chuan with a nod, then shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow that ship. We can't let this demon escape, let's charge." Charge! Reversing course, the vessel began to navigate through the storm. In the face of nature's power, the massive sailboat was like a toy in the hands of a child, tossed about by the huge waves. But even so, the ship persisted in its pursuit of the monster ahead, constantly maintaining a certain distance. On deck, Zhang Chuan stood firm like a key stand, steadying the sailboat that nearly capsized several times. Each time, a burst of starlight descended from the sky, using a special force to realign the vessel just right. While Zeman Wadeo, who had logged off feeling sick and dizzy from the sea's tumult, was offline to recover, the storm suddenly ceased. It was peaceful here, the sea's surface smooth as a mirror, making the previous tempest seem like an illusion. The ghost ship ahead had also come to a halt. Seemingly aware it couldn't shake off its pursuer, the sea vessel completely transformed, revealing its true form. The deck unfurled, and the fake figures steering the ship flew into midair, turning out to be a multitude of barnacles in mimicry. The front half of the sailboat opened up, exposing its starfish-like body and the dense array of nail-like teeth inside. "It's a starfish!" exclaimed Zhang Chuan in shock. "So, the so-called ghost ship is actually a starfish's mimicry. Instead of marveling, you might want to think about how to take it down," said Zeman Wadeo weakly as he came back online. "Got it, open fire." The cannons on the deck targeted the starfish, the calm sea was ideal for aiming. The quartz artillery locked on the target and then fired. Although no one knew why the starfish could grow so large, a starfish was still a starfish, a creature of flesh and blood. And the artillery's 16-pound iron ball, fired with each deafening blast, unleashed the power of human intellect from an alchemist's formula, hurtling forth with great force. The iron ball easily struck its target and just as easily pierced through. Several volleys of iron ball created a myriad of gaping wounds in the starfish. The starfish, blood and flesh flying in the explosion, was wiped out in the blink of an eye. What was once a menacing starfish became a lifeless entity, floating on the water in mere moments. Chapter 184. "That's it?" Zeman Wadeo asked with a sneer, wiping the corner of his mouth. "Someone who puked the whole way has no right to say that," Mukwe 1234 said coldly. "Did I say I wasn't up to it? You're ruthless." Even though the sea star was no longer moving, Zhang Chuan did not rashly approach. Instead, he looked at Fang Cheng, ready to follow his lead. After a quick calculation, Fang Cheng said, "It's dead, but something feels off. Let's go up and take a look." Nodding, Zhang Chuan summoned the sailors to start rowing. The sailing ship moved across the calm waters and soon reached the body of the sea star. Leaping from the deck, Fang Cheng's Taoist skills took effect, and his game character floated down gently, like a feather, onto the sea star. Seeing Fang Cheng's move, Zheng Quan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help saying, "Mr. Fang turns out to be a cultivator too. Of course, my Taoism level is 30 now." In this period, although Fang Cheng only logged on occasionally to check on the player's situation, he had still traveled with Zeman Weidao, challenging several Taoist temples and obtaining 3 tokens. With each successful challenge, his Taoism level increased. This was the fastest way to level up in Taoism in the game. In the Supreme One, skill levels capped at 50, and the higher the level, the harder it was to progress. At level 30, one's advancement level could be termed as a master in the game. Certain spells could be cast at will, and some temple masters were just a little over level 30. Under Zheng Quan's admiring gaze, Fang Cheng had landed on the giant sea star. He then reached out and snatched up a chip in his hand. Jumping back onto the deck, Fang Cheng looked at the chip with a sense of unease. This thing isn't listed in the item inventory. Seeing this sudden appearance, Fang Cheng immediately felt an intense sensation of an impending backstab. Something wants to harm me. The dust fire of the Supreme One was yet to be purified, but the signs of betrayal had already manifested, making Fang Cheng feel he had to act quickly to figure out the origin of the chip and nip the trouble in the bud. After disbanding the party, he bid farewell to the others and, stepping on the sea water, left the calm sea area, venturing back into the earth-shattering hurricane. Watching Fang Cheng appear and disappear suddenly, the captain number 1 under the heavens, Zhang Chuan, felt a sense of loss, as if something had gone forever. As for Muque 1234, she breathed a sigh of relief, then became concerned about how the great heavenly lord might judge her actions. She had come to aid Zeman Weidao, whose performance, well, could only be described as befitting a merry troublemaker. He had fully honored their prior agreement. After committing mischief, he always provided a favorable outcome for the other party. After robbing, the items were returned intact, and double the amount of silver coins was offered as compensation. If houses were to be burned, he would ensure that new ones were rebuilt with good merit afterward. When it came to injuring people, he only targeted those who were utterly wicked. As for forming gangs, although they were nominally thugs, every member received a daily wage and was required to do good deeds every day. Thus, even though the task list of the number 1 evil person under the heavens was almost completed, Muque 1234 found that Zeman Weidao had actually earned some merit through his misdeeds. Managing to earn merit from mischiefs, Muque 1234 thought there was nobody else but Zeman Weidao who could achieve that. This time was no different. Realizing he couldn't imitate the pirates to rob ships, Zeman Weidao simply pulled over Zheng Chuan and declared loudly, "This is a robbery." All right, will 1 silver coin do?" "Yes." Taking the single coin, Zeman Weidao found that his task of pillaging a ship was complete and said contentedly, "Thanks a lot, Big Boss Zheng. It's nothing, but is that really all there is to it?" "That's it." "Then what about Mr. Fang? Are we just going to let him go?" "No choice, people have their own ambitions." "No worries, though, our fates are deeply intertwined, we're sure to meet again." Muque 1234 kicked Zeman Weidao hard, docking 10 health points from him. "Shut up, you harbinger of doom." Meanwhile, Fang Cheng stepped onto the shore, walking on the water. With palm thunder, he dried the sea water from his body and then walked briskly toward the nearby town to find the Taoist temple there, ready to seize the token that would improve his Taoism level. Something seemed to be about to happen in this world, as if it were going to be affected by certain things, and he was determined to find out what this influence might be in the game. But just as he arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple, he noticed the air in front of him twisting. A teleportation array was conjured out of thin air. Someone had directly cast a spell and created an array before Fang Cheng. After the air stopped warping, a Taoist appeared before Fang Cheng. The person seemed to be no more than 16 years old, with a clear brow, handsome eyes, red lips and white teeth, looking just like a pretty little Taoist. However, what did not match his age was his aura of simplicity and naturalness, as though he was one with the world around him. Though he had appeared suddenly, his natural demeanor made it seem as if he had always been there and never moved. Such a unity of man and nature was close to the Dao itself. If he wanted to, he could merge into the world so that other passers-by would not notice his presence, just like travelers hardly pay attention to a small pebble along the way. While he could make himself like a pebble, he himself was unfathomable. Standing before this person, Fang Cheng felt like he was facing the sea he had seen the night before. It could be calm but could also stir up a storm that could destroy heaven and earth. With utmost respect, the young Taoist smiled and said, "I've seen Mr. Fang. My name is Sun Jizi, a cultivator of 130 years, and I am considered the number one Taoist in this realm." Fang Cheng returned the courtesy and then asked, "Is there a problem? Although Mr. Fang is an alien, your cultivation is extraordinary, easily breaking through several Taoist temples, which is truly admirable. However, may I ask if you could do me the honor of stopping this quest?" "Why? Can't you calculate it yourself? It's a bit troublesome, just tell me directly." Sun Jizi sighed and then said, "The title of First Under Heaven is cherished by heaven and earth. The more difficult the title to attain, the more the world bestows its care, and the more spirituality one gains. Like me, I have very high spirituality and can roughly guess the origin of you aliens, as well as know some of the secrets of this world. But if the title is taken, much of the spirituality will dissipate, and the person will become confused. So, you want to keep your spirituality?" "Precisely. And this chip? It was created by us, the top ranks known as First Under Heaven, to cause trouble for you aliens." Hearing this answer, Fang Cheng nodded, feeling increasingly that the creator of this world was formidable indeed. This technique was almost on par with reviving the dead and creating out of the void. And the life created thus had considerable spirituality. This skill was somewhat extraordinary. Seeing Fang Cheng lost in thought, Sun Jizi quietly waited for him to ponder for a while before asking, "So Mr. Fang? Sorry, but I'm even more interested in obtaining the title of First Under Heaven now," Fang Cheng said. "Your creator has buried something in this world, and I really want to see what it is." "I understand, then there's no choice but to offend," Sun Jizi said. Sun Jizi sighed, ready to use the highest mystical method, only to feel a chill at his chest as a bolt of palm thunder pierced through, leaving him unable to muster any strength. This body was a mana avatar created by a level 50 Taoism skill, a pinnacle construct that even had strength surpassing the real body by a margin. He hadn't expected to be vanquished in a single encounter, and with the most basic palm thunder at that. Palm thunder. Realizing his supreme avatar had been extinguished by palm thunder, Sun Jizi was so shocked he couldn't speak. Pointing at Fang Cheng with his last bit of energy, he stuttered, You. Don't worry, you will be the last one. After I collect all the tokens, I'll come looking for your real body," Fang Cheng said. Knowing his fate was sealed, Sun Jizi's avatar covered his face and departed, tears streaming down. Having sent Sun Jizi off, Fang Cheng finally understood the origin of the chip. After some deductions, Fang Cheng realized that his premonition had disappeared and everything was returning to normal. After all, when all these First Under Heaven joined forces, they could only raise the difficulty for the players, which would actually inspire their fighting spirit, urging them to continue the battle. Thereupon, he tossed aside the chip with satisfaction and continued to challenge the temple master. "Sun Jizi, I'll be coming for you soon." Chapter 185. Within the Imperial Palace, Zhao Qin did not hold the morning court session today. Instead, he had the ministers kneel outside the golden throne and listen to some nonsense for a while before dismissing them. Playing with the young emperor in his arms as if the boy were a cat, Zhao Qin looked down and soon saw someone approaching. The footsteps of the newcomer were almost soundless, and even his breathing slowed to 1 breath per 100 counts, a testament to his terrifying mastery of internal energy. He was the supreme warrior known as First Under Heaven, Ye Qingguo. At the age of 40, Ye Qingguo's vitality and blood energy were impeccable, maintaining his physical strength at its peak at all times, making him appear to be an ordinary young man. But Zhao Qin knew beneath that seemingly average exterior lay the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, enough to fend off a charging wild elephant with one palm and instantly end its life. Apart from his title as the foremost martial artist, he also held titles such as First Under Heaven in club techniques, First Under Heaven swordsman, First Under Heaven in the use of odd gates, but there were 2 First Under Heaven titles he had never attained. First Under Heaven swordsman and First Under Heaven in hidden weapons. One was not here, and the other wasn't here either. Although Zhao Qin had indicated there were important matters to discuss, one of them possessed high moral integrity and did not want to sully himself by associating with Zhao Qin, the other acted only on his whims, and his mood would certainly not be good after seeing Zhao Qin. Watching Ye Qingguo enter the area, Zhao Qin flicked his finger lightly, and a chair flew to Ye Qingguo's side, inviting him to sit. After looking at Zhao Qin on the dragon throne, Ye Qingguo gave a light cough and then stood aside, no longer paying attention to him. Zhao Qin wasn't surprised by Ye Qingguo's attitude, it was within his expectations. In this world, too many wanted him dead and disliked him, but he didn't care. As long as they were willing to come, they were entering his game, and he would use them eventually. It wasn't long before the second person arrived. He appeared to be 16 and usually graceful, but now he seemed as if he had encountered a ghost, utterly devoid of his usual liveliness. Upon reaching the place, he lay on the ground, expressionless like a dead fish, looking at everyone before pointing and saying, You are all going to die. Suanjizi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Qin asked with a smile, You look as if you've seen a ghost. I truly did see a ghost. Just an alien, just a palm thunder. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suanjizi was like a madman at that moment, his laughter sharp as the gale, filling the hall with his terrifying mirth. Much time passed before he finally sat in a corner, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the wall, What exactly have I been doing for over 100 years? Shortly after, the air suddenly turned cold. Frost began forming on the ground as something slowly made its entry. His appearance was not visible here, but judging from the footprints that emerged on the ground, he was a tall man with almost no weight. He was the first under heaven wraith, his origins unknown, but his mystique was well recognized. Soon after, one by one, the leading figures of first under heaven titles arrived. Some bore grudges against each other, some shared bonds, but in this moment, they all sat in their chairs, watching Zhao Qin upon the dragon throne. Due to the underlying logic of this world, when the title of first under heaven was usurped by an alien, the original bearer would lose half of their spirituality. This spirituality is an important foundation for their memory, thought, and autonomy. Losing half, they would still be stronger than ordinary NPCs, but they would become muddled, forgetting many things. Part of this lost spirituality would enter the source of the world, while some would go to the other first under heavens, increasing their spirituality slightly and making it easier for them to understand the anomalies of this world. Today, I've summoned you all here, and I believe you understand why, Zhao Qin said as he stroked the young emperor's head. You are all masters in your respective fields, and recently, you have been challenged by some aliens. Some have been challenged already, and after losing half their spirituality, have nearly become fools. Old Zhao, get to the point and stop beating around the bush, the first under heaven rebel laughed and said, After you finish talking, I'm going to cut off your head and see if there's really something wrong with your brain. Heh heh. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance, facing death and still having the face to bellow here. Those aliens may lack in many respects, but certainly not in treachery. As the first under heaven rebel, I'm afraid your title will be taken over soon. Nonsense. Why am I here? He had just slammed the table and risen, but in the next second, the look in the eyes of the first under heaven rebel became vacant. Then, atop a high mountain, a statue was pulled from the ground, clearly depicting a player who had just received the title of first under heaven rebel. Observing the now evidently confused former first under heaven rebel, Zhao Qin threw him out of the golden throne and then said to the silent crowd, See? This is what we become when we lose our spirituality. Gentlemen, I'm sure none of you wish to lose it all and then become idiots, right? The crowd fell silent once more, followed by the first under heaven joker asking, So, Grand Elder Zhao, what should we do? These aliens are overwhelmingly powerful and indestructible, we can't even kill them. Recently, several new troops have emerged led by aliens, and the plays they rehearse are captivating, with many I've never even heard of. Chapter 186. As sadness gripped him, the Joker covered his eyes and couldn't help but cry out. Even though it was known that he was a man dressed as a woman, his movements were as gentle as a breeze caressing willow branches, embodying a myriad of charms, stirring the hearts of those with insufficient resolve. Stop crying, Zhao Qin said with a yawn, you're just a joker, it's not the end of the world. But if you don't want to, use this thing. The first under heaven joker looked up and saw something flying towards him, hitting him right on the forehead. With an ouch, he picked up the thing and found it to be a small shard, much like broken glass. The Great Way has 50, and 50 is the extreme number of the heavenly Tao, therefore, the skills we can control can only reach up to 50 at max. However, those players have various means to know how different skills interconnect and enhance one another, thus exhibiting effects that exceed level 50. Then this shard. It will let you surpass level 50. Taking a breath, Zhao Qin continued, this thing's a bit dangerous. We've tested it on sea beasts, and their size instantaneously broke through their limitations, indicating that this thing indeed has the effect of breaking limitations. We modified it slightly, so it can clear our own restrictions, allowing us to break through 50. And if it fails, the Joker asked fearfully, will we die? Hee, die? By that time, death may seem like a relief. Pray that you can die easily, Zhao Qin said. Looking at the shard in his hands, the Joker became even more frightened. Staring at Zhao Qin above, he gulped and then asked, then, how do you know this thing works? Of course I've used it myself. Peeling back his clothes, Zhao Qin exposed his body, showing everyone the shard flickering on his chest. After redressing, Zhao Qin said, I was lucky, succeeded straight away, but those 3 we tested, never mind, better not to mention it. One of my skills has broken through its limit, and now I possess that power which transcends the secular world, and even Suanjiza might envy my power. Impossible. Suanjiza suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Zhao Qin, you haven't seen that person, you'll never understand how terrifying that person is. Facing Suanjiza's doubt, Zhao Qin just reclined on the dragon throne and pointed outside, saying, let there be thunder. A clap of thunder sounded, and the clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, as if the whole world obeyed Zhao Qin's command, serving to fulfill his wish. See? This is the power of language. Once you surpass level 50, you'll wield the power where words manifest reality, and no one can stop me in this world. If you're so powerful now, why would you still help us? The first under heaven Joker asked, puzzled. If you are gone, then the aliens will only target me. I know what's more important, Zhao Qin explained. After hearing Zhao Qin's explanation, the Joker looked at the shard in his hand, then suddenly closed his eyes and swallowed the shard in one gulp. If you don't become mad, you won't survive. Let's go for it. Once the shard was ingested, searing pain surged through him, making him curl up like a shrimp, with his body temperature rising like flames. It was thought that he had failed, but a few minutes later, the Joker struggled to rise, wiping away the drool from his mouth, revealing a madman's grin. Staring blankly ahead, he suddenly shouted, my king! With that coquettish cry, he turned around, transformed into a beautiful lady full of amorous looks yet tinged with sorrow, melting the hearts of all who saw her. But then, in a gruff voice, he shouted, Yuji! The beautiful lady from a moment ago instantly became a heavily armored warrior, with neither voice nor appearance bearing any resemblance, yet it was indeed the same person. Endless transformations, what a trick! Who else wants it? With the first precedent set, there was a second, and a third. However, the success rate of this chip isn't high, only 1 or 2 out of 10 succeed. The failures, either die from their bodies exploding or they turn into peculiar monsters, and in the end, very few survive and break through their limits. The young emperor on the dragon throne struggled to get away, but Zhao Qin had already caught him. With a strong heart, she pried open the emperor's eyelids with her withered hands and said to the young emperor, look! These are the ones who are first under heaven, they are human too, and they thirst for greater power. They spew curses at me whenever they see me, but now they're groveling at my feet like dogs. Why are you making me watch this? The young emperor yelled with a sob, I'm only 5 years old. You were previously the heir apparent, the most suitable person to be emperor. So. With eyes wide open, Zhao Qin leaned in close to the young emperor's ear and whispered, don't you think that ruining someone like you feels especially fulfilling? Madman! He, thanks for your generous praise, your majesty. Now, just follow me and see what this world will turn into. Ha ha ha. Amidst Zhao Qin's arrogant laughter, the number of those who were first under heaven in the room swiftly began to dwindle. Some of the spiritual energy they lost was absorbed into the new NPC first under heaven, and some also enhanced the others, rapidly increasing their spirituality. By the time nearly all the first under heaven had used the chips, the vast golden throne had completely changed. Blood was everywhere, the ground was covered with splattered bloodstains, and strange monsters could be seen all over, emitting odd cries of anguish. And those who survived, without exception, had all broken through their limits and reached another stage. A new phase was about to unfold, and a new game environment was on the horizon. The first thing players noticed was that some of the challenge targets had changed. The replacements were once the second best, who had attained their own success due to the death of the former first under heaven. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the seasoned predecessors. Seizing this temporal advantage, the major guilds decisively struck, and the rate of title acquisition immediately doubled, with a new first under heaven emerging almost daily, sending the game's popularity skyrocketing. But then, some players discovered that the difficulty of achieving this title had increased. Some players were nearly completing the achievement of becoming the first under heaven blacksmith, but the title holder returned after a short absence, suddenly displaying immense strength, as blowing the bellows with his bare hands was no trouble at all. And the items forged by this individual, even if just a kitchen knife, became exceedingly sharp, alerting these players that something was amiss. Ascending military ranks became more difficult. Players aiming for the title of the first under heaven soldier initially found it manageable, but as time passed, their own ranking seemed to continually decline. Furthermore, when someone invaded the border, the military camp's leader would rush to the forefront, charging towards the enemy. His movements were like a swift wind, and before others could react, the squad leader, carrying a long spear, rushed ahead of the enemy cavalry, then with a shake of his spear, he toppled one adversary after another. The leader's actions no longer seemed human, his killing techniques were mastered to the point of becoming art. Apart from them, the remaining first under heaven also seemed to have become tougher challenges. Some simple ones had already been completed, but some of the difficult ones seemed impossible to conquer, as the strength of the target figures appeared to surge overnight, also making the players feel even more excited. It was common for Fang Cheng Studios games to hide Easter eggs and then suddenly change the game type, so everyone was anticipating the announcement of the Easter eggs discovery, but it hadn't happened yet. However, the changes in the game environment made them feel that the appearance of the Easter egg was imminent. As long as some lucky person stepped forward and found it, they could play 2 games for the price of 1. Fang Cheng felt speechless seeing players actually getting excited discussing the sudden increase in difficulty and the rumors about the Easter egg. This game truly had no Easter eggs. Rather than wasting time thinking about how to trigger the Easter egg, it's better to figure out how to defeat those guys. Just as Fang Cheng thought the players were being impractical, a bombshell piece of news appeared in the chat group. The Easter egg, it had been found. Fang Cheng was left speechless. Chapter 187. Moral's Aid Group is a somewhat famous player QQ group. Although it hasn't been established for very long, it often comes up with some game-breaking strategies, often resulting in buzz-worthy content spreading from it. However, this time the content wasn't particularly explosive, it was just that someone in their group had gone through great efforts to detect the attributes of one of the top-ranked players, first under heaven. Seeing the screenshots of the data that were released, players found that this top escort master had exceptional attributes in all aspects, with his basic intuition skill being particularly prominent. His advanced escort-related skills had even surpassed level 50, with some reaching level 55. Players currently don't have level 50 skills, with most stuck just over level 30. It is conservatively estimated that reaching level 50 could take about half a year of continuous and relentless effort. Moreover, according to the game's introduction, level 50 is the cap, and players need to combine an understanding of the game, synergy between various skills, and collaboration with other players to have a chance at defeating the powerful first under heaven and claiming the corresponding title. Once a skill level surpasses 30, every increment requires immense effort, but the payoff in terms of power increase is also immense. At level 45, each increment yields almost a transcendental effect, making the skills even more explosive. But unexpectedly, an NPC has now broken through the level 50 cap, reaching even higher levels. If it were any other game, players might curse the developers for unfairly boosting NPCs to extend the life of the game. But since it's a game from Fang Cheng Studio, players would think that it definitely represents an Easter egg in the game, a hidden feature for them to discover that would make the game even more exciting. Seeing the screenshot thrown out by the Moral's Aid group, Fang Cheng was quite helpless. This is obviously an NPC scheme, just follow the storyline and you'll be fine. It really isn't as explosive or extreme as you think. Be good, go play the game, don't think about anything else. Temporarily ignoring these players, Fang Cheng went to the next Taoist academy, planning to take the token from there, then continue on his journey. This Taoist academy was located in the far north of the continent, a place covered in perennial snow and bitter cold, barely visited by anyone. The good days here last only a short 5 months, the rest of the year is winter, which brings a tranquil atmosphere, quiet enough to hear the snowfall. Yet, in this place, there was still a Taoist academy. Walking on the snowy ground, Fang Cheng felt that this place was nice, with its courtyard design having a lot of character. Before him stood the Taoist academy, isolated on the frozen river bank. A young Taoist wrapped in cotton cloaks was chipping ice at the river to collect water. Seeing Fang Cheng approaching through the snow, he bowed and asked, "Sir, for what purpose have you come? Are you here to convert or to make a charitable donation? If you're here to learn, we can only teach you some basic Taoism, nothing else." Fang Cheng also smiled and returned the bow, then said, "I've come for the token." "So it's you. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please, Mr. Fang, come inside." Nearly a month of game time has put players' footprints in almost every corner of the continent, even this remote small Taoist academy was no exception. However, players are quite pragmatic, and after finding that this place didn't offer what they wanted, the previously bustling Taoist academy has now returned to its former quiet state. The temple master here was likely also a prophet, but predicting Fang Cheng's arrival was not hard. The prophet knew someone was seeking the token, and after inquiring about the person's background, it was clear that the one coming here for the token had to be Fang Cheng. Since Fang Cheng hadn't made any effort to hide his movements, it was possible to guess a lot of information just based on intelligence analysis. With a slight nod, Fang Cheng walked straight into the Taoist temple and found an elderly Taoist squatting under the eaves with corn, peanuts, and some food beside a small stove. Hearing the door open, he didn't turn his head, and simply said, "You've finally arrived, quickly help me chop these into small pieces and put them into the plum wine." Without hearing a response, the elderly Taoist turned around with dissatisfaction, but when he noticed it was Fang Cheng, he paused before realizing what was happening. He took the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to Fang Cheng, then said, "Mr. Fang, here is the token. It's mealtime now, you're welcome to eat before you go." Then, pointing at the roasted food, he said, "Do me a favor and eat less later, so I can eat less as well. This way, my disciple can have a bit more to eat. I brought some food, but only ordinary chicken, duck, fish, and some beef jerky." The old Taoist's expression became subtle as he watched Fang Cheng take food out of thin air from his storage bag. After that, dragging his lame foot, he wobbled into the back kitchen, returning with 2 bowls of plum wine in his hands. He placed one bowl in front of Fang Cheng and said, "Drink it while it's warm. This wine is from my cellar, and it's just the right temperature now, too cold or too hot wouldn't be up to standard. Game characters can't taste, but Fang Cheng's divine sense can." Sipping the slightly tart but well-textured plum wine, Fang Cheng gazed over the wall and onto the river's snowy surface, feeling as though the whole world had become serene. The world was blanketed in white, yet the gradations of proximity created a varied array of lines, revealing simplicity and the silent beauty of nature, which calmed the mind. Drinking plum wine and enjoying the scenery, Fang Cheng thought that having such a bowl once in a while wasn't too bad. Chapter 188. And though the old Taoist's cultivation wasn't very profound, he had a deep understanding of the natural core of his spells, so sitting together was not dull at all. While the two were enjoying their drinks, a group of players suddenly stormed in, and the young Taoist outside couldn't hold them back. The gang of players looked fierce and menacing, each resembling a wrathful deity. Their arrival gave off the impression that they were either going to commit murder or arson, or both. Looking at them, the old Taoist heaved a sigh, stood up, and said, "I didn't expect that even after I changed my identity and came here, you would still seek me out. Indeed, I am the first under heaven." "Old Taoist, hold your tongue. We've commandeered this place. Here's some silver coin for your trouble," one of them said, interrupting. When the old Taoist saw the pile of silver sufficient to buy 2 Taoist temples laid before him, he could only sit back down and then asked, "What are you all up to?" "We're from the Morals Aid Group, and today we're here to test some new tactic combinations." "Old Taoist, we know you're the #1 assassin, but don't worry, we're not here to bully you," they responded. "Oh, and what are you here for?" "For basic skills," a player stated righteously. Upon hearing this answer, Fang Cheng felt there was something odd. Basic skills are skills that players have from the moment they enter the game, such as breathing, walking, eating, drinking, and sleeping. Even though there are many such skills, and the levels can be increased quickly, each level provides a very small boost to personal strength. For instance, take breathing. No matter how well one breathes, only at a certain level might one gain an effect similar to channeling qi, which allows players to slightly strengthen their bodies and improve their physique while breathing. However, that requires one to reach level 100. Although basic skills have no level cap, the effort needed to reach level 100 is almost the same as advancing a specialty skill to level 30, but the resulting effect may not even match that of level 20. Furthermore, even though future levels might unlock new effects, that's something for level 150, requiring even more time, with minimal improvement in effect. So no matter how you look at it, for a rational player, investing in this is definitely a very low return on investment. But the thing is, the members of the Morals Aid group are no ordinary people. They are the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the gaming world, with gifted individuals among them, breathing an atmosphere of playful trolling, a place capable of nurturing characters like Zeman Wadeo. They are dedicated to uncovering every secret in the game, developing different combinations to expand gameplay, and they are the rare kind of players who both seek and find amusement in the game. After taking over the Taoist temple, they immediately turned it into a small base. Then they went out, broke the ice, and one by one, jumped in. A few minutes later, shivering from the cold, they returned to the temple, stood in the snow, and focused on their status bars. Then, with satisfaction, they said, "Good. I've got a cold. Me too. I mutated. Now I've got pneumonia. Come closer to me, let's see if we can infect each other. My health is dropping. Same here. Can someone break my bones? I'm ready to see if two effects can stack." "Thanks, buddy, that's perfect." The old Taoist couldn't help but cover the young Taoist's eyes to shield him from the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Under the torment of disease, these players' physical conditions were deteriorating slowly, but the level of their basic skill self-healing was also slowly increasing. Seeing the leveling speed getting slower and slower, a player opened up an Excel sheet, consolidated the data sent to the group chat by the players, and then said, "Getting sick really does increase the self-healing level, but it's too slow. I'm in Miaojing. There's a type of worm here that can inflict harm without killing the victim, a cruel form of punishment. Maybe this thing could increase the self-healing speed and level. I'll try to get some players here." "Not necessary, my wife is right there. She's in Miaojing learning how to use worms." "Hey, I'm not showing off about having a wife, okay? Offer your condolences. Offer your condolences." "Hey, why? Isn't it good to have a wife with the same hobbies as me? Offer your condolences." Thanks to the players' diverse species, it didn't take long for several with goo arts over level 30 to arrive here via the teleportation array, each holding a porcelain bottle containing a goo insect. The player responsible for the experiment personally swallowed the goo insect, then looked at his panel and said, "The self-healing speed has increased by 3 times, and the experience gain speed has also tripled, indicating that the experience gain method of the self-healing skill is multiplicative, not additive, and it is related to the amount of healing." Assuming the natural state of the self-healing ability is 1, and the skill coefficient of the self-healing skill is the skill level divided by 100, after eating the goo insect, the coefficient is multiplied by 2. I think we can still speed this up further. How about stacking a bleeding state on ourselves, then have a doctor to prolong our life? Good idea, go get Huatuo. Before long, the room was filled with several players with medical skills above level 30. The player testing the basic skill effects had transformed into a blur, the internal content was indecipherable, and the sight was nightmarish even for adults. Even the seasoned Taoist, known as First Under Heaven Assassin, only dared to sit at the doorway, reluctant to look inside. He even poured a cup of wine for the young Taoist, then couldn't help but ask, "What's the deal with you aliens? Playing such terrifying games in someone else's Taoist temple? Wouldn't it be fine if you just didn't rent out the Taoist temple? They offered too much." Later they added 3 times the silver coin. While sipping plum wine, Fang Cheng felt the old Taoist had become somewhat worldly and somewhat deserved it. Realizing the usefulness of doctors, the members of the Morals Aid group were even more excited. Fang Cheng, who possessed Taoist skills, was brought back and then cast a spell to double their recovery rate again. Precious life-prolonging pills were used, doubling the skill accumulation speed once more. A mysterious sacrificial ritual was utilized. The blood of divine beasts was employed. The Morals Aid group was popular and players were abound with talents gathering here from all walks of life, focusing on enhancing the basic skill of self-healing, crazily improving the experimental player's self-healing ability. After numerous measures were applied, the experimental players had completely degenerated into self-healing machines. Their health bars would empty in an instant due to various negative effects on themselves and then be pulled back by various positive effects, with the individuals constantly hopping between life and death, causing black and white impermanence from the underworld to waver between coming and not coming. Such a living hell was definitely torture for the local NPCs, but for players, it hardly mattered. If left alone, they would just go offline and chat about topics unfit for children in the group. For instance, salaries, mortgages, and how much New Year's money they gave away this year. Their self-healing ability had multiplied by over 3,000 times due to this stack of effects, essentially accomplishing in one day what would normally take 10 years. When the self-heal level reached 100, the physical attributes of the experimental players had reached the human limit, and their health bars had become much more robust. Beyond that, a passive effect called unyielding appeared. With this effect, a player could live for an extra 3 seconds after their health bar emptied, and if they could regain a bit of health during that time, they'd be able to stand up again, though there was a cooldown period for this effect. However, that didn't matter because the players knew how to utilize it. When the self-heal level reached 150, the experimental players' health doubled, allowing other players to continue their manipulations. When the self-heal level reached 200, the experimental players' self-healing ability doubled once more and some healing methods could be discarded as the player could now revive themselves. When the self-heal level reached 300, the experimental player gained the regeneration effect, turning each into a sort of undying entity, capable of quickly recovering from even the gravest injuries, as long as their head was intact. When the self-heal level reached 400, 7 days later, it was very difficult for their self-heal level to increase any further. Some players calculated that after level 400, reaching level 500 might take a month, so it was not necessary anymore. It was time to begin the next phase of the experiment. Watching these players leave, Cheng felt that in terms of madness, the demon lords seemed to be lacking just a bit. Chapter 189. Although these players seemed crazy, after observing carefully, Cheng didn't find it too problematic. Underneath their madness, the driving force was to accumulate stronger power to obtain the title of First Under Heaven. This driving force aligned with the game objectives Cheng had set for himself previously, so there was no issue here, and it was fine to let it be. However, Cheng found the actions of the Morals Aid group quite interesting. They were engaged in some outlandish activities, their overly abstract methods were somewhat cryptic, but he felt they were enjoying themselves. Considering them as a key observation target for the future, Cheng said goodbye to the old Taoist and headed to the next Taoist academy to continue his journey as First Under Heaven Taoist. The next destination was Lake City, a town dissected by extensive waterways, with each household owning a small boat in front of their doors. When it rained heavily, people traveled by boat. When the rains subsided, the roads underneath would emerge and they could also travel on foot. When Cheng arrived, it happened to be a season of little rain. Seeing the houses floating above was quite an amusing sight. However, upon leaving the teleportation array and trying to head to the Taoist temple to obtain the token, he noticed an increase in the number of soldiers around. Leading each squad of soldiers was a constable dressed in dark red clothes, their faces grim and bodies stiff like zombies, yet their capturing skills were all around level 30. Seeing Cheng step out of the teleportation array, the leading constable's eyes lit up, and he shouted fiercely, "That's an alien, take him down." The sound of arrows being fired rang out as someone aimed at Cheng with a drawn bow, seemingly intent on shooting him dead on the spot. Cheng waved his hand, and as the spell unfolded, the arrows immediately fell from the sky, landing on the ground. Leaving a clone in place, the true body of Cheng snuck past the group busy with the clone and entered the city. Although it was still daylight, the citizens had already entered a state of martial law. Every household had shut their doors, and fierce-looking soldiers patrolled everywhere, arresting aliens and throwing them into prison. Concealing his presence, Cheng walked into the dungeon curiously and saw that prison guards were already stationed there. The arrested aliens were immediately disassembled by the prison guards using the bone-diverting hand, their joints dismantled, and their limbs folded into blocks not even half a square meter in size, with only their mouths left to protest. Locked in their cells, these players furiously cursed at the NPC guards and, finding no one paid them heed, they went online to various groups to unleash their rage against these NPCs. The NPCs have gone mad. I was doing the First Under Heaven butcher quest, almost had my 10,000 pigs for a statue. Now look, the pigs are gone, and so am I. One second the NPCs are all smiles and talks with me, the next, they've turned around and captured me. You don't mess with method acting NPCs, but I like it. I've made it to top scholar with help from Wikipedia and various ancient texts. Next up was reviving Confucianism to become the first under heaven scholar. Then suddenly I'm thrown in jail. Can't handle the heat, can you? Players with dislocated joints didn't count as dead but were imprisoned and couldn't leave the cells. While many players could be defeated by NPCs, quite a few had managed to escape. Some paths chosen by players were particularly suited for breaking free in this chaos, and these players quickly formed a QQ group to attempt the rescue of the trapped players. Game journalist Chen immediately smelled a big story. Confrontations where NPCs took action against players were very rare events. Taking along his Miuquai, he made an agreement that should he be captured, Miuquai would leave immediately and not come back under any circumstances. Moved by Chen Rang's words, Miuquai promised to run when the time came, but also insisted on coming back for the rescue. Thereafter, Chen Rang lived dangerously in the game, sneaking around various areas with Miuquai, their skills related to espionage continuously improving, and their findings were reported hourly. Latest intelligence: NPCs pursuing players is related to First Under Heaven Eunuch, Power Broker, and Overlord Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin, aged 65, once called by the late emperor as having the vision of an eagle and a wolf's guard, is born a scheming minister. However, before anyone could depose him, he died suddenly, the cause unknown. Afterwards, the young emperor took the throne, and Zhao Qin became the power behind the throne and has been controlling the court ever since. The order to capture players came from him. Latest intelligence: many positions of First Under Heaven have changed, numerous strong players have gathered at the Imperial Palace, indicating that something big is about to happen. Latest intelligence: the First Under Heaven Taoist has gone mad, slaughtering many temple masters. From what our reporters observed, he seems to have used some secret technique, improving his Taoism level with each batch of temple masters killed, having broken past the level 60 barrier, with profound and unfathomable strength. Latest intelligence: many First Under Heaven title holders have started attacking others in the same field. Players could usually advance step by step, but now the path is blocked. It's speculated that the game developers are increasing the difficulty for players, but the operators have yet to respond. Latest intelligence: I've been captured, tell my Miuquai, I. Players and media had differing reactions to this turn of events. Chapter 190. Some of the more radical players expressed that this game is too thrilling. The predictable gameplay no longer satisfies them, they want to see players beating up the whole world, they want to see rivers of blood. However, some sensible players have shown a bit of concern. Although they know that Fang Cheng is a genius programmer whose advanced artificial intelligence is several steps ahead of what's available on the market. From the game's current behavior, it's clear that the Supreme One's NPCs are unmistakably heading towards war. In the Supreme One, no character is isolated, they are all connected to the world as if they were living people, forming a talking world. But once war breaks out, this interaction will grow 100-fold, and the data load on the servers may increase by 2 orders of magnitude, which is a tremendous challenge for both the software and the servers. If mishandled, the entire world could collapse into a chaotic mess, which is undoubtedly a challenge for the much-anticipated Fang Cheng studio. Unlike these players, outstanding producers see ambition and dominance. Unlike minor siege battles, this is a true historical war epic, a demonstration of one's own strength. If successful, Fang Cheng Studio's reputation will be greatly enhanced. Even if they fail, the courage they showed alone is worthy of praise. Nevertheless, many in the gaming industry still secretly hope they fail, so they might recruit some excellent employees. The impending war between NPCs and players is brewing, and various discussions in the real world are starting to ferment. The official media even dedicated a section to introduce the causes and consequences of the entire affair, with Chen Rang naturally being the writer, and he and the company he works for received a hefty exposure. As it was an invitation from the official media, Chen Rang went through extensive offline interviews and consulted various parties. After presenting the causes and consequences, he roughly restored the truth. In the process of players chasing the title of First Under Heaven, they inevitably affected the interests of some NPCs. Their representative is Zhao Qin. This mechanism must have existed for a while, as I have not seen any updates. This indicates it's not a whim but a premeditated plan by Fang Cheng Studio. Unfortunately, I couldn't interview employees at Fang Cheng Studio, as they said it might involve overtime and suggested that I interview them after the Lantern Festival. so, they're on holiday until after the Lantern Festival. Hey! Editor, take note of this. It's someone else who miserably forces people to work overtime starting from the third day of the Lunar New Year. I'm not deleting this sentence. If it's deleted, I'm not writing anymore. Due to the existence of special mechanisms, players are bound to trigger this process in their challenge for First Under Heaven. This process will significantly change the previous gameplay, making players focus more on combat with NPCs and cooperation from all sides, and the original challenge for First Under Heaven will become secondary. This transformation is a big challenge, but just like what the game developers often do, they like to do it. I guess it's because it's cool. There have been signs of this before, hinting at different players engaging in different industries. With this in mind, even if players become enemies with Dul Yang, we have enough skills to face the onslaught from Dul Yang. Thinking about it, it feels quite thrilling. It would just be nice to let us know in advance next time, but it seems less thrilling if known beforehand. To be honest, I am quite envious of this state of making games. They cater to players, but they don't pander to players. Although they might fail, most of the time it's a pleasant surprise. Lastly, I want to say, I really admire you, Fang Cheng Studio. Thank you for the muekui you sent over, my child loves it especially. This sentence can't be deleted either. If it's gone, I won't write any more. Having read Chen Rang's manic report, Fang Cheng didn't know what to say anymore. Staring at Dustfire, he saw that players were already looking forward to war. Over the past month, they had been honing their techniques, learning various skills, familiarizing themselves with the entirety of Dul Yang, and developing their characters into talents of various professions based on their interests. Now was the time to mobilize their characters. Looking at the dust fire that was glowing a bruised red, Fang Cheng sighed once again. He had already started to be wary of players causing trouble and had even listed the most troublesome ones as his key focus. He had been paying attention to players' conditions all along and even spent some time with one of the most troublesome players, Zeman Weidao. But still, he had failed to prevent it. Yet who could have expected the backstabbing to come from an NPC? The title The Supreme One entailed some of the hidden arrangements in this world, and perhaps this was also one of the creator's plans as this world's countermeasure, serving as the final barrier against outsiders coveting treasures. What was thought to at least sustain a year's game has now changed color due to various reasons, truly a matter to sigh over. Knowing he had failed again, Fang Cheng came to terms with it. Since he had failed, he might as well join the players in the game to get a close look at these players and see what they really wanted to do. Failure is the mother of success, and the experience of failure is the nourishment for the next attempt. All he needed to do now was consume it completely. Having composed his emotions, Fang Cheng logged back into the game to start a new journey. Not long after Zhao Qin gave the order, Chu Yu sensed that something was amiss. Players in the game were easily identified, although others couldn't see the ID above their heads. If someone appeared suddenly and had little expression, or they became anxious during events but kept a calm face, then they were undoubtedly aliens. Besides, there were many other small characteristics, such as occasionally bouncing around while walking, swinging a new weapon a few times on the spot before swiftly changing it, and then swinging it again, or repetitive question asking during conversations in search of supposed hidden side quests. Even if pursued, these behaviors would be exhibited, serving as the best tools to identify aliens. After reading the latest reports and noticing the unfriendly glances from people around, Chu Yu knew she had been exposed. Capturing an alien was worth 500 coins, equivalent to 2 months' income, which made some commoners especially keen on capturing aliens. Based on the intelligence shared within the large player groups, he knew that the players had decided to gather in the north and then use it as a base to develop before advancing to the south, storming into Dul Yang's imperial city with the intent to rid the emperor of evil ministers by executing Zhao Qin, that scoundrel. The north might be covered in snow, but with supernatural forces present in this world, some players had already mastered advanced skills in Taoism. Although their skill levels weren't high, they could still perform simple spells like dust fire. And some players over level 40 had demonstrated extraordinary traits of their advanced skills, using supernatural powers to alter the environment, making the harsh northern lands somewhat hospitable. But the current difficulty was how to escape. Not long after the orders to hunt down the aliens were issued, a group of Taoists from Dul Yang shut down the teleportation array. Looking from afar, Chu Yu saw that these Taoists didn't seem like living beings but more like puppets or the like. Taking into account that the level of the first under heaven Taoists' Taoism had reached 60, he must possess all kinds of incredible divine skills, and this was probably one of them. Knowing the teleportation array was unusable, she thought of escaping by land, but there were many soldiers guarding the city gates, with players being arrested from time to time, and then dismantled into blocks by the prison guards. With no access to the teleportation array, no way out of the city, and all the surrounding NPCs being low level, he couldn't even incite them to create a disturbance. Although the Morals Aid group was active inside Duliang, rescuing people, they were few in number and couldn't help here for the time being. What should be done now? Chapter 191. Aliens are now like rats crossing the street, everyone wants to hit them. With this identity, Chu Yu dared not go anywhere for fear that someone would capture him and deliver him to the dungeon, to be stacked up like Tetris blocks. But seeing the soldiers by the city wall looking around vigilantly, Chu Yu knew he had to come up with a plan. He couldn't fight his way out. Although his martial arts level was 31 and his bone-diverting hand was level 32, dealing with 1 or 2 soldiers might be feasible, but if a group swarmed him, he would certainly die. Moreover, this was a game, NPCs would respawn. It had been tested, kill an NPC, and before long a new one would spawn, identical to the deceased NPC. So without understanding the NPC respawn mechanism clearly, any rash confrontation was doomed to fail. Finding a straw raincoat, he covered himself with it, closed his eyes, and lay down by the road, starting to ponder his next move. Although he could ponder offline, thinking within the game allowed him to stay more in touch with the world, making it easier to find answers. While Chu Yu was pondering his predicament, he felt someone block the sunlight in front of him and walk over to where he lay. Looking through the straw raincoat, Chu Yu lamented not having a nose, otherwise, he should be able to smell the alcohol on the person. Before he could say anything, First Under Heaven prison guard directly picked up Chu Yu, skillfully applied bone-diverting hand on him, folded him into a flat cube, and carried him to the jail cell. After tossing Chu Yu into the cell and restoring him, First Under Heaven prison guard drank his liquor discontentedly and sneered, "You little rascal, instead of coming to me in trouble, you make yourself look like a beggar by the roadside. What's the meaning of this?" "It's to avoid getting you involved," Chu Yu replied helplessly. "Don't give me that. You're clearly afraid I'd betray you. But you're right to do so, in times like these, trust no one, myself included." After saying that, First Under Heaven prison guard suddenly stepped forward, made his hand into a claw, and pinched around Chu Yu's face for a while. Withdrawing his hand and his face flushed, he took a few sips of liquor to calm down, then said, "Try controlling your facial expressions with the techniques I taught you." Chu Yu picked up a mirror with a puzzled look and was surprised to find that using various techniques, he could now make a range of lively expressions, making him indistinguishable from a regular NPC. How is this possible? It's the sophisticated application of bone-diverting hand, you'll understand once you reach level 45 or above. Alright, I've adjusted your face. Don't stick around here any longer. Hurry up and leave through the city gate and don't ever come back. The method soldiers at the gate used to detect aliens was simple, just make the 3 expressions of laughter, tears, and anger in succession. Normal NPCs could make these expressions with ease, but aliens lacked facial expressions, so they could be captured at a glance. However, after considering for a while, Chu Yu glanced at his achievements list and realized he could no longer aim to be First Under Heaven prison guard, but in these circumstances, there was another title he could undertake. First Under Heaven Traitor. Good acting, timely information, quick reactions needed for tasks, and a strong network of brothers providing intelligence in the background. He had all that. In terms of acting, he'd always felt it was a pity not to pursue an acting career. It was the absence of an actor like him that had turned the entertainment industry into a battleground for pretty boys. Having timely information and an intelligence network was the same thing, as long as he talked to his gaming group mates, countless friends would help him act out scenes and relay information. There was no need to mention quick reaction, he had it covered. After coming to a realization, he looked at First Under Heaven prison guard, manipulated his expression expertly, and said with bright eyes, "I want to enter the palace. As an eunuch. I'll chop it off myself when I need to. I want to rid the emperor of evil ministers." Coughing, Chu Yu was about to use his smooth tongue to persuade First Under Heaven prison guard, when he saw the other let out a deep sigh. Looking at the ceiling, First Under Heaven prison guard slowly said, "You know, as First Under Heaven prison guard, I've jailed butchers, generals, dancers, beggars, even emperors, but there's one person I've never captured. Zhao Qin." "Exactly. I don't really have a grand vision or any of that loyalty and filial piety ideology. I just want to jail that fellow. So, I'll send you in. As first under heaven prison guard, I still have some clout and can recommend someone for entry. But if you get into trouble, I'll decisively take my own life, no need for anyone to handle my corpse. That's wise, but not enough. Chu Yu thought for a moment, then said, the aliens up north are quite in need of prison guards. Deal. That very afternoon, Chu Yu was sent into the palace and started his work at night, beginning with a minor official organizing documents. And so began Chu Yu's days of toiling during the day and also at night. As Chu Yu infiltrated the palace and began gathering information slowly, Tang Mo also started to take action. Although he had been slacking for a while, that time had instead provided him inspiration. In his first month of entering the game, all he did was transcribe books and listen to storyteller first under heaven talk. After a while, he managed to grasp an advanced skill, attending the scene. Even at level 1, this skill was extraordinary, though it had virtually no lethal power and could only create various light effects to make story listening more enjoyable for those around. Only above level 40 could it manipulate colored sand with words, making the things spoken about in the tales materially appear before the listeners. Chapter 192. Feeling that Tang Mo had surprisingly acquired this skill passively, the first under heaven storyteller immediately stopped and, looking in Tang Mo's direction, nodded in appreciation. Having drained the complimentary watered wine from the tavern, he wiped the drops from his beard and said to everyone with a cupped fist, "That will be all for today, please, brother, follow me." Tang Mo, of course, knew whom the other party was referring to, so he quickly caught up, and the two found a place to drink and be merry, discussing various storytelling techniques and gradually becoming friends despite the difference in their ages. As the first under heaven storyteller had read extensively and possessed countless books at home, Tang Mo temporarily stayed there, responsible only for cleaning the room each day and buying some food, which allowed him to read to his heart's content. Here the number of books was countless, most of them being traditional classics of the country, but there were also many Tang Mo had once heard of but had since been lost to history, including records and such. Although he wasn't certain about the authenticity of these records, even if they were fabricated, he still read them with joy. He was fully immersed in these books, delighted and thrilled every day, and yet his own novel still managed to be updated on schedule, much to the amazement of those who knew he was playing video games. And when Zhao Qin issued the kill order against the aliens, the first under heaven storyteller returned very late, then looked at Tang Mo in front of him and fell silent. Tang Mo also learned of the news from a group chat. The two sat opposite each other at a desk, above which lay Tang Mo's spread out books and an oil lamp, the flickering light casting changeable shadows on the first under heaven storyteller's face. Looking at the other, Tang Mo was the first to speak. "Brother, don't agonize over it, whatever you decide, I'll support you." "Is that true?" "It's absolutely true." The first under heaven storyteller let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's great, I was worried I wouldn't be welcomed by your people." Brother Tang, weren't you inviting me to head north and join you in your rebellion? I thought you were agonizing over whether to report me or not. What do you take me for? As a storyteller, what could be more delightful than getting into the action myself? I want to go north with you to see how you aliens fight back. Whether we succeed or fail, I feel it's worth it." Watching the first under heaven storyteller getting excited, Tang Mo realized that he too had the potential to be a fun seeker. However, a storyteller's aim is to craft stories and then spread them. Being an eyewitness blustering about it is naturally something to boast about. Especially since he was the first under heaven storyteller, this desire could only intensify, to the point where he probably couldn't wait to take flight and join in to witness the views of that place. Understanding the other's desire, Tang Mo quickly stuffed the surrounding books into his pockets, then said to his friend, "Brother, I will borrow your colored sand. Take it." Receiving the colored sand, Tang Mo smeared it on his face, activating the advanced skill attending the scene, allowing the colored sand to adhere to his face and letting him control his facial expressions through sensation gloves, making it look as if it were his real face. Prepared, they took their valuables and left the place, heading northward. In the southern bamboo forests of the continent, there was also a first under heaven. That was the first under heaven swordsman who had not gone to meet with Zhao Qin. He looked somewhat dignified, if a little absent-minded. Watching the alien practicing swordsmanship in front of him, he kept nodding satisfactorily and then said, "That's the flavor. Your swordsmanship has the right taste." I've told others before that swordsmanship needs to have flavor, but they just didn't get it. I feel the same way, exclaimed the monkey excitedly. I often tell my teammates that their techniques lack that flavor, but they just don't understand what I mean. A kindred spirit. That's right, I like you so much. Okay, let's practice swordsmanship. By the way, is that meditation sword Immortal really that strong, stronger than me? I'm about the equivalent of him at 9 years old, and you're probably 9.5. Then do you think he could be in the north? Definitely, I feel like the boss is bound to appear in the north. The first under heaven swordsman nodded in agreement. The swordsman understands the profound. I feel your intuition isn't wrong, he must be there. I've decided, let's head north together, find your boss, and then we can practice swordsmanship together. Become a towering figure among swordsmen. Yay! Monkey shouted excitedly. Cleaving the bamboo beside him, the first under heaven swordsman unleashed sword chi, splitting the bamboo into palm-sized chopsticks, before handing half of them to Monkey. As we travel, we will strike at each other with sword chi, and by the time we reach the north, we might even improve a few swordsmanship skills, then we can be equivalent to your 10-year-old boss. You're not very modest, are you? Is that so? Then I'm even more eager to head north. Let's go. As Zhao Qin launched attacks on the aliens, a part of the first under heaven also began to move. They had no fondness for Zhao Qin but were more interested in the alien-dominated north, where numerous remarkable figures left for the north, joining with the aliens to see the changes they would bring to the region. Every first under heaven was a top-tier existence in their own realm. These people didn't care about being surpassed, instead, they welcomed the sight of more roads ahead, perhaps even paths leading them higher. With various dreams and desires, the strength of the north continued to grow, and war preparations linking this world were about to unfold. Going to work by day and preparing for war by night had become the norm. Many players went to their jobs with dark circles under their eyes while complaining about how terrible the existence of jobs was in this world. Boss, how can you be so heartless exploiting your workers? Why can't we compromise? I'll stop going to work if you give me half the salary. If all else fails, the legendary virtual reality technology could do the trick gaming while sleeping. Why hasn't anyone invented such a wonderful thing yet? Because it is a game, war preparations in the game are much simpler than in reality. Even though it's actually a box garden world of considerable size, it's still blended with Fang Cheng's immortal spell, and the appearance of various items follows the game's settings. So, a continuous stream of resources is spawned. On the other side of the sea, a small island with few inhabitants could always generate a massive amount of finished shells, allowing the player's artillery stock to grow daily. Fear of insufficient firepower is a common malady among players. Due to this condition, they frantically make money and stockpile shells, hoping to strike first in battle, hitting the enemy with an Italian cannon first thing. However, everyone also knew that the outcome of the war would ultimately depend on the top-tier combatants. Most advanced skills above level 40 possess supernatural characteristics, those above level 50 have the power to surpass limits, and almost all of the first under heaven possess such levels. Thus, they could only choose their high-end combatants and use the previously discovered methods of farming basic skills to continuously enhance various fundamental skills, thereby strengthening their raw stats. Level 400 healing, level 400 running, level 400 breathing. A plethora of level 400 basic skills became one of the player's weapons against the opposition, yet even so, they still felt somewhat insecure. After all, the enemy consisted of bosses they had originally planned to defeat over a year, and now they had broken through their limits, making their actual combat power an unknown. But certain things don't change just because of fear. Once all the farmable basic skills were maxed out, the players planned their offensive against Duliang. Under the banner of ridding the Emperor of evil ministers, a grand army of players set out from the harsh northern lands, surging towards the south. The war had officially begun. Chapter 193. The southern expedition was easier to advance than anticipated. The only reason for the delay was that there were too many amusing incidents along the way, resulting in daily entertainment. For instance, NPCs could be resurrected. However, due to the mechanics of this created world, there were some inconsistencies, making their friends' and families' reactions quite bizarre. It manifested in that NPCs knew their brothers had died, they also knew their brothers had come back to life, but the latter did not replace the former. Because the first under heaven had sufficient spirituality, they could quickly sort out their logic, and since they had always lived with such realities, it didn't feel off to them. But the average NPC seemed very clumsy and caused a lot of hilarity. Players personally witnessed Soldier B, who had returned from death, having a meal with Soldier A. In the middle of the meal, Soldier A started crying. With tears in his eyes and patting Soldier B on the shoulder, he wept, "Brother! You were such a good person. It's a shame you died so young. I also think I died too young." Soldier B wiped his tears and said, "Please take care of my old mother. When you die, I'll take care of your mother." "Yes, thank you, brother. You really are a good person, it's a pity you died so young." This is some ultimate swapping shenanigans. Fang Cheng, who also witnessed all this, felt the entire game had become quite peculiar. Normally such matters would resolve over time, but for some reason, the world's first under heaven became even more spirited, while the base NPCs became duller and more clumsy. Something was about to happen. Using in-game methods, Fang Cheng deduced that the center of the event was in the Imperial City. Probably Zhao Qin was up to some new trick, increasing the difficulty for players. However, since he had already failed his proof of the way, how things developed from here on would depend on the players themselves. He just needed to wait for the final outcome to see what truly lay beneath this world. In the meantime, he needed to play the role of the world's best fortune teller well, moving along with the players to understand what they truly wanted. And after learning that Fang Cheng X was the world's best fortune teller, numerous players came to have their fortunes told daily for a bit of fun. "Boss Fang, could I get a girlfriend this year? Don't be too strict with the gender, tomorrow wouldn't be a problem." Next. "Boss Fang, when can I get rich? In your next life?" "I'm serious. So am I next." "Boss Fang, the college entrance exam is next year, but I find it very difficult. What should I do? Should I go burn some incense at a temple or Taoist temple first? Uninstall the game first, then don't go anywhere. Just go back to school and study hard. You can do it." Next. "Boss Fang, there seems to be a problem with my company. The boss is always making some somewhat abnormal gambling-related mini-programs. What should I do? Look for a new job. After the new year, there will be many opportunities. Before you leave, don't forget to call the police, better get it done in the next few days. But the boss pays a lot. No matter how much you are paid, it's only temporarily in your possession, and it will soon be vomited back out if you don't leave." Next. "Boss Fang, my girlfriend always says I'm ugly, complains about my low income, and that I play video games too much. What should I do? Break up." Next. While on the move, Fang Cheng felt that the players' daily lives were quite colorful as he continued to read fortunes for them. Besides fortune-telling, sparring every day with the first under heaven swordsman also proved interesting. The swordsman was brought by Monkey and, upon arriving here, recognized him as his boss at a glance. It's no wonder, he was indeed a person with sword immortal potential Fang Cheng valued highly, exhibiting decisiveness and intuition befitting a sword immortal. The first under heaven swordsman brought by Monkey was also quite remarkable. The creator showed favoritism towards this swordsman, gathering twice the usual spirituality in him, signaling that the creator too must be fond of swords. However, the other party didn't seem very smart. He charged at Fang Cheng roaring right from the start and was then slapped away by Fang Cheng, afterwards even remarking appreciatively on the slap's flavor. All the eccentrics converged again, the alien army was full of talent. The first under heaven storyteller and Tang Mo were lively on the front line every day, recording everything they saw. At the battlefield's forefront, cannon fire began, and a barrage of shells smashed onto the ramparts, shattering the city gate into pieces. The general defending the city was unlucky, pulverized by shell fire in the first volley, leaving the players to sigh in commiseration. It had been 3 days since the official march southward. In those 3 days, players had enough time to figure out the war tactics within the game and realized that the game's approach to war could only be described as sly. The general defending the city was well liked. After his death, the remaining defenders would receive a long-lasting positive effect of hatred toward the same enemy. Under this effect, the defending soldiers would not lose morale even if they fought to the last man, and their strength would also increase somewhat. The problem was, NPCs could be resurrected. The resurrected commanding officer, face wrought with grief, stood atop the ramparts and shouted towards the front, "Avenge General Sun Quan!" Inspired by the general, the defenders erupted with morale, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Avenge General Sun Quan!" Chapter 194. By the way, the officer shouting those commands was Sun Quan. It might seem far-fetched for someone to resurrect and then cry for revenge on their behalf, but indeed, it is quite far-fetched. As a result, this defending general would rashly join the front lines due to a surge in morale, only to be easily slain, causing another boost in morale. With repeated boosts, even the weakest of soldiers could become like a king of soldiers, wielding a 100-plus-pound axe effortlessly, their extended standby time allowing them to hack from the door to the player's front without blinking an eye. The issue was that at this time, they couldn't be touched, or else it might accidentally kill the defending general, and then continue the cycle of building morale. Fortunately, players had ways to cope with this situation. Just ignore the area and go around it. After all, players didn't need supplies, and using the frog jumping tactic could rapidly intersperse through to the center of the enemy's flank, and then directly charge. Taoist players could set up a teleportation array here, to facilitate player movement. Some players would establish bunkers at this location, fully equipped with bows and long spears, while materials would continuously be sent from the back to help fortify the front. After some time, when the enemy defenders realized the void in their troops here, they would certainly be overjoyed and sally forth to meet the enemy, giving players the opportunity to leisurely teleport over and encircle them. Then, players who had learned the bone-diverting hand could restrain the NPCs and lock them up. The process was a bit slow, but the advantage lay in its solid reliability, allowing quick captures of some ordinary small cities. However, as the front line advanced and Daliang's land shrank, the density of NPCs increased, making this tactic less effective. Especially with the emergence of the general known as First Under Heaven, the battlefield underwent significant changes. This general, who originally had a deep aversion to Zhao Qin, had resigned and gone home to farm in the countryside, inquiring no further into world affairs. But now, seeing half of Daliang's land conquered by a group of aliens, he knew he had to come out of retirement. The 80-year-old general once again led the charge, accompanied by his 3 sons to the battlefield, and on the first day, noticed the issue with morale. Then, this uncouth old general simply sent his 3 sons, alone and unaided, into the enemy lines, where they were quickly sacrificed. Sacrificing one's sons to the heavens, mana boundless. After all, being first under heaven, his own spirituality was also considerable. He soon realized his sons could be resurrected infinitely, so why not sacrifice them as much as possible? Moreover, because of his and his sons' reputation, each heavenly sacrifice significantly boosted the morale of all Daliang's soldiers, rapidly increasing their strength. Therefore, after compressing the front line to a certain extent, players found this level seemed impassable. Stuck on this level, what do we do now? School is starting soon, I won't be able to play anymore. This NPC is too despicable. Usually, we exploit bugs to bully others, why is there a day when we get bullied by a bug exploit? I finally understand how NPCs in games feel. This helpless sensation of watching the opposite side but being unable to do anything is truly agonizing. Can we only bring out the experts to capture him? The problem is, we have experts, but who knows where that old general is? His location seems to be hidden by the Taoist, invisible to us. When everyone was at a loss, one player said, if that's the case, then why don't we just make him not first under heaven anymore? How so? Oh, I almost forgot. Opening the target interface, a group of players looked into the requirements for becoming first under heaven and realized that gathering player strength didn't seem too difficult. After establishing a plan, players within began to revolt that very day, with the previously established positions crumbling and turning into separate small states. The news delighted First Under Heaven. Holding the spy's report, he laughed and said to his sons, who had just resurrected and were still somewhat confused, you see, these aliens are nothing but a motley crew. When things are going well, their invasion burns like fire, but at the first sign of trouble, they flee like dogs. Now that they can't beat us, they've instantly fallen into civil strife. We simply wait for them to destroy each other, and victory will be ours. The 3 sons were confused for a long time before nodding and replying, Father is right. But we cannot take them lightly, after all, aliens are aliens, who knows what they might do. Father is right. Can't you say something different? Father is right. Forget it, go down. Pleased with the war report, First Under Heaven felt he had done well this time, actually knowing how to use these inconceivable phenomena to achieve his goals. Why hadn't he discovered this before? No, before, when exactly was that? Suddenly, First Under Heaven could not remember his past. Or rather, it seemed he didn't have much of a past to begin with. When other First Under Heaven titles were snatched away, his spirituality would also improve. This spirituality allowed him to feel more genuinely the existence of the true self and also made him realize that he didn't seem to have much of an experience. It was as if from the beginning, he had always been First Under Heaven, but as for which wars he had fought in, he seemed to have forgotten. And this world seems to only have one Dal Yang, so who had he fought against? Yet he remembered being undefeated in 100 battles, so how had these military exploits been accumulated? He felt as though he was merely a prop in a storybook, with his past being nothing but a setup, but he knew nothing of his true self. Who am I? However, his spirituality wasn't enough to support him in recalling these memories, and so he could only sit bewildered in his chair, lost in thought. Soon after, he felt an intense sense of crisis. The prerequisite for becoming First Under Heaven was to be undefeated in 100 battles and to expand one's country's territory, making unparalleled contributions. The player chosen for this task began with 3 men as his troops, reconquering fragmented player nations one by one. Within half a day, he accumulated over 100 military achievements and swiftly turned his tiny country into a vast empire. From division to unification, it all took only half a day. Everything seemed unchanged, but during this process, some players, including First Under Heaven, achieved several objectives which caused some of the top figures inside Dal Yang to be directly stripped of their spirituality, becoming confused. As his title of First Under Heaven vanished, he felt his existence fading, his consciousness slowly converging to become like his 3 sons. Even as his spirituality gradually dissipated, he continued to ponder this question. Who, exactly, am I? Having lost the title of First Under Heaven, the old general's spirituality was halved, all sorts of strategies exploiting bugs disappeared, and he, like the famous generals from history, started to fight cautiously and meticulously. If it were a regular opponent, this would not have been a mistake. But this is a game world, and he was facing aliens with no bottom line. War tactics and methods had long since become unfathomable due to a variety of game-like settings, playing it safe and steady led only to one outcome. And that was defeat. The intense battles of yesterday started simplifying as First Under Heaven returned to normal, allowing the aliens' bizarre strategies at last to be employed, pushing the front lines significantly forward. The storytellers and Tang Mo, who observed the entire process, spent half a day studying how to narrate this segment. No one would understand if they said it. If told to players, they might think they're quite good at exploiting bugs, and find the game quite fun to play. If explained to NPCs, ordinary folks wouldn't get why people could die and come back to life, why the old general's regained strength led to his defeat, or how the aliens won the battle. Realizing the dilemma, the two brainstormed for a long time and could only sigh helplessly in the end. They had to make it up as they went. After all, they were storytellers, not historians, they didn't have to bear any historical responsibility. Describing the aliens as heavenly gods incarnate or reincarnated warriors, materializing with 108 demonic generals from the heavens to teach humanity, any sensational story would do. Thus, the most outrageous battle record was born. The problem is, it's actually quite entertaining. Chapter 195. At that time, Li Guang by the roadside realized he had fallen into the enemy general's ambush and found himself surrounded. He quickly turned his horse around and sought out the assistance of the divine strategist, Fang Cheng the Short, dying of thirst. With Fang Cheng's help, he calculated the enemy's movements. Do you know who that enemy was? It was none other than Jin Bohuan, an immortal with powerful mana, a heavenly general descended to earth, specifically to capture these demons. So, the divine strategist set up the 18 array of capital heaven, scattering the generals far and wide, lighting the Kongming lanterns in every nation to obscure the divine general's destiny, and ultimately slaying him. Instantly, everyone cheered, their voices shaking the sky. Watching the First Under Heaven storyteller's explanation, players cheered him on and remarked that it was quite interesting. The combination of storybooks and advanced skills seemed thrilling, so they eagerly awaited more updates, losing sleep at night. Some who knew Tang Mo commented he should learn a thing or two. What was that historical text he was writing? In response, Tang Mo took note of their IDs, decided to add a clown jumping over beams, the kind that dies a miserable death, later in his novel. No, it would be a group of them. The front-line battles had been quite successful, with the traitor Chu Yu's cooperation, they had nearly full insight into the enemy's movements. Add to that the fact that various First Under Heaven titles around Dal Yang had been usurped, the enemy's strength was considerably weakened, and many players were already checking which first under heaven titles weren't in their faction, aiming to targetedly eliminate those holders. The nefarious players of the Morals Aid group continued their actions, committing all kinds of evil, searching for ways to upgrade their skill levels, and helping players continue to capture titles. Just as the Lantern Festival was about to end, the players finally reached the front of Daliang's imperial city. Thanks to the frog jumping tactic, fighting was still raging in the rear, but the vanguard troops had already reached the base of the imperial city walls. The towering walls soared into the clouds, the capital still held the jubilation of the new year, with red lanterns hanging on the city gates not yet taken down, reminding players that they had celebrated Spring Festival here not long ago, setting off fireworks on top of these very walls. But now, atop the walls stood only elite guard army clad in golden armor, crossbowmen ready to unleash their bolts, staring coldly at the players below. Looking at these guard army, the players felt quite nostalgic. Not long ago, they had thought the strength of these soldiers unfathomable, and it might take ages before they could surpass them. However, as one after another tactic was discovered, these soldiers, while still formidable, seemed within reach, no longer as unattainably high as before. Although the soldiers were powerful, what drew the most attention was the person standing at the city gate. He had flags inserted all over his back and appeared as if he had just stepped down from the stage, an old general. Balancing on one leg, he stood in front of the city gate, unflinching in the face of the player army, still standing dignified in his place. Before the players could understand his intent, a chip on his forehead flashed a bright light, causing his physique to change drastically. The originally slender body became rugged, muscles emerging from nowhere, and in an instant, he swelled into a 3-meter-tall giant. This was the Joker's advanced skill, a result of reaching level 50 in acting. Able to perfectly mimic anyone originally, he now also possessed perfect imitation, directly bolstering his own abilities with those of the person he was imitating, making his on-paper stats even stronger than the original. Exhaling a breath of white air, he looked at the crowd before him and spoke in gentle, feminine tones. "Who wants to die?" Within the group of players, 2 flashes of white light appeared, one after the other, striking, piercing the Joker's chest, leaving behind 2 mosaic-filled holes. The monkey and the first under heaven swordsman looked at each other and then simultaneously shouted, "I made a move, why are you joining in the commotion?" The first under heaven Joker couldn't believe his own chest had been pierced like that. But he reacted swiftly, the next second mimicking a player with a level 400 self-healing ability, and his wounds instantly healed. Clutching his chest, he stared angrily at the people in front of him, finally realizing the kind of monsters Zhao Qin's order had provoked. No matter, he had another trick up his sleeve. Fixing his gaze on the first under heaven swordsman among the crowd, his figure began to change, ultimately transforming into the likeness of the first under heaven swordsman. "Come on!" With a low shout, a beam of sword light flew out from the imperial city, landing in his hands. Though it was just a phantom, the mere shadow alone conveyed an indomitable sharpness and a chilling murderous intent. It seemed to be merely a shadow left by a divine artifact in the world, but even this shadow carried a frightening edge, unimaginable how splendid the actual artifact itself must be. Looking at the phantom, the players present all felt a chill at their necks, as if in the next second they would be beheaded by the sword light, meeting a violent death. The monkey and the first under heaven swordsman also looked stern. No longer concerned with who struck first, nor seeking any fairness, they charged towards the Joker, quickly entangling in close combat. From the outside, one could only see the sword light swirling within, cold flashes pouring out like a snowstorm, each point brimming with endless lethality. "Holy crap, these NPCs in the game are fierce," one player couldn't help exclaiming. "Just fierce is an understatement, that Joker seems pretty fierce too." Chapter 196. No, what surprised me more was that monkey. How could any player keep up with an NPC's movements? I've recorded the screen. I don't know who that monkey is, but I know that if this person entered esports, they would definitely make it big. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Although the competition video of Quiet Cultivation hadn't been released yet, Monkey had already made his first appearance here, displaying his exceptional talents. The first under heaven storyteller and Tang Mo were not to be outdone, immediately beginning to document the scene before them and starting their commentary. Though not versed in swordsmanship, with just a glance, the first under heaven storyteller could ascertain their intentions and, using various descriptions, narrated an obscure competition vividly, also helping players understand how dangerous the current situation was. Watching the three long swords dance between the trio, a slight misstep could lead to decapitation. The sense of being there, viewing the event live, sent shivers down every player's spine, yet also stirred up excitement. However, unlike the tension and excitement of those around them, Monkey and the first Under Heaven swordsman on the field were laughing. They reveled in the thrill between life and death, savoring the sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade, their movements both perilous and harmonious, exuding a strange yet romantic beauty. Just when everyone was holding their breath in tension, Fang Cheng felt that something in the hands of the first Under Heaven Joker seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite remember it. He was sure he had seen it before, and that it should be something profound hidden within this world. As the title of First Under Heaven was taken one after another by players, the locks of the world's deepest cage were being opened, and things sealed within were slowly being revealed. This sword light must be one of those emerging signs. While Fang Cheng was deep in thought, the battle on the field had already ended. The first Under Heaven Joker had his right arm cut off by a sword, and a doctor immediately rushed over to stop the bleeding. A prison guard came over to dislocate his joints, a Taoist stepped forward to seal his skills, followed by the Morals Aid group coming forward to investigate and study the origin of his strength. Controlled by a group of people, the first Under Heaven Joker didn't show fear or anger, instead, he laughed merrily. After laughing in a sing-song manner for a while, he turned to the alien beside him and said, "You all are doomed." Then, looking at the first Under Heavens who had switched sides to the players, he added, "You all are doomed, too." Finally, looking at the crowd, he called out, "Which one of you is Mr. Fang?" "I am," Fang Cheng stepped forward and said. "Suanjaizi asked me to bring you a message," he made it. Gazing at Fang Cheng, the face of the first Under Heaven Joker slowly changed, eventually adopting the appearance of Suanjaizi, seemingly trying to get a measure of Fang Cheng's mettle. His imitation skills might not match the proficiency level of acting skills, yet even so, they enabled him to mimic high-level Taoism, helpful for his escape. But after mimicking the Taoism, he realized something. He saw that Fang Cheng was an incredible entity, understanding that the character before him was just the tip of an iceberg, and that the true entity was an even larger mass veiled in mystery, impossible to grasp, with no language capable of explaining the shock brought by this realization. "Suanjaizi, what sort of person did you mess with?" After uttering that sentence, blood gushed from the Joker's nostrils, the horrific onslaught finally broke his will, and he passed out instantly. The players nearby looked at the first Under Heaven Joker in amazement before giving Fang Cheng a thumbs up. "Mr. Fang, impressive." With the obstacle removed, the city gates finally swung wide open. After a barrage of artillery fire, the gates were ripped open, and a surge of players poured in, clashing fiercely with the guard army. As both sides were beings capable of respawning, their battle was not about killing each other but about controlling each other. The players familiar with the bone-diverting hand skill became the main force in this battle. The stalemate might last a while, but the players' target was the Imperial City, not this place. Protected by a group of players, those in charge of the main assault finally broke through the encirclement, reaching the square in front of the Golden Throne. Many members of the guard army were distributed elsewhere, locked in drawn-out fights with the players. At this moment, there were only two guards here, the first Under Heaven Taoist, Suanjaizi, and the first Under Heaven Resentful Spirit. With the help of chips, the first Under Heaven Resentful Spirit had become much stronger. It seemed to solidify into a physical form, with malicious shadows haunting its figure as if it were an evil soul clawing its way out of the underworld, ready to shred everything in this world. Just when the players thought they had to face two of the first Under Heavens, Suanjaizi suddenly made his move. The resentful spirit beside him was grasped in his hand, and the black resentment, like boiling tar, flowed over his arm. The massive spirit, as if seeing a more horrific resentment than itself, wailed in the process of being rapidly absorbed by Suanjaizi, turning into black tattoos on Suanjaizi's body. Having extracted the spirit's spirituality and power, Suanjaizi spread open his hand, and numerous chips, akin to eyes, emerged on his arm, making him appear deranged, a far cry from his initial suave and unbound demeanor. Now, Suanjaizi, with demonic chi swirling around him and shadows casting sinister red light behind him, his cultivation immeasurably deep, made the players feel he was not just the game's final boss but perhaps also a hidden one. Chapter 197. Watching the crowd in front of him, and especially Fang Cheng among them, he let out a mad cackle. "Mr. Fang, we meet again. My Taoism has reached 70, I've made it. 70 in Taoism, unprecedented. I have become an immortal. You're jumping the gun." Besides, I'm in a hurry, it's almost time for work, and I haven't prepared my red packets for starting work. So, sorry about that. What are you sorry for? The only thing you should apologize for is angering me. A group of players looked at Suanjiza with pity, then, without turning their heads, bypassed him and ran towards the golden throne. He reached out to grab the alien beside him, but found he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. Looking down, he saw a hole punched through his chest, and the familiar sensation made him cry out, "Palm Thunder again! How could you do this? Why Palm Thunder again? It's enough!" With a simple reply, Fang Cheng followed the other players as they ran towards the golden throne, ready to end the final scenario within 5 minutes so he could get red packets ready for his employees. Monkey had been a daily sight lately, but he hadn't seen the others in almost a month. He actually missed them a bit. Leaving behind the first under heaven Taoist, his face streaming with tears and unable to hide his departure, the group burst into the golden throne and beheld the scene there. As for the golden throne, mosaics flew everywhere, and the tall Zhao Qin was still wearing a hemp robe, covered in blood. In front of him, the young emperor appeared to be sleeping peacefully, clean all over, but some things had already transferred from him to Zhao Qin, endowing him with an inscrutable and mountainous majesty. Flicking the blood off his weapon, he looked at the incoming crowd with a mild smile on his face. "You've arrived, Mr. Fang. It's been a long time. Yet, can you tell us why you did this? If not for you all." Under everyone's gaze, he took his seat on the dragon throne, leaning on his sword and said, "Originally, there didn't need to be all this fuss. We could have been your puppets and simply carried on quietly. However, as you continuously stripped away the title of First Under Heaven, the surplus spirituality was distributed among others, helping us gradually realize many things." With a wave of his hand, he pointed towards the sky and said, "Dark." The bright sky instantly turned to night. Light. The night was swept away, and the world was once again bathed in light, but Fang Cheng found himself alone. The other players were gone without a trace. With a casual gesture, extinguishing and relighting the sky, Zhao Qin had shown a few miracles, making him seem all the more mysterious. "You see, I have multiple titles. After the other First Under Heavens dissipated, I received the most spirituality. But what's the use of having more? What's the use of being able to control the heavens and the earth? We're just puppets, made for your amusement. Everything about us is built on illusion and deceit. We're not real. Isn't that right, Mr. Fang?" Zhao Qin looked at Fang Cheng with sorrow, the curse of wisdom surfacing on him, allowing him to see the reality that he was a puppet, yet powerless to change it. After a sigh, Zhao Qin raised the sword in his hand. "The increase in spirituality has allowed me to see the truth of this world and understand what is hidden within it. A being capable of rivaling you left this behind, and it will be my weapon to defeat you. Its shackles are almost undone. Its power now manifests at 90%. Even as a puppet, I will bare my fangs and shatter all of you who sit so high above us." The ground cracked open, and black mist emerged from beneath, countless demonic chi converging in the air, forming a demon sword that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. The thing hidden by the creator here was finally revealed. And looking at the demon sword before him, Fang Cheng finally remembered. "Aren't you the sword embryo that the sword demon lord had just started to refine back in the day? No wonder I didn't recognize you at first, you've actually been forged into shape." The demon sword began to quiver. In that moment, it also recognized the true person beneath Fang Cheng's in-game character. An overwhelming fear surged through it, causing the unrefined demon sword of the sword demon lord to tremble violently. Reminded of the sword demon lord who had been slashed into pieces before it, the demon sword's shaking grew even more intense. Finally, it made a decision. At that moment, the demonic chi around it dissipated, and it decisively cut away a large quantity of demonic chi, leaving behind a solemn and awe-inspiring god sword. Then, it flew over beside Fang Cheng and firmly joined his side. Seeing this, Zhao Qin was stunned. Moments later, he let out a deep sigh, raised his hands, and said, "Can I surrender?" Chapter 198. The war that had lasted for more than 10 days finally came to an end at this moment. Although there were many issues that needed to be resolved afterward, these matters could be left to the players to handle, and Fang Cheng didn't need to be involved. He quickly logged off. The tasks of withdrawing money and giving out red envelopes were completed in just 1 second. Then, arriving at the studio half an hour early, he first headed to the pantry to check on his spirit grass. Having not seen it for almost a month, the spirit grass seemed to have changed. Before leaving, Fang Cheng had made sure that factors like moisture, light, temperature, and soil fertility were taken care of, but now, the spirit grass looked robust yet wild, like a child without a home, healthy but desolate. With a single gesture, the god sword responded to Fang Cheng's summoning, emerging from the void, eagerly held in Fang Cheng's hand, and changed into the shape he desired. A demon sword that can't morph, is not a good god sword. Following a heavenly lord like Fang Cheng, the god sword decided it must be perfect from now on, obeying the heavenly lord's commands, becoming a good god sword that could unfold all of its master's troubles. So, heavenly lord, when are we going to hold the ceremony for me to acknowledge you as my master, so we can gallop wildly together and never return on the path of cultivation? Crack! A crisp snap shattered the god sword's beautiful dream, as it realized it had turned into a pair of scissors, and especially safe scissors without pointed tips. For a demon sword whose duty was slaughter, if this wasn't an insult, then what was? It was the final masterpiece of the sword demon lord, an unfinished work of his. Realizing he was being hunted, the sword demon lord decisively abandoned the demon swords he had created and fled only with the sword embryo, which showed that the sword embryo had already surpassed all his previous creations. Never did it expect to be caught, chopped up, and scattered without a trace. Although created by the sword demon lord, the god sword didn't have a good impression of its creator. After all, the sword demon lord was very strict with his creations, laying numerous restrictions before they were even formed. He would likely use it to craft a new sword embryo in the future, so it would be strange if it felt any affection. But to use the likes of itself as a pair of scissors, heavenly lord Fang. I didn't expect you to be quite useful, Fang Cheng said with satisfaction. The cut is smooth, and it doesn't harm the roots, you directly sever the spirit grass at the conceptual level. Not bad at all. A single quite useful instantly made the god sword elated, and it began pondering once more about when the acknowledgement ceremony would take place. After placing the safe scissors casually into his pocket, Fang Cheng dried the spirit grass and added it to the company's tea reserves. He replaced the air purifier's spiritual energy cartridges and checked the spirit gathering array for any issues, turned on the power, the heater. In addition, the company's product plague chickens were placed at everyone's workstation. These plague chickens were made of spirit grass and were quite suitable whether used for aromatherapy, physical therapy, or as a pillow. With preparations complete, the employees arrived just in time. The first to arrive was naturally Su Qingling. Wrapped in a red coat, with her smooth long hair hidden beneath it, she looked dressed properly but still appeared a bit cold. After taking off her scarf and placing it on the rack nearby, she took the red envelope from Fang Cheng, thanked him, then sat at her desk and let out a satisfied sigh. I feel alive. I tend to have a chill in the winter, I've seen many traditional Chinese medicine doctors but to no avail. Getting up in the winter is torture. Actually, you could sleep until noon. It wouldn't be good to do that on the first day back at work after the new year, Su Qingling said, resting her head on her desk, turning to look at Fang Cheng with a gentle smile. Is that so? Moved by Su Qingling's love for her work, Fang Cheng felt a bit touched. Especially during the New Year period when she voluntarily worked overtime to help resolve issues with the physician's merchandise. However, since Su Qingling indicated it was mutual aid between friends, he couldn't offer her any leave in compensation, so a small gift would be appropriate. Approaching Su Qingling, he said, stretch out your hand. Although she didn't know what Fang Cheng wanted to do, Su Qingling extended her hand like a beckoning cat, looking at him in confusion. Grasping her hand, Fang Cheng gently pressed, and something transferred from his own thumb to hers, then sank into her dantian. And Su Qingling only felt her thumb being rubbed for a moment, then released, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. How does it feel? Fang Cheng asked. My heart is racing, Su Qingling said with a blush. That's unexpected. Anything else? I feel a bit warmer, it doesn't seem to be my imagination. Boss, do you also know massage? Somewhat. Then, my neck feels a bit uncomfortable too. Could you possibly? You're fine. Su Qingling sighed in disappointment but also affirmed that Fang Cheng really did know a thing or two about massage. The neck and spine are some of the most vulnerable parts of a working person's body, staring at a computer all year round makes it hard to avoid problems. However, her neck was well maintained and had a beautiful line, and the boss immediately saw there was no issue, which showed he had real skill. As the rest of the colleagues arrived one after another, Su Qingling knew it was time to begin working, so she took off her coat and started earnestly working on the financial reports and other tasks. Apart from Fang Cheng, the other employees looked a bit tired but excited. Just a moment ago, including Wang Xiaoying, a group of 4 had been battling in the Supreme One. The major conflict had finally concluded, and this gave them plenty to talk about. Chapter 199. And the realization that they had actually created this game only heightened their excitement. The only disappointment was that this time, they had not discovered the Easter egg the boss had hidden beforehand, since this egg was a bit too concealed. The original ancient nurturing game had transformed into a cycle of dynastic succession. Now, Zhao Qin was still locked in a prison cell, while a group of people debated whether the young emperor should be killed or spared. Seizing the opportunity of having the boss nearby, Xiao Duzi washed his hands and brushed his teeth, making sure there was no odd smell, before asking politely and with a hint of admiration, "Boss, did you consider from the beginning to incorporate the struggle for imperial power into the game? They say that all your designs from the start were to lead players onto the path of conquest. Is that true?" "No such thing," Fang Cheng said frankly. "I see, so can I understand that your design philosophy was to create a basic framework and then let the world operate on its own? It seems like a very high-end and new design concept." "I see it differently," Huang Ping intervened, sharing his opinion. "I think the boss's idea was to leave the gameplay to the players. The boss just designed the world and his ideal gameplay, but how to play is up to the players. However, looking at the current situation, the players' every move has actually exceeded the boss's expectations." Looking at Huang Ping, Fang Cheng felt that the other did understand him, but only to a certain extent. Because the players had completely exceeded his expectations. And it wasn't just the players, NPCs had learned as well. However, the changes in NPCs were still caused by players, so the mistake still lay with the players. It was all their fault. "That's it, none of you will get the chance to enter theme park, first under heaven in person for years to come." Taking advantage of the lunch break, Fang Cheng stepped directly into the box garden, wielding the God Sword to deal with the final issues of this world. Hovering in the void, Fang Cheng discovered that the God Sword, the core of the entire box garden world within the pocket, had vanished. The original purpose of the box garden was to contain the God Sword, and now that the God Sword had left, the original settings of the box garden would also become invalid. The shell of this world would be opened, and it would appear in the depths of shadows, beginning to bear the burden of shadow invasion and could be transformed by the shadows at any moment. Looking again at the exquisite setup here, Fang Cheng felt that this place should not be corrupted by shadow. What is beautiful should be well protected. Taking out the safety scissors from his pocket, Fang Cheng lightly snipped at the shadows trying to invade this place. Snip! The surroundings of the box garden world were cut open, transforming this area into a domain of shadows. Countless shadows enshrouded it, wanting to invade this world, but they just couldn't get in. The rule that shadows cannot enter was established, meaning that no matter how thick or powerful the shadows were, they could never enter. The God Sword, knowing what it had done, trembled with the sentiment that this was indeed what a God Sword should do. Thinking this way, it seemed not so tragic to be a pair of safety scissors. Having dealt with the external shadows, Fang Cheng conversed with the scissors about its past experiences, but regrettably, it didn't remember anything. At that time, it was only a sword embryo, and someone had deliberately obscured its perception. It only remembered that 12 immortals had sealed it in this box garden world. In name, it was a sealing, but in reality, it was a completion. It became connected to this box garden world, with everything in the world serving to forge it, allowing it to be successfully crafted within 1,000 years. Understanding this layer of design, Fang Cheng once again marveled that the creator here was truly a genius. Now, the God Sword was taken away by Fang Cheng ahead of time due to Zhao Qin's manipulation, the purpose of the world had disappeared, the rules that once bound them were slowly fading, and this world would thereby enter a brand new stage. A stage with more freedom. Clapping his hands, the original spirituality was evenly distributed, entering into every NPC like a soul, endowing them with new wills and gradually allowing them to comprehend the truth of this world. They would retain their immortality, they would still be a part of this world, but they would coexist with the players for a long time as special NPCs and start contemplating the purpose of their existence. Although Fang Cheng didn't know what they would ultimately come up with, it promised to be a very interesting topic. After wrapping things up here, Fang Cheng felt that, although there were still some minor loose ends, they probably weren't significant. So, taking advantage of the fact that the lunch break wasn't over yet, he went back. However, after they left, something quietly arrived here. This shapeless white light was a fragment of little heavenly way, but here, it was also referred to as a god. In the heart of the shadows, hundreds of little heavenly ways formed a heavenly town network, resisting the shadows together under the protection of this network and competing with each other when the shadows were not too strong. This divine entity discovered the box garden world enveloped by the shadows and also noticed the active players and NPCs within, its unique ecological structure filling it with curiosity. Immediately, something else caught its attention so firmly that it could not look away. The demonic chi remaining after the demon sword slash was still there, floating in the air like a large, lazy black cat unwilling to move. Moving closer, the little heavenly way tried for a long time, but ultimately could not absorb even a sliver of demonic chi. These substances seemed to possess extremely strong stability, not even the little heavenly way could unravel them. Meanwhile, the power contained within made the little heavenly way unwilling to let go. The power containing laws was one of its favorite supplements, igniting an innate desire. In the end, it decided to take away the demonic chi. Even though it knew that the demonic chi did not belong to it and was the treasure of some powerful being, it just couldn't control its greed to obtain them. Although it could not absorb them, the demonic chi was surprisingly easy to carry away. Under the guidance of the little heavenly way, they entered the shadows and then headed towards the center of the area. It wanted to deliver this demonic chi to its priest, to have its priest help analyze the demonic chi and deduce a way to utilize it. If it could successfully harness it, then it would become more powerful, a strong entity within the entire heavenly town network, leading everyone towards a bright future. With expectations for the future, the little heavenly way struggled to carry the demonic chi towards its temple. In the afternoon, Fang Cheng returned to the studio and began tackling the studio's problems, while also thinking about what game to make next. In the more than 8 months since he established the studio, he had made quite a few games, gaining many insights. Plus, having watched the Spring Festival Gala, he had accumulated quite a bit of inspiration, and it was time to consider making a new game. However, as he pondered which game to make, he heard Wang Xiaoying say, "Boss, look at the news." With curiosity, Fang Cheng opened the news link given by Wang Xiaoying and started to read in detail. At a glance, it was all official jargon. The general idea was to standardize the gaming industry, strengthen the regulation of the gaming industry, and strive to enhance the cultural attributes of games, boosting the competitiveness of the domestic gaming industry in the international market, and so on. Seeing a pile of official jargon, Fang Cheng had to use Immortal spell to translate these texts into language he could understand. We are preparing to try to introduce some outstanding foreign teams for a tentative reform, get ready to face international competition. How exactly will things change? Of course, we will play it by ear. After finishing, Fang Cheng asked in confusion, "So what's happening?" "What's happening? Boss, from now on, we'll be competing with internationally renowned games." Wang Xiaoying said anxiously. "Yeah, I know, and then? And then, Being afraid of competition means lacking confidence in one's products." But looking at the games from their own studio, Wang Xiaoying felt that these games could stand out wherever they were. There was no reason to lack confidence. Seeing Fang Cheng's composed demeanor again, Wang Xiaoying couldn't help but admire that the boss always remained so calm. But Fang Cheng truly didn't think there was anything to worry about. He only wanted to make games that he found fun and that players would enjoy. As for competition, he genuinely didn't care. Games, as long as they are fun, that's enough. And for a game studio, just producing good games is enough. Chapter 200. Unlike Fang Cheng, who needed to use Immortal spell to translate the article before understanding its true meaning, many people clearly knew how to interpret the news. Quite a few had already started analyzing the report, deciphering various insights from it. Domestic games had become somewhat disconnected from the mainstream gaming market due to certain reasons in the past. The lack of game consoles as a medium meant that domestic players had little general recognition for premium, single-player games, which reduced the original gameplay quality. Instead, comparisons, strong competition, and loot boxes became the means to generate profit, eventually leading to the flourishing of web games and mobile games. Paying for traffic, server rolling, game shills. For a time, the gaming industry played by the rules of capital, but in recent years, it had evolved and unleashed other possibilities. Recently, the big sales of several games by Fang Cheng Studio proved that creating premium, single-player games could be profitable too. It was hard to say whether this open policy had anything to do with Fang Cheng Studio. However, the relaxation of restrictions was an undeniable fact. Among various opinions, some argued that relaxing regulations would lead to foreign games strongly impacting domestic ones, with numerous superior games flooding in. The shallow defensive modes of domestic games wouldn't even cover the toes, and they could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Others claimed this was essentially an event of WTO accession, which would only make domestic games more prosperous and even allow for cultural export to every corner of the world. Regardless of the opinions, things had already happened, and major manufacturers could only try to adapt to the new environment to avoid being crushed by the rising waves. As a large gaming company, Tianyi had been aware of this matter before the Chinese New Year. They began to actively lay out plans, preparing to use the Wrong City branch as a pilot. According to their strategy, they would import a batch of foreign games for domestic distribution and operation, and the Wrong City branch would establish a separate project team dedicated to localizing these games. After gaining sufficient experience, this work group would be split and reorganized, committed to the global release of games and various localization studies. Due to several failures, the Tianyi Wrong City branch no longer had any quotas for game project proposals. Moreover, although they were the publishers, according to the senior management, they needed to follow the directives from the other side, and even when submitting their own suggestions for modifications, it was expected to be minimal. It was truly like giving money and playing the role of a subsidiary. Although he was somewhat displeased with the headquarters arrangement, the branch president, Zhang Ping, knew there was no alternative. For game studios, making good games was the highest principle. For gaming companies, making money was the highest principle. All the games introduced by the headquarters were profitable and highly popular. Thus, for the headquarters, the most important task was to do well in the localization of these games. Therefore, although greatly dissatisfied with the headquarters' plans, Zhang Ping still had tidied up a spacious office early on and sent people to Shuangliu Airport to pick up and welcome the newcomers. This time, the collaborating partner was a second-tier gaming company from Gaul called Cat and Mouse Entertainment. The founder was a devoted fan of Tom and Jerry, which led him to name his company after it. The golden era of Cat and Mouse Entertainment was 10 years ago, but due to money squandering during its peak, the company's financial chain broke. Many sought-after game IPs were painfully sold off, leading to a decline to mere licensing of old games and living off the past. There hadn't been many hits in recent years, but several games still had first-class costs. Properly localized, making a profit should be no problem. The delegation from Cat and Mouse Entertainment comprised no fewer than 11 people. They didn't look like Gauls, their serious, no-nonsense expressions seemed more characteristic of people from Prussia. Upon arriving at Tianyi, ignoring jet lag, they entered the conference room, booted up their game, and began an incessant explanation. They spoke in authentic French, and very quickly at that, which made the invited French translator struggle to keep up with their pace. They often had to ask the speakers to pause before explaining their meaning. During these moments, the Gauls would look indifferently at Zhang Ping, silently exerting pressure. Zhang Ping knew this was likely their way of putting pressure on his side. But they were supposed to be partners in cooperation, and the Gauls' use of such petty tactics to torture them irritated Zhang Ping considerably. However, if the games they brought were good, he was willing to accept it. But the issue was that what they brought was not something new, but an old game from a few years back, Magic Dynasty. A few years ago, when Battle Royale games became explosively popular, Magic Dynasty, as a Battle Royale-like game, had its moment of fame, and still had a following to this day. Mages, knights, clerics, druids, these familiar fantasy archetypes were all present in the game, along with distinctive classes like Mercury men and prisoners. This game indeed was quite good, but on balance, Zhang Ping would rather they had brought something like Murderer or Invasion Action, newer hits with potential that wouldn't compete with Fang Cheng Studios' offerings. Interrupting the ongoing presentation, Zhang Ping spoke up, "I've already seen your introduction, so I'll cut to the chase. I admit Magic Dynasty is a classic battle royale game, and I would have been very happy to operate and release it if this was a year ago, but the issue is, recently, we've already got some excellent battle royale games domestically, and their online player count just broke 1 million.